That was an accident. Wait a minute. What the heck? Wait a minute. Why is it not appearing? What the heck? Okay, someone say something so I know it works. Chat, are you alive? Why can't I see you? Good morning. Why can't you see me? Oh, because I'm not here. Wait, beep, 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 beep. Beep, boop. Oh, something, thank you. Mimi. Okay, let's pretend that didn't happen. Okay? So we'll like... I mean... Why is your heart to go up today? Good morning. Good morning. Me. Thanks a week off. I forgot how to stream. I know. Good morning. Good morning there. Just in case you forget my face, I'll zoom in really close. Hello. Good morning. When her moms come in and I immediately shout, I'm alive. Oh my god, good morning, chat. Good morning, Masinyo. I'm alive. Shimmy. Who is this on my mud? Good Sen, did you raid me? Good morning. Thank you for the raid, guys. Did you not? Thank you. Can someone shout out Sen? You know, when I was sick, I would be bored, and then I would sometimes randomly watch Sen. I think someone gave me a membership for Sen's thingy. What is it called? A sub. A mega good morning. Me boop. Yeah, that's terrifying. I'd be like sick in bed, and I'll be, look at Sen. Watches. Look at how green my screen is. Yippee, good morning. Ray, are you alive? Ray, are you alive? Good morning, everyone. You changed your... Yeah! I'm so smart, right? Because I was blind and I couldn't see anything. Good morning. Did you know that I'm alive today? Tada! Look, I don't know why, but the emotes are bigger. I think that's the chat box. Did you see? I think there's supposed to be a thingy as well. The did you know is back. I know. Wait till I get... Did someone just bonk me on the head? Emotes increase in size when they're dealing... Oh! Hello, good morning. Hello, salamat pagi. Good morning. I just woke up. I haven't taken my meds. Please remind me in like 10 minutes. I said, good morning. Oh my god, have you met? Did you know that 2 superstars are here other than my best friend Ray? This is my other best friend. Crazy. Oh my god, why you're up so early? Wait, it's 10. Good morning. Ali, I miss you. Ray, I miss you. I haven't seen you guys in so long. And that's like a week. You're up early, girl. Bro. TFI. Oh, someone tell me what's that? What that abbreviation is for? Hello. Thank. Fuck. No. What the fuck you mean? Ah! Who would know? What the? Who would know? It's not my fault. I'm sick. Hello, good morning. Did I say good morning yet? Good morning. Yummy. I tried to be as productive as possible, chat, during my time away from you. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Did you see I have a new chat UI? Did you see? Did you see? I think I uploaded new emotes as well. I forgot. Try, but I added a new chat UI. Do you know how difficult it is? It took me a little amount of time. And what else did I do? I think the emote dropper is also working. I think. Ta-da! See? It works. Probably. Please don't throw poop at me, thank you. What else did I do? What else did I do? Did you clean your fridge? Oh my god, my fridge is horrendous. My fridge is absolutely horrendous. Speedster, you're on a stream streak. That's so cool. But how about here? That's so cool. Okay, what else did I do? I added a new redeem. I think. I don't know if it works yet. Later on, someone, someday, please test the head pat redeem. It works! I'm so happy. Thank you. Because I honestly don't know how to test that one alone. Look at that! Stretch already, so early. But is that a notification? That's coming from somewhere and I need to turn that off. And I need to fix when I stand up. My thing goes down. Wait, let me stretch. I'm so happy, thank you. This is the best morning ever. My hand got a flush. Yummy! It works! And I didn't even Google how to do that. I just tried and it worked. You proud of me? I'm proud of me. It's okay, Kanna. If no one is proud of you, you'll be proud of yourself. That's okay. Beep boop. What else did I do? Good job. Do you know? Wow, I really need to stop saying did you know. But it's been a week since I said it. Do you know that someone can actually go crazy if they're alone for an extended amount of time? That was me. Thank you for following. I never knew that Kanna has a Twitch. I feel like I'm being bamboozled. Oh, hi! I actually haven't seen your username in a while. Hi, how are you? I just started streaming on Twitch like a bit ago, right, chat? Right, chat? And somehow, apparently, I've traumatized everyone. But you know, it's probably not my fault, right? That's not my fault. Beep boop. Oh, it even works with the 7 TV. Man, dude, I forgot everything. I honestly forgot everything. You had like 3 streams. Have I told you? I told Michi and then she looked at me dead ass and gave me like health advice. You know that I'm getting health advice from Michi. Hi, new streamer. Hi. Hi. Kanna, the glue saga was traumatizing. Did you know that Twitch doesn't really keep the archive for that long, so you have no proof? No one knows what the glue saga is. You know? That's rich coming from... Yeah. She was like... Oh, you know what she said? She's just like... I was like, yeah, I was streaming for like almost a week straight. I got sick like one day. And then she was like... You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Did you take the proper care? Did you take care of yourself? I told you, girl. Yeah, no, but she's like smart about it. she like Michi has like aftercare or like a routine to like keep herself from getting sick, you know, when she streams. And she was like, did you do them? Did you do the care that I told you to do? And then I was like, I did the pre-stream thing, but I forgot to do the post-stream thing. And then she was like, she looked at me with so much disappointment. Did you know that was possible? I was like, yeah, I was like 16 hours stream, 6 days. So I know. But she says like she takes care of herself outside of it, apparently. Except for food, but you know, one thing at a time. While you were gone, I found this cover, Envy Baby. Did you... Was Ray still here? Ray, did you tell people to watch my Envy Baby thing? I found like a YouTube Shorts appeared on my YouTube. It was you telling people to watch Envy, but I don't... Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Remember to do the post-stream theme. But maybe ask other, what's a post-stream theme? Sen! The stream just started. Why are you speaking in Indonesian already? You bukan housepan. You need more than... sekadar minum air seminggu sekali. I've been drinking so much. I swear. Okay, no. Hear me out. Would you like to read the hashtag Kanna Day? Yes, I really would. I've been holding myself back from reading it. You know. Okay, so no. I have... Clarificasi. No, okay, so... I think I told Pharaoh this. Because, you know, Pharaoh checks in on me. Because he's afraid I'm gonna die. I'm not sure if that's true, but that sounds very plausible. Pharaoh, are you worried I was gonna die? You cannot be trusted. Okay, so because I was sick, I drank so much because I got dehydrated every like 30 minutes, right? I got dehydrated every 30 minutes. I just kept drinking and then I couldn't eat. And I keep getting nausea. And then I talked to Michi about it. You know what she said? Kanna, did you know that you can drink too much? And he was like, yeah, because you're drinking too much and your tummy is full of liquids, you can't stomach food. I'm like, oh, that's why. I didn't know. I've never drank this much in my life. Yeah, I was bloated from water alone. I didn't know that. Did you know that could happen? Is that like general knowledge? I generally didn't know. Was I drowning myself a little bit? Probably. I didn't know. And then Michi went on to explain. You know, some people with disorders actually like do this water diet where they purposely make themselves full from like water drinking so that they cannot eat. I'm like, why? But anyway, I was oopsieing and I accidentally did that. I think she accidentally... That's a bunk. Oh my god. Chat, should I make a bunk redeem? Because I could do the head pat. Does that mean I can do a head, like a bunk redeem? I could totally do that. Yes. I feel like if I don't put a limit on that, Sen is just gonna bonk me nonstop. That might actually happen. That might... Did I accidentally waterboard myself? Maybe. Maybe it was Ray's prayers. Take your meds, it's been... I know. I have to do it after eating, though. I have morning meds, afternoon meds, and night meds. That's a lot of meds. I'm so bored of taking them. Okay. I got myself 2 spoonfuls of yogurt. Is that enough to eat medicine with, you think? The genuine question, do I actually have to go food? Like, go get food. I'm eating the yogurt. Yes. Oh, Wait, is that a yes, it's enough? Or is it a yes, it's not enough? I have to ask, what if the redeems are deserved? What do you mean? What do you mean they are deserved? Every redeem is deserved. What does that mean? English me, someone. Someone English me. Oh my god, wait, is Ray here? Is Ray here? Ray, can I tell you something? I love how, like, my friend is not here. I wish she was here, but she's not. So now I have to talk to her via stream. Ray, if you're here... She's not here. Remind me when she comes back. Oh. If she comes back. Okay. Actual food would be better. Okay. Chitaku, yeah, mama, hi! Did you see that you can drop emotes now? Someone rating me with food. Thank you. I think it's sub only though, I forgot. To prevent spam. Because then it would just lag a little bit. Okay. So. What was I saying? Guys, I forgot. Food, I remember.
OMG, welcome back, Kanna. Just got back from work and when I got off and saw you go live, I visually went from sad to happy in an instant.
Zane, good morning, welcome home. Welcome home from work. How was your work? Did you have a good day? Have you eaten? Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for cheering. Did you see? Look, it's so pink now. Ta-da! And there's a mini Kanna over there doing a jumpy thing. Isn't it adorable? I'm gonna hide in Vera's suitcase when he visits Indonesia, and one random day you're gonna start hearing boss music. Oh my god, that's you in a box. It's you in the box. Sen, are you aggressive because you miss me? Some people get aggressive when they show their care. You know, Sen. Did you miss me? Were you worried for me? I'm alive. Mimi. I'm guessing you felt more rage than usual today. Oh. Sen. Right. And Zane, every stream I drop by, Zane always gives me like a sub everywhere I go. Thank you so much, Zane. I wanted to tell you that. You're so silly. Okay, wait. I have several life updates. By life updates, it means self-discovery during my sickness. First of all, I'm taking off my hoodie. Give me a second. Beep boop. Ever since I got sick, I feel like I get colds a lot. Masuk angin. Gampang banget masuk angin. I feel like I get... That's what we agreed to call it, right? Masuk angin, enter wind, ish. Getting a cold. Give me a sec. Okay. Oid, hoodie, hot, yes. So like I can't wear... Okay, full disclosure, only at home I only wear like a t-shirt. Because I usually lose my pants somewhere at some point. But the past 2 weeks I can't. If I just wear a t-shirt, I get like even sicker. So I've been wearing like a hoodie everywhere I go. And pants. I've been wearing pants for 2 weeks straight. That's crazy. For me, that's crazy. Is it that cold? It's really not. It's quite hot here, actually. Dang. It's sad when Kanna doesn't stream because we can't make sure she takes care of. Oh my god, that's actually true. You don't know if I'm alive. That's actually true. Should I send a pigeon message? I try to tweet when I can. Chat. I try. Okay, meeting over. What meeting? Did you have a meeting? Okay. So I've been wearing hoodies and pants. Staring at Kanna Discord waiting for proof of life. You're so right. You're so right. Every time I open my Discord, a bot has attacked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pharaoh. It wasn't me. I was sick. I don't know who put the bots in there. It wasn't me. I swear to God. And I wouldn't have known Kanna went live if I didn't check my Twitch bot. There's a Twitch bot. She doesn't actually appear. No, you know, one of the past few days, Pharaoh was like, I don't know how you stayed alive this long. And I was like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Kanna doesn't do as many random Twitter posts that are barely understandable as Michi does, so it's hard to tell if Kanna is alive. That's actually true. That's actually true. Oh. I'm eating the yogurt. The 2 spoonfuls of yogurt. Oh, you can hear the crunch. I put almond in it. Because I don't know if I'm getting enough protein. Almonds have protein, right? She tells me things, chat. Things that give me gray hair. I don't know what you mean. Yum, yum, yum. Not enough protein, yeah, because I haven't... It's been a really funny 2 weeks, you know? Yeah, so first of all, now I wear pants. Now I wear pants and a hoodie. Double layer, and sometimes I still get a cold. And then what else happened? Oh, because... Please don't judge me. Please, for the love. Okay, I was sick. So I haven't done my laundry. So I only have 1 pair of pants. Like home pants. I've been wearing the same pants. But I finally did my laundry a few days ago. There's probably pants there somewhere. For how long, you don't want to know. Honestly, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. I don't have pants. Okay, I don't have pants. I don't usually wear pants. Okay, no, I have pants, but like shorts. I only have shorts. I only have like... I stole one of my brother's pants. Like long pants. And then I have 3 pairs of home pants. But 2 of them were dirty, so I only have this one. And you don't want to know how long I've been wearing it. But the laundry should be done, probably. Please don't say, oh my god, the elephant shorts. I have that right beside me. Chat, did you know that I have elephant shorts? You want to hear it? I get very bored when I'm alone. Wait. If I rub the pants against the mic, can you feel it? You probably can't, but here. Thank you, Zane, for the gifted sub. Beep, 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 beep. But these are also shorts, so I get a cold wearing them. But today is extra hot, so I took off my hoodie. For the first time. No, I have 2 hoodies. Because I found the other one yesterday. But I've also been just wearing the same hoodie. To be fair, I smell wonderful. It actually still smells like it's freshly laundered. Because I smell wonderful, chat. Nyamagip ka na left to kasi cake ngurus tamagotchi. Oh, it's like taking care of a Tamagotchi, but it's really hard because you can't control it directly. Is that it? She's like a Tamagotchi. That's what Lily calls me. Kanna Tamagotchi. I need Ray to prove this. Ray is out on errands today. Ray is out on air. Okay, maybe it is slightly concerning because even Ollie dropped by. Ollie dropped by how many days ago? I think Ollie was concerned. He brought food. I got food. You think? She's gonna stop talking to me because of how much I remind her to do things. That would not happen. Do you want more? Oh my god! I swear. I was so happy that day. I felt like 10 times better. I felt 10 times better. Because Ollie is amazing and wonderful and she brightens up my day and she gave me hugs. It's been so hard, chat. I've been alone. I know. I was hoping I would be better. Remember? I think I did like we did Michi's birthday thing, right? Oh, I don't know if Ollie knows this. During Michi's birthday stream, I thought I would be like okay enough. During the collab, I would spray my face with water every 30 minutes to keep myself awake. And I was like, yeah, I probably still can't stream yet. But I had so much fun, so that's okay. Oh. Did you get your much? I still haven't finished the yogurt. I'm still eating the really tiny amount of yogurt. I've been eating like don't forget the vibe. Oh my god, Fair, I ran out. Okay. I told Farah I took like a blood work test thing. Is that what it's called? Is that what it's called? A blood test thingamajiggy? And it was like, yeah, so I have bacterial infection and vitamin D deficiency. And I'm out of vitamin D. I just checked. I just ran out yesterday. I think I have deficiency because I haven't left my house in like a week or two. I think. So back to my fridge. During when I was sick, I couldn't really eat that much. So there's so much food in there. But I also don't know if they're okay to eat. But I also don't like food waste. Usually I would just YOLO and eat them. But because I'm just barely better, I'm afraid I'm gonna get sick again. Do you know how you get vitamin D naturally? Sunlight. I can't tell if that was like sarcasm or like a genuine statement because Sen thinks that I don't know. But actually, I would understand why you think I would not know. Can you ask Ray to get you vitamin D while she's on an errand? Where's Ray? It's okay. Do you think you can get like vitamin D on like Uber or something? Wait. In Indonesia, we don't have Uber, but we have equivalents. Seriously, going outside and getting sun is a really? I asked Ray already. I wish I could say I don't know why I got vitamin D deficiency. I haven't been going out a lot. It's really hot these days though. Do we need to have Ray? Guys. Are you really treating me like a Tamagotchi? Okay. I'm treating you like I would treat Michi. Dang. Okay. I can't visit because I'll be trapped there. Nola. Nola. Kanna got you. Okay. Deep breaths. Breathe in. Breathe out. It's been like the past 2 days. I'm just happy that I can breathe normally. The past 2 weeks I've been breathing. You know when you have like, what is it called? Phlegm build up, so it's really hard to breathe. I've been really happy just breathing air, man, and have nothing like in the way. Kanna is upgraded from actively dying to passive. Maybe that should be a goal for this year. Not to passively die, but like to take care of myself better. Maybe this year I focus on learning how to keep myself more than barely alive. Okay, it's not that bad. Probably. 15 minutes of sunlight a day could help massively. Really? Okay, question. I grew 5 new white hairs in the last 2 weeks. Because you miss me, San. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Were you worried for me? I pray for your white hairs to turn back to whatever the color they were before. We all pray for San's white hairs. Hello, Kanna. I miss you. Hi! I miss you too. Thank you for dropping by. I just got better from being sick, but I find myself getting tired more easily. I really should get some sunlight. Wait, question. To get sunlight, does it matter what time of day? Because I think people always say do it in the morning because in the afternoon it's not good. Does it matter? Just as long as you go out. Morning would be best. Okay, so I can just literally go out anytime? Why does it matter though? Is it UVs or something? Oh, wait, is UV good or bad for you? Isn't it supposed to be bad? Head back TV. I'm not rage baiting, I'm genuinely asking, you know. I'm genuinely asking. Something about you being next to the equator. It's like, what now? UV is fine in small doses, bad in large doses. So wonder that Farah isn't already got a... Sorry, that's funny. A short-term exposure isn't that bad. Oh, just don't sunburn your... Oh. UV has multiple types, some that are good, some that are bad. How do you know wait, what? Okay, question. How do you know when this... Okay. Wait. Beep. Okay. How do you know? I love how I had to like turn short hair for this. And like, okay. Taking notes. I'm taking notes. Okay. How do you know? We don't know exactly when the sunlight will come out. Oh. You could put on sunscreen and that could help with UV radiation. Okay. So put on sunscreen, go out into the sun, and then return inside. Where's my tiny notebook? Tiny notebook. Listen to how many notes I've gone through. Yep. Okay. Got to an empty page. 15 minutes. Okay, what should I call this page? Tips to stay alive. Okay. 15 minutes of sun daily. Wear sunscreen. Okay, question. Do you need to be outside or is next to a window okay? Does it matter? Does the glass block vitamin D? That's a genuine question. Windows block some forms of UV. What about the vitamin D? Basically sit yourself outside for 30 minutes like a houseplant for enrichment time and then crawl back into your enclosure. Can I just go outside? Do you know how hot it is here? It's so hot and there are bugs outside. Oh, is that why people take their dogs on a walk? Wait a minute. Glass blocks the UV needed to... Oh, UV is the thing that triggers the vitamin D production? Wait, so the UV, right, is the pew-pew from the sun is making your body produce vitamin D. Is that correct? I thought they were two different things. Okay. Wear sunscreen. And let me take notes. Go outside. Produce vitamin D. The more you know. I mean, they walk the dog because the dog needs exercise and will get bored. I've been so bored. I've been so bored, chat. Man. Photosynthesize houseplant. Oh, wait. Do I have a sprout? Let's see if I can sprout. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Sprout? Sprout. I don't think it exists. I only have sunglasses. Do I wear sunglasses when I'm outside? Do I need them to sunbathe? Just like other domesticated animals, you need regular walks. I don't have sunglasses, mine broke. I don't know how they broke, but I broke them. I think. Just don't look at the sun for too... Okay, takes notes. Don't look at sun for too long. She doesn't pee on the floor, baby. Have you not been paying attention? What do you mean? Okay. It's been years and she's still being house trained. It's not that bad. I have lived for this long. Somehow. Pretty sure these sunglasses are attached to my hair. Boop. Yep. Twist. Turn. Yep. Well, close enough. Close enough. Don't use it indoors or you risk hitting a wall. There you go. Okay. I'm over here fighting for my life. You tell me she's the... Okay, wait. Before I forget, I should eat. Because, like, it's gonna be lunchtime and then I'll have to eat the lunchtime meat. I'm gonna say most of the reason Kanna's still alive is that she hasn't lived alone her entire life. Surprise, surprise, I have been living alone since I graduated. Ish. I had a roommate for like a year, 2 years. 2 years. You need to space out your meds intake prop. Oh, that matters. How often does Ray come over? She only came over once this year, I think. Yeah, she came over once this year. I've actually been so much more... I've been so much more hickey this year, I think. I haven't gone outside that much. The medication has instructions. Did you read them? Minumlah 1 tablet pagi and it's circled. So, sudah makan. Does it count if I had yogurt? It counts, right? Does it matter? No? Okay, food. Okay, let me think. Let me big brain. What food do I have? That's probably not expired. I have frozen prata. Should I get frozen prata? I have paratha? Is that what it's called? If it's 3 times a day, take it with 6 to 8 hour interval. Whoa. Okay. Oh, does it count if I eat crackers? I have crackers next to me. What food? What food? What do you mean probably not? Because I haven't checked. I've been too sick to open my fridge, and now I feel like it's like Pandora's box, where I'm afraid to open it and find out what's inside. Yeah. I should also add that dumb as a redeem, huh? Now you need a fairly heavy meal. Anna, you're starting a new society of sentient mold in your fridge. Okay. Honestly, last night I opened... last night I opened my fridge and guess what I found? I actually... like, I haven't opened my fridge in a while. I found Michi's birthday cake. And to be fair, it still smells wonderful, but it has fresh fruit on it. So I don't know if that's still okay or not. Yeah, it had fresh fruit on it. I'm 50% sure the green might be the leaf on the fruit. It might be not mold, but I don't know. That cake's finding a losing work. I've been sick. I can't. It's okay. Okay. I'll get food. Ugh, what food do I have that's not gonna kill me? Okay, you know, okay. 5 minutes. Let me cook the paratha and I'll come back. That should be enough for a meal, right? Probably. Paratha. I should just get an electric cooker so I can make it here, huh? Oh, but I have to walk to the kitchen. It's so far. If you're only 50% sure, I'm 100% sure I don't want you eating. Okay. Okay, wait. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. I think... Okay. I should... Okay, I will be right back. Okay, I'm getting food. Don't have a crash out. Paratha's a meal. It's a meal. It's totally a meal. Why is it when I stand up, I get shorter? I don't like this. I'm getting food. Be right back. I just want to say something before I leave. Do you know, I'm still getting lost on like Twitch, right? And I found a thingamajig. It's like a statistics thing. Ray was telling me the other day. Ray was telling me the other day that Twitch counts view. What is it called? CCV a bit differently. If you lurk, you might not get counted or something like that. I don't know what that means. But then and she said, wow, that means a lot of people who are even dropping by the first time are chatting on your thingy. And then I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. So yeah, so this morning I was like messing around with the dashboard, and there's a part that says the percentage of people who come by for the first time and chat, and it's like at 98%. Then I was thinking to myself, does that mean that I'm accidentally rage baiting people so that even if that's their first time here, they start chatting out of, well, either rage or concern? That might be it. The math checks at 98%. Yeah, or something like that. Me again. I'm gonna go get food now before someone yaps at me. Be right back. Don't leave me. I still miss you. I'll be back with food, hopefully. Do I put things inside the thing? I'll be right back. If only this thing will stop. Please stop getting shorter when I stand up. Beep. Beep boop. That took more than 5 minutes, didn't it? Beep boop. Oh. I'm back. I have returned with food. Are you proud of me? What? Iron Crow, thank you so much for the gifted subs! Wee wee! Yo! We got the sub goal! That's so cool. Thank you so much! Ow, this thing is hot! Jeez, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Man. And I just got back too. Jeez, thank you so much. There goes my dopamine. For the rest of the day. Ooh, this thing's messy. Ah! I feel like I'm still learning a lot about streaming here. And it's been so much fun. And I had a lot of time when I was when I was awake during my sickness. Ooh, what is that? Ew. Sorry, something black appeared on my hoodie. I think that's shards of my broken headphones. Farah, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Is that celebration for me getting food? Time to make the bits
Time
gold.
to make the bits gold too. Hurry guys, throw your bits at the dog.
Saying thank you so much for the bits. You guys. What did I do? I just came back. That's crazy. You guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Sasa, thank you so much for the bits, you guys. I just got back. Okay. I'm turning down the aircon because now I'm hot. Food is here. Is Alco Pop's money is... Yes, actually, Farrell, don't don't drink because of me. Thank you so much, you guys. I just got up. Good morning. Did you know that I reached my sub goal and more today? Kanna, when do you think we should look at the Kanna Day messages? After food! Because if I do it while eating, I'm not gonna focus on either one. Jeez, guys. I've been sick in bed for so long, it feels like my birthday was yesterday. You heard the duck laugh, chat. Vera, drink water, not gasoline, please. Good, eat first, okay. But you guys will just hear me eat. I'll go have a good food making thingamajig. Ooh! You can hear me eat, can't you? You can totally hear me eat. Man, okay, wait. I want to put a thing so that you know I'm eating. Why did I choose finger food? It'll make my life so much more difficult. I don't have food on my thing. Okay. How about I put a table? Okay. Let me put up. Shrink me. Those are my glasses. Shrink me. Not the table. No, this is hard to do with one hand. Not me! Jeez. Okay, table. I'm too big for the table. What is a normal size? It's gonna take me a hot minute. Okay. That's a good eating size. Here. Ow. Damn, this is good. Note to self. Please be careful of the sauce. Don't let it drip to your precious mouse pad. I only have water, so... maybe here? What the heck is this? From the stylus of... yes, digital artesian water. There. I actually have... just have the water bottle that Pharaoh got me. There's no food on here. Oh, well, you know, this is close enough. Here? You know what? Close enough. Close enough, actually. Paratha is technically a bread, right? Chat, you guys know what paratha is, right? Oh. Yeah. That's what I'm eating right now. I always have like... I try to keep a stock of frozen paratha in my freezer. Because it cooks really fast. Technically, paratha is a bread. What was I saying before I started eating? Alright, sub goals. I didn't think we would reach the sub goal yet. I was thinking of like, correct me if I am wrong. Usually people have like those thingies where like, if you reach a sub goal, you do a thing, right? Am I stupid? Is that not it? I was gonna set those up. Batsu? Isn't Batsu a punishment? Wait, you get punishments when you reach a sub goal? No. Sub goals are daily. The goals are usually for subathons or donathons. The rewards are for special events. Oh. Ow. Yum 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 yum. You're already eating. I know, right? Are you eating it with anything? I put a bit of cheese inside. Okay. So like paratha, and then cheese, and then mayonnaise and sambal. That's what I had in my fridge. That I deem edible. It's like if we reach 1,000 subs, I'll do hand cam cooking. 1,000! That's crazy though. Do you think we'll reach 1,000 one day, chat? My nose. No kimchi. I ran out of kimchi. I haven't been out of the house. I haven't gone grocery shopping. It's been a horrendous 2 weeks of no sunlight. Of course, it's possible, not a chance that we won't. You think so? You think so? Me. Am I full already? No la. I barely ate half. Okay. I'm not. What I noticed is because I haven't ate a lot, my eating portion has gone down. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I think my tummy got used to not eating a lot, so then I get full so much faster. Water. I was drinking like 2 liters per few hours. I don't want to know how much I drank in a day. I was drinking like a lot, like crazy a lot. I got my new audio stuff. Ooh! What new audio stuff? Try to avoid getting sick and dying inside for 2 weeks. I think I got infected because after the birthday thing, I went outside. The whole problem is going outside, right? There are germs out there, chat. There are germs and bacteria and viruses out there. I feel like this bread is so much bigger than me. Is that more accurate? Probably. Probably. That would require you to survive until then, which will require you to take proper care. Okay. New goals. Reach 1,000 subs and stay alive until then. Yep, that's it, chat. We got it. I got my next goal. Staying alive until then. The bar is on the floor. I thought that was a pretty high goal. Was that one ear always sticking up? Yes. Yes, I could put it down if you want. Boop. Staying alive. What illness did you get? It was some sort of bacterial infection. I don't exactly know what bacteria it is. I think at first it started with like... what is it called in Indonesian? It started with like a sore throat. And it like traveled. Like the sore... Like my throat was inflamed. And then it developed into severe coughing. And then it developed into a flu. And then I think afterwards I got bacterial infection. I think that's what happened. Probably. Radang. Yeah, awalnya tuh kayak the first 2 days I couldn't like talk. I was like wakes up. I wanna stream today. No voice is coming out of my throat. I have my brother. Okay, I resorted to writing on paper to talk to my brother. I would like write it on like a whiteboard, not paper, whiteboard, and show him. I was like, please get me food. Not even text to speech. I'm so dumb. That would have been a great idea. I write faster, I think, probably, no? I also resorted to like... What is it called? I would like make intense eye contact, like to try to get my thoughts across. I'm like, please comprehend me, brother. I need... I was like... That was probably me asking for like... What is that called? Pocari sweat? So I felt dehydrated as well. Dehydrated as well. I was like... My brother, please comprehend it. It's just that my brother has dates with his girlfriend, so he can't stay. He can't stick around that much. Not that he can't, but you know, priorities. Dang it. So he was tortured with you trying to get him to read minds. At least he tried. Ow. I was drinking too much, so I couldn't eat that much. The only thing I could eat was like a grilled cheese sandwich. Does he have his room back? No. My grandma's little sister extended her stay. Ow. So my brother is just stuck with me. I mean, he should be grateful to be stuck with me. He gets to deal, I mean, he gets to see me alive. Kanna, I chatted with Ray on her room. She told me to gaslight. Okay. Please stop. How do you gaslight? Kanna, I've been looping your cover of Envy Baby over and over. Please don't do that. While you've been away, it's so good. I could cry, so please sing. I need more Kanna covers, thank you. Or something like that. Even Pharaoh was telling me the other day about making. Are you all just being? Did Ray pay you guys or something? Did blink twice if Ray is holding you guys hostage? How? I've unironically been listening. Seriously? I showed Jay. You showed. Why would you show people my cover? I'm dying inside. Dying inside. Yeah, I'm just gonna die inside. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just gonna. I've been making sure to listen to odds. Just kill me. As a note, the main singer I listen to currently is Michi. That girl sings greatly. I don't know what the... Okay, just so you know, FYI. If you like hanging out with the girlies, you quickly notice how amazing of like singers everyone is. And you're like, oh my god, you know? And you're just chilling and then you hear them like randomly sing. I'm like, beautiful perks. Perks, I tell you, perks. I genuinely like you guys. You guys. I don't know if I've ever told people this, but a couple of years ago, I think it was after that cover came out, I was I had to go on hiatus, right? Which is unfortunate because I think around that time someone I forgot if they DM or emailed me. They wanted to release, like, they're like a music producer and they wanted to release a song with me as a singer, right? From that one cover, by the way. Dang, Envy Baby. And I was like, that's so cool. I was on hiatus though, so I ended up not being able to do it, and the song got released with a different singer. But man, I still think about it sometimes. Tush, 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 tush. Now, like one day, maybe one day I can get my own original song one day. One day. One day. I'm gonna show you off to my computer. Please stop. Hydrate. Let me drink my embarrassment away. Speaking of, yes. Please God, I'm looping Envy Baby. Please stop embarrassing me. I I'll sing. I'll sing, please, for the love. I think once, was it Hotaru? They were saying like, I listened to it for like hours in a day. I just looped it. Why? Because it's the only cover you have. It's the only cover you have, Kanna. So like 8 hours or something. I don't know. Oh wait, I'll take my medicine. I ate half the sandwich. Now I'm full. I can totally eat the medicine now, I think. Probably. I almost spilled the bottle, but I didn't because I'm a mature, responsible adult. By the way, when you're not live, that's what I watch. Was that mean to stop you from doing that? I have to be live 24/7? So that you can hear me yap? Oh, by the way, Twitch doesn't keep archives for a long time, do they? Is my archive all gone by now? Is that how Twitch works? That sucks. Not unless your partner have turbo. I don't know what turbo is. Well, I have it. How do you how do you have it though? So I told you to put. Oh, okay. Question. Do you upload it to the? Do people usually upload it to like a separate VOD channel, or their main channel? I'm done eating now. How big should I be? How big am I feeling today? Is this big enough? Do I feel tall today? No, I actually feel really tiny today. I don't know if you ever feel that way, chat, where some days you just feel smaller than usual. Today, I feel about this big. This is the size you're getting today. For now. Until I grow bigger. If you don't multi-stream, VOD channel is pretty common. Oh, you can freely highlight a stream to make it... You can freely highlight a stream, okay? VOD channels are a popular option. Or an editor mod. What's an editor mod? You can do either, but it depends on how much content, what you want to put on your YouTube channel. Why do you rage bait la? Me? What did I do? What did I do? Up to you. For example, Muna uploads her Twitch VODs to her main channel and upload it to her VODs channel. Okay, I'm big again. Because I have a question. First of all, I'm so full. I suck. I used to be able to eat so much, and now I suck. I ate half a sandwich and I'm out. One day, my glorious record when I was back in college, and you know when you're in college, any food is good food. When I was back in college, I think one of my friends had a birthday and they invited me to like a buffet, like all you can eat thing. My record was 17 plates of meat. After that day, I didn't go back to an all you can eat ever again because I wanted to explode. I'm never doing that again. But I'm still pretty proud. That's the maximum I could go. Yeah, and can you imagine now I get full from half a paratha? Sad. Normal la, after being sick, you'll not have an appetite directly. Be patient, just try to eat a bit more in every meal. Yeah, like, okay, I don't usually lose my appetite a lot. Last year, I got like my wisdom tooth. Is that what it's called? I got it removed. And I was eating like... probably don't do that. But like I was eating spicy food like a few days after. I got a bacterial infection. So probably don't do that. But all what I'm trying to say is even the pain couldn't stop me from eating. This time, This time I can't eat. I got nerfed. It was so sad. Did you? Is that a bonk? Definitely don't do that. But I got out of it alive. Your stomach shrinks when you don't eat. Turns out 2 weeks of little eating will shrink your tummy. Man. Guys, it's been a lot of soul searching. Because I was so bored. I did Wordle. I found another thing, chat. Did you know that there's a thing called Myrtle? There's Wordle and there's Myrtle. I've just been in bed doing Wordle and Myrtle. And what else? Yeah, Myrtle! It's a murder puzzle thingamajig. So just like Wordle, I did Myrtle, which is fun too. I've been doing that daily. And then I was thinking to myself that I really wanted to sing again. So during this time, I was like in bed trying to listen to songs and trying to find one that I've been... Because, you know, sometimes you get the mood and sometimes you forget. That's just me, though, because I get distracted, probably. I was trying to be like, what do I feel like singing today? Or these days? Yeah. So I was thinking a lot about it. I posted the drink in Discord. Oh, where am I? I'm blind. Whoa, I don't know what any of the drinks are. Cannabis water? What's cannabis water? Sour apple 4. The way my brain works is like trying to read it sideways. Me. Wait, I wanna sneeze. I'm gonna mute. That was a really big sneeze. And yeah, me. Man, we missed. Okay, no, to be fair, because I wanted to sneeze, but I didn't know if it was gonna be a yawn or something like last time. Oh, I'm so full. Okay. Muting was foul. The fact that you are alive is proof that some sort of higher power exists and they love you. Because every natural force on Earth is conspiring together to kill you and you're just thanking it while being barely bigger than a Pomeranian. I'm not that tiny, probably. What was I doing? I forgot. Chat. I ended up yawning anyway. Meds, I did! Just now! I did! I got hit back! I'm so happy. This. Wait. What do I click so that I can... Back. I click something and I don't know how to make it go away. It's Pharaoh's thingamajig. Why do I... Okay. What the... Okay. Nope. Oh, guys. I should wear my glasses. I don't know where my glasses are. Get her mod sick. Gotta get her attention. Pharaoh, did you call me? Wait a minute. Hello. attention here is yes. Pakela? Wait, what? You can highlight the stream. Alright, yes, so two things. First, I was thinking, hear me out. I've always wanted to like sing more, aka being brave enough to sing out well and have people hear me. No, actually, I just want to sing, which is what I've been doing alone in my room. I think I've told chat this before. When I was younger, I entered like a singing competition because I wanted to challenge myself. This was like back in like middle school. Kanna, Dad, I need help. Yeah. Do I need to call you? Do you wanna call me, Pharaoh? The meds might kick in and I might get high. I'm kidding. I don't know what the meds do. They heal me somehow. Yeah, so I joined a singing competition back in middle school. And it was like at a Japanese festival here, which, you know, back then was like more rare. Cause I feel like back then it's like anime and like Japanese culture is like still very niche. I make it sound like I'm 1,000 years old and we don't talk about it. So yeah, I joined the competition. I waited for 3 hours in line because there were a lot of people who joined. And then just it was like the turn before mine. So like 5 minutes. And I got so much stage fright that I ran away. I literally, not even kidding, full on dashed away to a random garden somewhere because I was like so scared of singing in front of people. And I remember this so much because I feel like I wish I was brave enough to do it, you know? I still can't do it to this. I'm absolutely terrible. I start shaking when I sing in front of people. So it's like and I know people always say they have stage fright, right? Thank you for the headband. Benders, by the way. You bought me some things on Throne, right? Like herbal medicine and things. Thank you so much. That might be my short-term memory span speaking, I think. But yeah. I feel like I've never gotten over that fear. I'm just curious, you ever sing? I've done 2 or 3 karaoke streams ever. First of all, they're on YouTube, so they're pretty much unarchived. The first one, you can literally hear me shake. The second one, I think I shook slightly less. I think. Just pretend we're a lovely bunch of coconuts. Is that how it works? Yeah. So I've been thinking that it's like a fear that I've always wanted to get over. I think. That's why I think I do want to sing more and I do want to do more covers and stuff. That's why maybe I'll be uploading that on YouTube, right? Yeah. So I'm pondering between separating the VOD. If it's like just for archives, I wonder if I should just separate it to a different channel. So it's not... You know how YouTube is kind of finicky when you kind of mix content? Does that make sense? At least that's what I've heard. That's why people do the separate channel thingamajig just for the archives. Because I think it's categorized differently when it's uploaded as a VOD versus if you go live and it's just an archive, right? Right. Oh, wait. Pharaoh is calling me. Beep boop. Wait, I cannot hear you because Hello? Yes. Wait. I don't know if chat can hear you because I'm dumb. properties. Yeah. Okay. Can you say hello again?
Hello.
There you go. Can you hear our mod father chat? Hi,
Hello,
Pharaoh.
chat.
There you go. You're behind the chat. Give me like a sec. My brain is working immediately slower after the meds. I can feel it. That's placebo, I tell you, but I can feel it. If I'm dumb, it's not me.
The meds are already hitting.
I know. Dang. Okay. I just hesitate to sub YouTube channel if VOD is mixed. Right? That's like a thing, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Also, we happen to know somebody who manages VOD channels on YouTube for other people. So
No.
I'm pretty sure if we ask him nicely, he'll do it for you too.
I will be on my knees. Wait, let me shrink. It messes with the metrics and algorithm.
Yamu, you're up, bro. Get to it. Yamu. Poor Yamu. Yamu's like not even on my primary team. I might have to fix that because I feel like I spend way too much time giving Yamu work to do at this point. Yamu, you wanna join the primary team, bro? You're in all my tertiary teams. you wanna spot
scouted right here on stream. You heard it here, chat.
You don't have to, man. It's a lot of work. I feel like you do a lot already. But I'm just saying the offer's there.
He asked for consent. See, I keep telling you. Apparently, consent is optional. I tell you.
They can always say no. No is always an option.
It's the illusion of an option, chat. It's the illusion.
You know, it's funny, Bimo. I haven't talked to her in a while because we've both been busy. But when I started streaming, another friend of mine basically bullied me into setting up a VOD channel on YouTube, and she handled all of my VODs because she threatened me if I didn't. So if I start streaming regularly again, I will have to reach out to her and let her know, because if I don't, she'll probably find me and hurt me.
I'll keep you safe.
Yeah.
You can be like,
yeah, but
angry dog.
listen.
Like,
you're gonna have to sing more. You know why you're
Oh.
gonna have to sing more? I've got an entirely valid reason why you're gonna have to sing more. See, because now that I have this new audio set up, I'm gonna start singing. So if I have to start singing, then you have to start singing.
Fair, you're gonna say, oh my god, that's so awesome. I'm down. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna sit my butt down.
I owe one of my mods, Alice, at least 2 lounge song covers for all of the work that she's done for me. And so I'm gonna have to like start working on that, because if I don't give Alice her Pharaoh sings Sinatra, then she's probably gonna hurt me.
You're gonna sing Sinatra. I'm gonna sit my butt down.
So there we go. There we go. I guess I'm stuck. I will never understand why anybody thinks that they want to hear me sing. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I've heard my voice. Why would you want to hear me murder a perfectly good song? But okay. I guess it's gonna happen.
Well, he doesn't realize it, chat. He doesn't.
What you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I will say that with the filters and stuff we set up on what is it, OBS? Jay is a madman. Jay is absolutely diabolical. He's like, we're gonna do some things to your filters on OBS, boy. Not ready for that.
It's gonna be fun.
Black Ops 3 zombies. No, I never bought Black Ops 3.
What's Black Ops 3?
It's a video game. It's Call of Duty Black Ops.
Oh, okay.
No. I never played 3. Yeah, I never played 3. I know. Well, I was trying to alleviate some of your boredom, but you were too sick.
I know. I was honestly just sleeping all day. I think the meds are making me really sleepy. So I would like eat and then take the meds and then I pass out. And when I'm awake, I'm like, where's Pharaoh?
A heavy duty antibiotic will do that to you. A heavy duty antibiotic will do that to you. Whenever I get like, if I get like any kind of an infection that I have to take antibiotics for, antibiotics knock me slap damn the fuck out. Like I'm just dead. Dead. I don't know why antibiotics knock me out like that.
Sleeping alone.
Of course, every time I get any kind of
every
time I get a sleeping alone when you're sick is good. I'm bad at that. I'm so used to like working in jobs where if you're sick, oh well, show up.
Exactly.
So like, I've gone to work. I've gone to work really sick on more than one occasion. So.
I mean, that's true. That's true. I was really sick and I could barely function, and like I have this thing at work and the staff quit when I was like mid sick, and it's been an insane. Yeah.
That's oh boy.
I
feel like we need to catch up on some things.
More stuff. I have to meet new people. That sucks.
It does suck. Here, I'll just fly over to Indo and
hired. You're hired.
If I can manage an online moderation empire, I can handle a handful of people in person, I think.
True. Oh wow, yeah. The chicken's so fast.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
You're not gonna make it.
I wanna read the birthday. I hate taking meds. I hate taking naps. I don't know if you know that. I absolutely hate taking naps, and I've been sleeping so much these last 2 weeks.
I am right there with you. I fucking hate it. Taking a nap in like the middle of the day fucks my internal clock up so much.
Right? It does.
Oh my god. I hate it. I am an on-off. Like I am an on-off internal clock person. Like when I go to sleep that is bedtime. When I wake up is awake time. If I throw another sleep time in the middle of those 2 points, it resets my internal clock. Yes. I hate it so much. It makes me so angry.
I know. And usually I would just power through. I'm just like, drink coffee or something, just power through, and then it goes away. Yes. Right.
Just pound a little more coffee, pop an energy drink or something, and power through it. But
it's been really bad. I've been
Did I ever tell you the longest I ever stayed awake?
No.
It was like 32 hours.
Bro.
32 or 34.
Was it for work? That's crazy.
Yeah, I was working security, and I was on duty, and my boss called me and said, bro, I've got good news and worse. He's like, I've got bad news and worse news. I'm like, oh, I love it when you start a conversation like that. Hit me. So bad news, the guy that was supposed to come and relieve me had been in a car accident. So he'd gone off the road into a ditch and whatever. So he wasn't coming. And I'm like, all right, that is bad news. What's the worst news? But he's like, the worst news. So this was at like a little after midnight on Friday night, right? So Friday night to Saturday morning, right? He's like, I can't get anybody out to you until probably like between 11 o'clock and noon on Sunday.
Okay. What?
So I stayed on duty from midnight, like I say, midnight Friday night until about 11:30 a.m. My other supervisor showed up to relieve me. I was awake the whole time.
That's absolutely crazy.
I drank I drank enough Monster. It probably should have killed me.
That's wow. Yeah, no, I don't think I could stay awake for that long, honestly. How?
When you have to do something, when I was working 12s, because I was working security at one point, and our shifts were 12 hours, like staying awake for like 24 hours at a time became normal for me. Like I just stayed awake for 24 hours at a pop.
Maybe naps aren't so bad. Maybe you should take more naps. Honestly, you need to make up for all the. What the heck, bro? Man, sleep is good. Now, I feel like the older you get, I feel like the less you function with less sleep. If I
See,
don't
I'm
get
finding
like
it to be the opposite. I think I've
Bruh.
crested the hill on that. At this
Bruh.
point, like if I get like between like 4 and 5 hours of sleep, I'm actually pretty good.
Okay, maybe it is an age thing.
I don't know. Good about good 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and I'm all right.
Man, no, I feel like if I get if I get less than 7 these days, I do function stupider the next day, which for me is a very like not good.
If I get more than 6, I wake up brain fogged, like I'm a mess.
What?
If I get more, if I get more than 6 hours of sleep, my body literally is like, brother, what have you done to us? And
No,
I'm
Chad,
like,
is
I
that
got
normal?
us
That
like
cannot
8 hours
be
of
okay.
sleep, and my body's like, brother, you know better than that. You don't need 8 hours of sleep. 8 hours of sleep means you've been unconscious too long. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, about 6 hours is at the outside of what I will typically get. That's like a sleeping in day is 6 hours.
6 hours, okay. Maybe you do need the nap. Maybe I don't understand.
No, there's no nap. There's just the sheer will and determination. Man, literally too angry to sleep. It's because I get rage baited all the time.
Oh, I wonder how. I wonder why.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's really strange.
How has it been? Hey, it means that it's been 1 to 2 weeks that I didn't rage bait you, probably.
No, you've just been rage baiting me with your existence and being sick and fucking
Come
not
on,
taking
my
yourself like you're
existence is
supposed
not
to.
a rage bait. Hello.
I did reach out to Ray, by the way. She told me to tell you that she already told you to buy the pills, the K2 and the D3.
I still don't know what any of those words mean. K2, D.
K2 and D3. Yes, they're
What the heck is
vitamin D
K2?
supplements. Shit, I don't know actually. I know what D3 is, but I don't know about K2.
Sen, are you okay, dude?
The fact that you rage bait Sen hard enough to get him to talk to deeple the Indonesian at you is wild.
Anything today.
The fact that you're not even rage baiting in his general direction, he's reacting to you rage baiting me like this. Do you understand? Ah, okay, there we go. Sasa knows what's up. All right, cool. The K2 helps to absorb the D.
Oh,
okay, there we go.
I thought that was a brand or something.
Okay, get your notebook. Write it down before you forget, because you're medicated. Do it.
K2 helps absorb.
I can't wait, Chad. I'm gonna go to the ABC store tomorrow, and I'm gonna buy the most heinous alcohol that I can find. I'm gonna take a picture of it and send it to Kanna. Be like, see this? They use this to degrease engines, and I'm going to consume it because of you.
Better. Is it vitamin D or vitamin D3?
D3. D3.
UV blue. What's UV blue? So
no, you know what, chat? I'm gonna find some Goldschlager.
What you're doing what now?
Oh wait, maybe not Goldschlager. I'm gonna find what is that stuff? Everclear. I'll find some Everclear, chat. Oh, Fireball. Oh God, Fireball. That's yeah, Everclear. I'm just gonna get the Everclear. I'm gonna shoot it straight.
I lost track of what I was thinking. What's Everclear? Oh no.
Everclear. Here, hold on. I'll find it for you because I don't think they have it in Indonesia. Get off stream before you fall asleep. Don't fall asleep on stream.
This is why I don't like taking meds.
I mean, I understand that, but like, we also don't need you to have lingering
Yummy.
infection is not good for you.
My eyes are watering with how much I'm yawning. That's crazy.
I mean, if you need to, if you're gonna power down, you could always come back and do like an evening stream. I sent you
Kanna,
look in
don't
the
fall asleep.
DM I sent you. Kanna, don't fall asleep. Kanna, don't fall asleep on stream.
Have I done that before?
I do believe you have, actually. I'm pretty sure that you've fallen asleep on stream before. Since BMO is saying don't do it again, so I trust BMO. I trust BMO when they say that you've fallen asleep on stream before.
Surely. I don't know why.
Old Minecraft collab and you slept on stream.
That was late at night and I think I took motion sick medicine or something. Probably.
Probably. Maybe.
Probably. What's this? Okay. I don't know why, but my thought process, I think I made a bonk redeem. But wait, don't do it yet. I don't know why I'm setting this up now. I can feel my judgment slipping away. Is that not good?
You should probably go ahead and I think you should probably go ahead and
I'm alive. Wait a minute, I'm gonna do it. I have
Don't make me. Well, I can't call Ray. I'll find somebody. I'll call Michi and have her come sort you out.
Doesn't she have a stream today?
Probably. Doesn't she have a stream every day? Hold on,
Oh,
you're lucky. Ollie's gone.
Okay.
So I can reach out to Ollie.
How big should the bonk be? Should it be here?
That's probably pretty good. Your head is not very large. You don't need a large hammer. Small hammer for small doggo.
Create new scene. Scene name. Bonk. Wait a minute.
Okay, once you're done setting up the bonk, you need to.
I'm so awake right now. Bonk.
You are fading fast.
I'm alive.
And then you have accused me of being responsible for making your brain not work correctly in general. So
yes.
I'm not between the meds and me. You're not gonna sit here and digger on stream, buddy.
This is work. Okay. One day someone bonk me and test if it works.
Hold on, let me do it, chat. I can give myself back my points.
You can get.
Yes, I can give myself back my points.
It does work.
Hey, it worked. It worked.
Yippee. Please stop bonking me.
You probably should set a cooldown on it.
There's a cool.
Yes, you can set a cooldown, because if you don't set a cooldown, Sin is just going to bonk you for the remainder of the time that you were on stream.
No. Why do you have so many channel parts? Maybe it doesn't work in a row. Does it?
It was working. I think he just stopped redeeming it. Yeah, he just stopped redeeming it.
Yippee! It has.
Oh, she added the cooldown to it. Okay. Yeah, it's back. It's back. Yeah, having at least a little bit of a cooldown on it is probably for the best.
No, she didn't have.
Okay.
Look how smart Sen is, chat. Look how smart Sen is.
Sen knows more about VTS by far, because I've never had a model that required VTS.
Boop, boop. Although I did feel like I didn't attach it properly. Wait. Where is the hammer? The most bootleg hammer ever.
I need like a shot collar redeem or something for you. We're way past bonk at this point. A shot collar redeem.
Yeah, see, it's not. Okay, here. Nope. Here. Nope. Ah, wait. Please attach to my ear or something. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know how hard it is? Here. Yay, it's attached to me. I'm so smart. I lost track of what I was doing. Bonk. Oh, okay. Safe. I think I fixed it. Probably. Okay, goodbye, Bonk. May we never see each other again. I just jumped off a roof and get... Sen would
you just made Sin YOLO off of a roof in Tarkov. That is impressive. You just made Sin absolutely to
this
cause
is
that
gonna be redeemed way
person.
too much, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I said you need to add a fucking cooldown to it. Gotta add a cooldown to it before you kill Sin IRL. I'm gonna start drinking. Sin's gonna throw himself off of buildings. See?
I'm here to spread dopamine, not issues. Probably.
That absolutely diabolical duck laugh when I said you're the reason I drink.
I
since
don't know what this duck laugh thing you speak of.
Mm-hmm.
Cooldown needed until Kanna gets a cooldown for her rage baiting. I have done no such thing. Maybe if I talk like this, we'll all be calmer.
Well, we do enjoy your voice acting work.
Oh, we don't talk about just kill me, honestly. Just kill me. Come on. Thought we agreed to forget about that. I'll stop. Oh, you too. Yeah, but... Just kill me. Honestly, just kill me. How mature can you make it? Aren't I already mature? I blame NFS. It was you, wasn't it? It was you. It was you. I would like to put this past behind us.
So good though. What do you mean? This top quality
that?
VA work. Top quality VA work law.
Who talks like that? Who talks like that? We're already hearing the... Thank you. Thank you. No. I actually usually sound so mature. This is what I sound like in real life. Sleeps. Link to avoid. There's no link. There's no such... I swear to God, that clip needs to be burned off the internet for life.
It's the best thing ever. What do you mean?
I hate it. You don't even understand it. You don't even understand it.
I don't have to understand it. I don't have to understand it. I don't have to. I don't have to. The tone of voice is enough. The tone told me what it was before I even asked NFS. I was like, I was just confirming. NFS, what is this? I think I know what it is. The tone of voice is, chef's kiss. It's so good.
I would like for that file to be burned off the internet forever.
Hold on. I'm gonna load it up real quick. Hold on.
I played that clip because I thought it was a different thing. I'm alive.
See, you don't even need to know what the words mean. The tone tells you. The tone tells you everything.
That post has 25,000. What post? 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 I might have posted it. You did not. You absolutely did not. I am awake now. It turns out that rage awakens you. Did you know?
I didn't know.
You did not post it. You absolutely did not post it.
He beat me to it.
What do you mean? What is NFS's Twitter? Someone, give me
Can't
the
help you.
link.
Can't help you.
Pharaoh, give me the link. Let me make sure
help
that
you.
it's all a lie. Let me tell me it's all a lie. Oh my god.
Here, hold on. Check DM.
Just kill me, right? Everclear is a brand of. That's not it. Ugh. NFS. Inner peace. Inner peace.
Well, today, I'm proud of you. You know that? You
Okay.
relax when you're with mommy.
Damn,
There
Richie.
you go. That's my baby.
Rachie doing Rachie things.
誕生日おめでとう。今年はいっぱいいっぱいいっぱい楽しいことをしてね。
Actually, no,
恥ずかしいよ。
I don't know.
What
if
is
that's
that?
actually- He is deleted it. Is what's happened. He has deleted it. I don't think it's there.
Mumpung kita berdua libur, mau ngedet gak?
NFS, did you just smooth a slide up in there and delete it? Or did you try?
Just kill me. Oh, I'm gonna hurl. I'm gonna.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
You posted this? How? I don't know how to operate Twitch. I would time you out if I know how. Why does it have 25,000? Inner peace. Inner peace.
This is so amazing. Thank you, NFS. Thank you.
Quick
I-
shield
I- I
NFS,
know-
leave
I
him
know.
alone.
I know if nobody else got me, NFS got me.
You know what? No, you know what? Humans have very short attention spans these days. So maybe they just watched halfway. They didn't stick around to the end. That's what I tell myself. You know, it's okay. So they probably didn't hear it. That's okay. That's okay.
You know, my posts get a
chat?
pretty significant number of views these days. I guess I
Right,
could,
because
you
they
know,
probably click away after a while. Hello, hi.
I could,
How are you today?
I
You
could
walked
post it
in on
too.
me
What do you think,
dying.
NFS? Should I post it too?
Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Wait a minute, was that actually... No, that was not me, Iron Crow. That was not me. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't talk about...
That was Kanna. That was in fact Kanna.
No, it was not. I don't know what you're talking
It
about.
is.
This never existed.
It is in
I
fact.
don't even have a Twitter. You know, no, I'm not even a streamer. Honestly, I don't even exist. I'm part of your hallucination. I'm not even here.
That is-
I don't know what happened.
That is in fact Kanna.
That is not me. That is not me. I don't know what that creature was. I'm averaging 10 to 50. Dude, no, you would not. You actually would not. You actually would not.
Oh, that's even better. I can just retweet it. NFS, send me the link real quick.
Why are you doing this? Do you have something against me? What have I ever done? Nothing. Nothing. I'm just here existing and alive. Here.
All the times. All the rage bait. All the gaslighting. NFS, I need you to send that over to me, buddy.
No, you
Quickly.
really do not have to. You really do not have to. You know what? No, that's you know what? There's no proof that's even me.
Should
That's
I post the one?
AI.
That,
No,
okay, I'll
that's
post the one
AI.
that you sent me. Okay.
And it's,
okay.
that's
I'll
AI.
post the one that
That's
you sent me.
AI.
Hold on.
That's AI. That's AI. Did you? That's AI. Someone stole. No, you know what? That's AI. That's not even my voice. Honestly, I don't know who that is.
Hold on. Let me find it again.
Hello?
Where did I put it? It's over here. Hello?
Hello.
Well, if it's not you, then
Dude.
why are you worried about it? Why are you concerned? If it's not you, it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna hydrate. In denial.
You're so cooked.
If I die, chat. Can someone die of shame, you think? Yeah. Looks like Michi to me. Yeah, I don't care. No, I don't care. I don't care. It's okay. It's fine. You're right. It does look like Michi. That's not me. I don't care. I totally don't care. I'm fine. If you died. No, you know what? That's actually a legitimate reason for me to stay alive. If you're gonna play this at my funeral, honestly, I'd rather just live.
Quick, NFS, how do I attach an MP3
You don't
to
have
a tweet?
to
I've never done it
attach any-
before.
Wow, you know, Pharaoh, you could be doing so much better things with your time, right, chat?
Like what? Like what? Like what? What could I be doing that's better?
Planting trees.
Okay, thank you, NFS. Appreciate you. I mean, this is kind of like
trees.
planting trees. I mean,
It's not planting trees.
we're planting seeds in people's minds.
I'm gonna die. Kanna discovering the secret to immortality, stubbornness.
Oh, this is. Is it Christmas? Is it my birthday again? Ah, this is so good.
I don't like this.
I told you I'd find a way to fight back. I told you.
Nani,
told
thank you for the. I'm gonna stretch my sorrows
Stretch.
away. I really need to stop shrinking when I stand up. I hate it so much.
I think it's accurate. You get out of the chair and you assume you're
I
wide.
hate it so much. You would think I'd get taller, right? How does that even work?
When you stand up, you get out of the chair, and it's the chair that's making you tall.
Your feet don't touch
It's
the
the-
ground. You're so right.
That's right. It's the chair that's making you tall, Kanna. That's why when you stand up, you get shorter, because when you stand up, you're not in the chair anymore.
No, I blame VTube Studio. It's a bug. Someone fix it. Someone fix it. I love how one of the mods saw midget Kanna and they're like, oh no, allow message.
Oh, that was me. No, that was me. 100%. That was me.
I don't like. See, when I bend down, it gets taller. I'm so stupid. Why is the tracking like this? It's been so. I wasn't allowed
perfect. Thank
to
you, NFS.
exercise.
Appreciate that, buddy.
Wow. 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 The amount of people. You beat me to all of you. All of you. Maybe it was censored because it's offensive. It's
This is
offensive.
amazing.
Probably. I really want to know why it goes down when I stand up.
I told you. You get out of the chair and you stop being tall enough for the camera. Oh.
If I had a
Off it
middle finger
goes.
toggle, I would totally
Off it
do that.
goes. I bet you would. Too bad you don't.
Did you know the amazing? Oh my god, you posted it.
Did you think I wouldn't? Did you think I was bluffing? Did you think I was lying to you?
What happened to most of the universe being liars? Why didn't you just lie to me?
I will never lie to you. I will look you in your eyes as I light the fuse that tortures you.
Lie to
Okay?
me.
No, nothing but truth.
Because the reverse rage, right? I tell you. Why did 2 people retweet it? Why did 3 people stop reposting it? Stop it. It doesn't exist.
It's over. It's over.
If I reply my protest, it's just gonna get more
Protest.
How
I wish
do
you
I
would.
protest?
I wish you would. You know,
No,
everybody's on
'cause
my side. You know why? You know, everybody's on my side here because they see what you do to me. They see what you do.
Okay, no, you already had gray hair without me, you know, Pharaoh. I'm not the source of your problems. We need to get all its no. Please do not. No, no. I'm on Kanna. See, Sasa gets me. Sasa understands me. She kept
That tells me a lot about
alive.
Sasa. That tells me a lot about Sasa.
She has
That's all
kept
that
me
does.
alive. She has
That
kept me
tells
alive
me-
for so long, chat.
That tells me a lot about Sasa. Oh, I'll get Michi. Hold on.
No, you will not. Shouldn't she be streaming? No, she's on a collab or something, no?
She's
On a
on the
collab,
collab, but she'll
you
see it
would not
later.
dare. No, you know she would not. I don't like this. I don't like this situation. And always makes me want to say, yes, please. I do accept spoilage. I've done nothing to deserve this. Had I known that would haunt me. I feel like I hear the word bebep in my ears, even when it's not here.
Ah, yes. I told you. I told you I would find
Thank
something.
you for the biz, don't you dare not take it. I'm trying my best. I feel like lately I'm realizing that staying alive is so difficult.
It's true. It's true.
Like, why, if we're meant to stay alive, why is it so difficult? Yeah, if you drink too much water, you die. If you drink too less water, you die. You don't get sun, you die. You get too much sun, skin cancer. Like, so difficult. Aya. So you wouldn't do what the birthday girl told you to. I would have done it anyway. I would have done it. I know. Man. And let me drink.
Yeah, like there's this whole thing about life and the fact that like from the minute you're born, everything is trying to kill you. The air is actually trying to kill you. The water is trying
That's
to kill you.
true.
Everything's actively trying to kill you. That's just how it goes.
Okay. We're all trying to live till we're like 3,000, right? Yep.
No, I'm not. You're making me. There's a difference. I was very comfortable with, perishing within the next 30 years. But all of a sudden now I gotta live like for 3,000. That's insane.
3,000 la.
3,000 is so much.
Imagine how much white hair you'll have. It's gonna be amazing.
I will have no hair. I will be smooth all down, all over. Damn. There will be bald, pure bald.
Well,
I won't even be a human at that point. I'll just be a creature.
you'll be a very lovable, wise old creature.
Please let me die. Oh God.
You'll
30 years is fine.
Imagine being like 3,000 years old and you'll be singing like Sinatra. And then
Brother.
they'll be like, the heck is that?
What is that? It's just some
What's that old gibberish? What
random.
Yeah.
creature.
What if it's not even like English? It's not even a known language anymore. You'll be speaking
Amazing.
language of the ancients.
Bro. Why?
Mm.
Why? Why do you wish these things upon me?
I wish you well.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes. I
Is that what
always
that- is
wish
that what
you
that
well.
is? Is that what it is?
I can't believe Benders replied to the tweet. How could you? How could you? I can't. All of you. Bimo,
I'm not gonna
Zane,
badger
Cheeto, and Bender.
her.
All
I'm
of
not
you.
gonna.
How could you?
I'm not gonna badger her too much right now because she is in a collab. But as soon as she's out of that collab, I'm gonna be
Do
poking
not.
Michi until she does the thing.
Do not. She's gonna die.
Oh,
She already
gonna-
has to listen to it once. Someone saved this stupid post. Who bookmarked the stupid tweet? This is how I go. This is
It's
how I
amazing.
go. Stop. Okay,
It's
no, you know what?
amazing.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No one's gonna see it. I just need to not never respond to it. I can never acknowledge it. That's it. I will forget. I'm gonna hypnotize myself. This never happened. Kanna, that recording doesn't exist. Life is good. Why did you bug me? I was trying to. I'm gonna make it your sub alert. It's not this.
oh, we should totally make it a redeem. Oh, that would be a great redeem, like a I don't know, like a 10,000 point redeem or something like that.
No.
To get Kanna
I don't
to
understand what
stream
these
more
words
often.
mean, but I can feel it in my bones that this is a terrible idea.
No, this is a brilliant idea. This is what we call community engagement. Kanna, 500 bits. You're right. It should be a bit redeem, not a
Like
channel
what?
point redeem. We should make it a 500 bit redeem.
Of
If you're
what?
if you're gonna crush her soul, you have to pay money for it. I like that idea, Midnight.
Why do I have to
absolutely like
sell
that
my
idea.
soul?
Yeah, this is how we start your monetization.
By
Think
torturing
1,000.
me to death.
Hold on, we're gonna do a poll. Hold on, we're gonna do a poll. Hold on.
You can do polls.
Yes.
I'm starting to realize. Did you know that mods have a lot of power here?
Yes.
Questioning my life choices. They do.
Yeah, so 500 when. But hell,
And
I
mods
have the hammer, so I have even more like things that I can do.
So better to be nice
All
to your
right,
mods.
there we
I'm
go.
always nice. I'm always nice.
We'll add that onto the list of possibilities. There's the first poll.
There's a list of possibilities.
There's a list of possibilities down the road, things that we can work on getting Kanna to add.
10,000 points. We do a mature kind of. What is this? Alert and reduce can use MP3. Is that true?
I think
You
so.
read that?
I'm pretty sure.
Coming from YouTube, where yeah, mods don't really do much on YouTube. I think.
YouTube moderation is actually ass. Like is so horrible. I've done YouTube moderation. I won't do it again unless it's somebody that like if in order to get me to mod for somebody on YouTube, they've got to like be special. Like because I hate that. I hate it so much. Like modding on YouTube is actually pain.
I don't know why, but
Ah,
I
perfect,
jumped
thank
onto
you.
the chair. I jumped onto the chair and I shrank.
That is an amazing alert. Beautiful. Thank you, NFS. I appreciate you.
What? What did you do?
Amazing.
I love how they are discussing things that I do not understand. Don't worry about it. I should totally be worried about it, right, chat? Chat, should I be concerned? On a scale
You should
of
be
1 to
concerned.
10.
We are conspiring in your favor.
In my favor, are you sure?
Yes, I am entirely sure we are conspiring in your favor. It may cause you some psychic damage, but it's going to get you money. So, I mean, you know, like...
My eyes are already twitching from the thought of whatever this is going to be.
Pros and cons, right? Pros and cons. It's beautiful. We should make this the alert sound for when somebody gives a certain amount of bits. That's what we should do.
I saw your eye twitching. Was it visible?
The problem is, Chad, I am gonna have to convince her to do this because there are limits to what head moderators can do. So it'll probably be an off stream, like gonna have to convince her. I don't know how, but somehow to set this up because I think this is brilliant. I feel like if we add this as a bit redeem, people are going to be throwing bits at her like crazy.
There's no way.
Bro, I'm telling you, listen. Listen,
Yes.
I'm just going to send it to you. Hold on. I'm just going to send it to you. So this is what we came up with.
On the spot, like just now. Okay.
Yeah, NFS did it. There, listen. Listen, I just sent it to you. That's true.
Sorry.
I get Ray to set it up for her. That's true. We get Ray to set it up for her. Her entire face just glitched. That was amazing.
Did my face glitch?
Your fucking face. Like you had a whole ass seizure. Your tongue came out and everything. Oh god, that was so good.
Oh,
Wait,
Lord.
Oh no, Ray, we're having fun. We're having a lot of fun. I had to get on call because she was falling asleep. She's not falling asleep anymore. I'm gonna need your help at some point, Ray, because we gotta set up some stuff for Kanna. Because we're getting Kanna paid. We are gonna get Kanna paid.
At the cost of my sanity.
It'll be fine. It'll make you stronger. It'll make you stronger.
I don't know what face I was making, but I think I made a face.
She had like one moment where her model's face completely bugged all the way the hell out. One came out, her eyes were different sizes, her ears were going different directions. It was wild. Somebody clipped that. Somebody clipped Kanna's face malfunction for Ray. Oh, I didn't share the Twitter post with Ray. Let me do that real quick. Hold on, Ray.
You don't have to. You
I need to
really
share.
you don't need to.
Share.
This is not a need. Let the girl take her lunch break in peace.
Ray, if you could, I need you to do me a favor, and I need you to retweet this for me if you can, please.
Oh, God.
All right, so poll is over. So the 1,000-bit mark seems to be the one that everybody likes. So perfect. Okay,
So that's
1,000 biddies is pretty good. Yeah, that's something we can set up. Like I say, Ray can help you set it up. Ray can help you set it up.
Wait, if it's like a
Ray.
If people cheer 1,000 bits, that thing is gonna play.
That thing will play exactly. Yes. And then for 500-bit donations, Ray, we're gonna play this.
We're gonna play this? What do you mean?
So there's the short version, right? The 2-second version, right? And then if they want the full version, they gotta cough up the fucking full 1,000 biddies. Yeah, see, big brain, big brain.
Don't bug out. Me trying to tell myself
amazing.
not to bug out. I don't even have redeems, girl. If it's at the cost of your soul. Bits are cheers. Wait a minute. So the thing you sent me is for how many bits?
The little short one, we'll do that for like the little short 2-second one. Make that like 100. The little short one, make that like 100 bits. Make it like 100.
100.
Because people will play that. Yeah, 100 bits. It's only 2 seconds, right? It's only 2
Only 2
seconds.
seconds of my sanity, of course.
And then this is the one. Hold on, let me get it real quick.
Oh my god. This is how I die, isn't it? I see it now.
And then this. Nope, not that one. This one. This is the 1000-bit one.
Oh, you're gonna send
At
it
some
to
point.
me?
Yes, at some point we're gonna have to set it up so that so videos play. I don't know how to do that, but we'll get that figured out. But there's a way you can do it so like when they redeem it, instead of it just being the sound, it'll show the video, like the little clip, and that'll be even better.
I'm twitching again. Did you?
And then we can add the did you know thing too. we can add this as well at some point.
Okay.
Because people will probably go for this as well here. We'll add this as well eventually.
Okay. I think I switched the sound to the 2-second thing. I don't know if it works.
Do you have Streamlabs set up, Kanna?
I think I do. I probably can test it, shouldn't I? But do I really want?
We'll do it. We'll do it. Okay, we can do some of this off stream. We'll do the video stuff off stream and get it figured out. Then next stream, you're gonna be fired up for the videos. That's gonna be so good.
I forgot to press save. Is that crazy? Yes. That's how much my body is rejecting here. Let me send a testing. That's not.
Send the testing.
Okay, test it. Go. It's not gonna work, I think. Oh, that's 1,000. No, wait, 100. 100. Submit. Go.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Okay, no, did that play for everyone the way it played for me? Did I hear it? Am I hallucinating? Did it play?
Makasih ya, Beb.
Amazing. Okay, we got that one too. We're gonna start adding. Did it play? I have got the stream muted. Did it play?
You don't have to hear
Chat,
it.
did it play?
You honestly do not
Chat,
have
did
to.
it play? Did it play?
It
worked. Marvelous.
I wish I
so
was
which one?
hallucinating.
So is that the 100? So we got the 100 bitty one working. Beautiful. All right, the 100 bitty one is amazing. You're gonna get out.
I'm gonna lose my shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Ashila, thank you.
This is so good. This is so good.
Maybe
Oh,
if
chat,
I close
thank
my
you.
eyes, it didn't happen. Maybe. What do you mean a third audio?
The third audio clip has hit the building. Hold on.
Oh lord. The 22 seconds? What the heck is this? Oh, it's the one, isn't it? Is that for 1,000? I hate that I
No, the one that I sent you, the second one that I sent you is the 1,000 bitty one. Hold on, guys. She's still setting up the 1,000 bitty one. Hold on. Well, she'll play it on a test, so you'll get it when she gets it set up.
Oh my lord. I'm trying very hard not to visibly twitch.
Clippers, get ready for the face freak out again.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You know what? No, I'm fine. It's absolutely fine. I haven't changed the image, I think. I think it's just... Let me open the amount of dedication, y'all.
Asyik. Makasih ya, Beb.
Oh, Tuhan Allah. Oh, Tuhan Allah. Breathing in, breathing out. I have to test it, don't I?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You gotta test it. Gotta make sure it works.
You should go to bed, Benders. You should...
Nope.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Nope. Did it play, chat?
I'm
Is it
gonna
playing?
die. Wait, let me test it. This is fucking... Test.
Asyik. Makasih ya, Beb.
Oh, this is the best. This is the absolute best.
Is it? Is it
It
though?
is. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Beb, Beb.
Oh Lord.
Kita jarang-jarang nih nggak jalan
The
bareng.
full thing?
Mumpung kita berdua
Yes.
libur, mau ngedate gak?
Yes.
Kangen. Bentar aja ya. Ya,
The entire thing.
asik. Makasih ya, Beb. Wah. Kill me, just kill me. Mana, Beb?
Dug out and everything.
Twice! I tested twice! I'm such
Kita berdua libur. Mau ngedate gak? Aku kangen. Bentar aja ya. Ya. Asik. Makasih ya, Beb. Wah.
There comes the money.
Oh,
Here
I
comes the
felt
money.
the soul damage.
Kan kita jarang-jarang nih nggak jalan bareng. Mumpung kita berdua libur.
Oh, this is so prime.
Mau ngedate gak?
Oh my, no.
Bentar aja ya.
I feel a debuff.
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb. Wah. Kill me. Just kill
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
actually, just kill me. Honestly, just kill me. Honestly, just kill me. I thought I tested 3 times. That it was Zane. Zane. It's the full thing. It's the absolute full thing. It's the literal full thing. Wait, I have an idea. Do we like the sound of that track?
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb.
Yes, I like the sound of it. I think it's great.
Oh my
We're almost there,
Lord.
chat. We're almost there. We've almost reached the goal. You can do it. I believe in you.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Kanna, don't die. You need to make my... Remember, hidup susah, mati pun susah. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. It's okay. You know, let me... It's, you know what? Maybe that will not play again. You know, it's okay. It's okay. Inner peace. Inner peace. Okay, I'm fine.
Beb. Kan kita jarang-jarang nih nggak jalan bareng. Mumpung kita berdua libur. Mau ngedate gak?
I believe in the power of chat.
Bentar aja ya. Ya.
I believe in the power of chat.
Makasih ya, Beb. Wah. Kill me, just kill me.
Oh my lord. You know what? Maybe you were right before that I should have slept.
You could have slept.
I know,
Could have
but
slept.
I know.
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb.
You could have slept.
Thank you for the bits. As I sit here perishing.
You could have slept.
Kita jarang-jarang nih nggak jalan bareng.
How could
Mumpung
you?
kita berdua libur.
You could have slept.
Ngedate gak? Kangen.
God.
You could have slept.
I could have
Asik.
slept.
Makasih ya,
Better to
Beb.
face the Hat Man than me.
Kill me, just kill me.
I didn't know how much damage 22 seconds can give you. I did not know. I genuinely did not know.
Oh, what is this? Kanna alert too. Oh, that's so fucking good. NFS. Oh, that's so fucking good. We've got a 200 biddy alert now.
When they say
Oh, no,
it's
we'll make
good,
this-
it's
you know what, I
not
take it back.
good for me, is it, chat?
We've got a 500 biddy. We've got a 500 biddy one now. Hold on, Kanna. I'm gonna need you to add this one in here too.
Oh. Kanna
That's
alert
500
too.
biddies.
The question is, do I play it or okay? You know what? I'm just gonna download it. I'll upload it, so I don't have to
Just-
know what it is, right?
Just do it.
Because if
Just do
I
it.
don't
Just
know,
do it.
it
Just put
can't
in there.
hurt
Yep,
me.
yep. Just exactly. Just
If
put it in there for
I
500.
don't know, it can't hurt me.
Just put it in there for 500 though.
Oh,
500 biddies.
I
Just
guess
put
we're
it in there,
finding out
500 biddies.
together. We're finding out together, aren't we? Oh Lord. No, you know what? No. How bad could it be? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Oh, Zane, you're gonna want to buy more bits, bro. You're gonna want
I
to buy
don't-
more bits. You're gonna
No.
want to buy more bits. Oh me. I promise you. I promise you.
Okay. Okay, I'll test it, I guess.
Yes.
Do I test it? Do I need to know?
No, don't even
really?
test it. Don't even test it. Just make it live. Just make it live. Zane will test it for you. I promise you, Zane. It's worth the 500 biddies.
You can go sleep. You can go sleep. What is it?
I promise you, Zane. It's
You know what
worth
they
the 500
say?
biddies.
Ignorance is bliss, right? Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance
I promise you,
is
Zane.
bliss.
It's worth the 500 biddies.
Bet.
All day.
Okay.
All day.
Oh my. Really? 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 That's like 0 seconds, but why does it damage me? Oh,
Oh God, thank you, NFS. You have this day could not go any better.
I wanted to get the. If I say it, he's gonna clip it, isn't he? You know, I'm gonna hydrate.
You
The
should do
mod
that.
father. You know what? Is this child abuse?
No, because you're getting paid. Yeah, just say it, Kanna. Nobody's gonna clip it. What do you mean? This is a safe space, right, chat? This is a completely safe space. What do you mean?
Is this a safe space? Wow. Wow.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, come on! Thank you for the bits.
That's
Thank
the best
you
part.
for the bits. Did we actually reach the bit goal? That's
Oh yes, we did. We done reached the bit goal. The bit goal's been gone. The bit goal's been gone.
oh my lord. With one, do you have to type it with more than one E? That's mandatory. How does Ollie even? Okay, I'm alive. Think of the hot pots. Think of the hot pots. You think food motivates me, huh? That might be
we
true,
know food.
but still.
We know food motivates you. You just don't think about it.
You can buy so much cheese. Cheese is good.
Cheese is amazing. I just bought some really good cheese today.
Really?
I just bought some
Think of
really
all
good
the
cheese today.
Eggs and cheese.
And meat. Meat, Kanna.
I don't think I can do it again, honestly. Bab. Oh, just kill me. Honestly, just kill me. Who in the right mind? Ah, Lord.
All right, NFS, do your thing, bro.
I'm still streaming. You can't download that when I'm still streaming, right?
You can probably snatch the clip and do it that way.
Oh my god. Wow, the amount of dedication everyone has to
NFS can do crazy things with anything video related. He is so like, people don't understand exactly how dangerous NFS is until these moments happen.
I feel
like,
the damage. I totally feel the mental damage.
Yeah. You know now. You've experienced it firsthand what NFS is capable of.
Inner peace. How come Ray don't have redeems and I already have redeems? Ray, is it true you don't have redeems? Dang it.
Wait, does Ray not have redeems? Well, I'll talk. We'll talk. Ray, we'll talk. We'll talk. I'm not gonna jack you up like I am Kanna. We'll find like some fun stuff for you.
Stretch. Again, every time I
don't
stand up.
know. I don't know. Then down you go. It's accurate, lore accurate, IRL accurate. Down you go.
Ugh.
Honestly, I don't have anything. I don't think there's anything that would really like affect Ray like this is affecting you. Honestly.
Me. 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 Me.
Too funny. Too fucking funny.
Inner
That's
peace.
true. I'm sure I could find something that would impact Ray like this impacts Kanna if I put my mind to it. I'm pretty good at that stuff. Ray may not be safe. So I don't know. Ray doesn't rage bait me. Ray doesn't gaslight me.
I do also neither of those things.
I don't know. I don't know if Ray deserves this kind of attention from me. this level of attention. Congratulations, Connie. You've got my undivided attention. How does it feel?
Attention, torture. I mean, are you one of those people who bully the people they care for?
Yes.
Does that mean the more you bully me, the more you care for me?
Yes. Actually, in point of fact,
I don't know how I
everybody
feel
knows that about
that.
me. Everybody knows that about me. So that's not like a new thing. Everybody knows that that this is how I show my warm and fuzzies for people. I always tell people the more creative I am in tormenting you, the more I think you're cool. Congratulations, Kanna. We have another one to set up.
See? How many more can you actually get?
I don't know.
How many more can you actually get? I used to have chat point redeem, but I lost ideas. Oh, apparently they will just make them for you. You don't need ideas. I don't even know what they're doing, honestly.
You don't need ideas. You just have to do what I tell you. It's perfect. That one, we're gonna set that one at like. We'll set that one at like. Let's see. What have we got? We've got a 100-point redeem. We've got a 500-point redeem. We've got a 1,000-point redeem. So.
On the scale
No,
of 1 to torturous.
the full one because the 4-1 is like the full thing. So this is like maybe a 700-point redeem between the full thing and the I think like a 700, like 750. Bimo got it right there. Yeah, I like that. So we're setting this one up for 750.
Wow. Again, I would rather just not know what it is.
Don't worry about it. Somebody will play it.
Oh my god. Maybe they will.
We could do
That's
that.
my
You know,
copium.
we could. I don't know. We'll play it for 750 and see. I think 750 is pretty good. I think 750 is pretty good.
Okay, I think it's set up. Probably.
Uh-oh, where did your chat box go?
It disappears when I save the changes, I think.
Ah, okay. Well,
Let me
it's
boop.
staying disappeared this time. What did you
See?
do?
Someone just has to chat.
Oh,
I
is that what it is?
think.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, it came back. All right.
Yip yip. Okay. It's okay. I'm on copium. Maybe
You should-
someone just won't play it, so it's okay.
You should test this one. Test this one and let's see. Let's make sure.
Mm,
Run a test on this one. And we'll get chat's feedback if 750 is a good price point for it.
oh, okay, wait. Cheer custom. I do want to do it. Yeah, I'm awake now. You know, wonder why.
See, chat, this was for your benefit as well.
Is that from just now?
Yes, it is.
How did you even?
NFS.
No, it's better not to know. It's okay. Because people don't know what the redeems are, the bit thingies are if you don't tell them, right? So all we have to do is just
Don't
not
worry,
tell
we'll be
anyone
putting
what-
a list in there. Do me a
There's
favor. NFS or somebody, because I don't have anything to write down. Write it down that
Please
it's
don't.
100 point, 500 point, 750, and 1K. Thank you, NFS. I appreciate that. See, here's the thing, chat. I'm gonna be completely dead ass honest with you. Everybody sees me. I'm the face, right? I'm the face. I get out in front and I take all the damage and stuff like that. But you know what I do? You want to know what I actually do is I find talented people, amazingly talented people like NFS, who can do this kind of shit on the fly, and then I
Way
just
too
collect
fast.
them.
Collect them.
I don't
like
know.
collecting
collect them.
Pokemons.
I don't know. I kind of, honestly, I don't know honestly why they follow me around like they do, but they do, and I appreciate it because then we can do all kinds of fun shit like this. Maybe that's why they follow me around, because I find where the party is. That's why.
Wow.
That's why people follow Pharaoh, because Pharaoh finds
The
the
party
parties, I guess.
sniffer. Mm-hmm.
The party sniffer. That's what. I don't know. Party sniffer. No. I don't
What?
think. No. No party sniffer. I don't know about that
Inner
one.
peace. Inner
Party
peace.
finder. Party finder.
Okay.
And the best part about all this is that this is like what we call like a win-win-win scenario. So it's a win for
Is
me
it?
because haha. It's a win for Kanna because gets paid. It's a win for chat
Is it?
because all of the above. I'm telling you, this is.
Is it? Okay, wait. I do want to read the birthday messages.
Yes, you should definitely read the birthday messages. Now that you need something
tortured me.
to solve your wounded pride. The birthday messages, we get that done. Now that we've caused maximum mental damage, now you can do something that'll be nice.
Did you hear that, chat? Did I do that? Okay, I think this is how it works. Wait a minute. Beep, 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 beep.
Asik, makasih ya, Beb.
Maybe I imagined that. Maybe I am.
Yeah, nothing happened. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Nothing happened.
Maybe I imagined that. Maybe that didn't happen, chat.
No, it didn't happen.
Did you
Nothing
do
happened.
that?
What do you mean?
Pharaoh, you did that, didn't you?
Asik, makasih ya, Beb.
Maybe that didn't happen.
Makasih ya, Beb.
So good. So good.
Maybe that didn't happen.
Oh. It's a hype train. We got a hype train, guys.
Asik, makasih ya, Beb.
We got a hype train, chat.
Are you kidding me? Did we actually?
This bot is gonna be pure gold. Oh god, this bot is gonna be so good.
He's enjoying this so much. He's enjoying this way too much. He actually is enjoying this way too much.
Oh, it's so good. What do you mean? It's amazing. Look
Is
at all
it?
that money you're making. Look at all that money you're making. You're gonna be able to buy so much food.
Is that
You're
the
gonna be able to
copium that
buy-
I have to live with? That's the
That's
copium,
it.
isn't it?
That's it. Think about all the food.
It's an actual hype train. That's so ridiculous. Breathe.
This is so
Asik,
fucking
makasih ya,
good.
Beb.
Oh,
Okay, it's okay. That was the last one. Thank you guys for the bits. Thank you, Azula. Thank you, Zane. Thank you. Thank you. Pharaoh, I hate you, but I love you. You did it again, didn't you?
Makasih ya,
fine.
Beb.
Thank you, Pharaoh. Thank you, Benders.
You're welcome.
I'm.
You're
my-
welcome.
I sh- Oh, is it?
Asik,
Oh.
makasih ya, Beb.
Thank you, Sasa. Wait, Sasa!
Even Sasa. Even Sasa.
No, you
Oh,
were the
God.
last benediction. Sasa, thank you for the gifted sub.
Sasa.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
Oh god.
Oh my god. I just wanted to cannot escape it.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Oh my god. Pharaoh, you're enjoying yourself way too much. Chat.
This
Pharaoh is
great.
enjoying himself way too much.
It's fucking great. It's amazing. It's the best day ever.
You sound so touched. You sound actually so touched. Like it's the happiest day ever.
I haven't smiled this much in a long time. I'm not gonna lie.
Pharaoh, don't thank you very much for the bits. Yeah, you sound like you have tears in your eyes. Honestly,
Oh god.
can't wait until I'm gonna.
She's gonna forget all about this. She's gonna like
Hey,
trauma
what
block
if-
this.
Yeah,
She's
such
gonna like
little
trauma
face.
block this. She's gonna trauma block this whole thing, and then she's gonna go live chat, and people are gonna start throwing bits at her, and it's gonna just be immediately like, oh no.
My god! Thank you, Zayn, for the bits. Saza, thank you for the gifted sub. It's you again, isn't it, Pharaoh?
This is
You.
the last round I've got.
Makasih ya, Beb.
You know what? Maybe that didn't happen. Maybe the last 5 minutes didn't happen in my life.
The last
Trauma,
40 minutes,
trauma.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Maybe the last 2 seconds.
30 seconds.
Also did not happen in my life.
Oh, this is
I
so
wish I
fucking
understood
good.
Indonesian so I knew what. No, you really don't have to. You don't need to know what I.
We'll get NFS to like transcribe it or something. It'll be fine. We'll put it on the Discord chat. Don't worry.
Oh my lord.
I'll get. Oh god.
TLDR.
Oh.
When you type it like that, it makes it sound not too bad, you know. And why does it cause me so much damage? Why? Okay, I'm gonna.
Oh. Yeah, you should pull up the birthday wishes and start going through them.
You're enjoying yourself way too much. Not gonna lie.
So good. So good.
Okay. Another one from me. Oh. Oh, you actually did send me. Aw. Okay. Do I play the video first? Or do I read it first?
You should watch the video. You should watch the video because the video will explain things to you a little bit why I'm laughing so hard right now.
Did you know?
Leave me alone!
Did you know?
Leave me alone!
Did you know? It's not that bad.
Okay.
Leave me alone!
Okay. Oh,
Why
sure.
is it
We'll go with that.
echoing? It is that bad.
Oh god. You know damn good and well. You know.
I haven't said did you know in like 2 weeks. Until today.
Because you've been sick until today. It was one of the first things you said. Did you know?
Was it? Tao nga
Was in
si.
fact.
Tao nga si. Did you know?
Oh god.
Hold on, God, I'm working. What are you working on? Happy birthday to the cutest dog. Aww. There's like a card template. Did Sasa make it? Sasa, did you make it? Happy birthday, dog. Get a cake. Celebrate your birthday with friends. Rage bait Pharaoh. I will remember this. Wait. Ngaha. Rage
She's gonna
bait
do it
feral.
anyway. Remember what?
Hydrate. Hydrated. Do what Doggo does. Hope you have a great birthday. Aw, thank you. I did end up getting a cake.
You did.
If we all remember, I did get a cake.
I nearly set her hand on fire while fucking with it.
But I did not.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Mm.
Thank you, NFS. So cute. Although this one is... Did you know? I don't know why, but it's... We got a hype chest! There we go. Yippee! Choo choo! Wow, it does ring in your head. I'm watching that way too much. Man, thank you. Someone liked it. I'll like it too, I guess. Boop. Okay. From Skrelly, happy birthday, Kanna. Well, every time I zoom in, you guys get cut off. So I'll do it here, because I'm not wearing glasses. Happy birthday, Kanna. Hope you're having a wonderful time right now doing I don't know anything. I'm glad I got the chance to be able to find you and be a part of the Carnation Cafe. And by the time you'll see this, I'll probably be busy with exams. I hope your exams went well. And so I wish you an amazing birthday and many more. And may many great things happen in your life from Skrelly. Thank you so much. Man, I still feel like it's my birthday. And you know what? Meeting a lot of you guys these past few weeks have made me very happy. Even though I was sick. And when I was sick, I was just like, I really want to stream because I miss everyone. I hope they know I'm alive. Tweets occasionally just to make sure that you guys know I'm alive. But yeah, you guys have been one of the many wonderful things happening lately. So thank you for dropping by, spending your time with me. So happy. Salamat like look at Mumu. Selamat ulang tahun, Kanna. Wishing you all the best for your special day. Try not to rage bait Pharaoh too much. Aduh.
You know, yeah, you noticing a theme here, Kanna?
I don't know. What's the theme? What's the theme, Pharaoh?
For something that doesn't ever happen, it should just get brought up a lot. I don't know, it's very strange. It's kind of weird, you know how that happens.
I already forgot about the thing. Thank you for this. It's gonna jump scare me, isn't it? It's gonna jump scare me, isn't it?
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so fucking good.
Thank you.
Oh,
for
that's
the
so
bits
amazing,
benders.
guys.
Oh
We have set up like the most
God.
marvelous things. She's gonna forget.
Oh my god, I'm
She's gonna forget.
I'm gonna get jump scared by myself. From Gary Mod. Happy birthday, Kanna. Hoping you all the best this year to Yippee. Thanks, Iron Crow and Sasa, for the illustration asset. Aww, you guys. See, I knew it was Sasa. I didn't know Iron Crow also did it. Thank you so much. You guys went around and shared the template with people to wish me happy birthday. Thank you so much. Aww, that's so sweet. Aww. Yeah. It was also you guys. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Kanna. Gachi. Wishing you a wonderful birthday, health, wealth, and happiness. Oh my god, it's so cute. I'm gonna save them all later and put it in a folder, and it's gonna be my wallpaper, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Thank you, guys. From Riku. It is Kanna Tamagotchi. I knew I wasn't seeing things. Kanna, happy birthday. Our lovely doggo, wish you all the best. Semoga yang diinginkan tahun ini bisa segera tersemogakan. Wow, you know my Indonesian is like barely Indonesianing. I think what that means is hopefully what you wish for this year will be soon wished for. What is that? You know, someone Google Translate me. We Tamadachis wishing a wonderful birthday and a year full of joy and blessings. May this year bring you endless happiness, success, and good health. Yeah, good health. Good health is a good thing to wish for, chat. Once again, happy birthday, Kanna Tamagotchi. Does everyone think I'm a Tamagotchi? Wow. I saw an alert and I tensed for like a second there.
Chat, we have officially traumatized her. That's amazing. We have officially given her PTSD.
I tensed. I absolutely tensed. Thank you for following. It's not you. I'm not. You're not the problem. Thank you for following me. Goodbye. I'm fine. Thank you for following. Thank you for chatting. Please drop by and keep me sane. Thank you. Head pats are good though. Head pats are good though. Yeah, yes. Yes, sir.
Nothing. Continue on, please. Read your cards. I'm just gonna sit over here and.
Okay. It was only one, so that's fine. Makasih ya, Beb.
You keep saying. You keep saying. Oh God.
Thank you, Hamax and Zane, for the bits. Head patting with butts.
So
Did you head pat me to lower my guard? I was so happy to. I'm gonna read the next message. That never happened. This is gonna be a recurring thing, isn't it? This is a gift that keeps on giving. For
Pharaoh. This is my birthday present to you.
Actually,
this
for
is my
Pharaoh,
birthday present.
to
this
yourself.
Is my birthday present for you. For
to
you.
Yourself.
For you. For you.
I see. Happy birthday, Kanna. Be sure to have a lot of fun with your friends and your beloved ones. Hope you're gonna spend a wonderful day. I did. I saw my family, and I think one of them was sick and gave me illness, but I'm still happy regardless. Wishing you good health and happiness and lots of good food, of course. Looking forward to see the birthday cake. Birthday cake was great. Happy birthday from Nessa! Beep, 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 beep. The head pat was surely not to lower your guard. You know what? I'm gonna believe you. Because I believe in the goodness of people. Probably. For a while. I don't know how long that will last, but for now, I still believe in the goodness of people.
I'll fix that. Don't you worry about that. I'll fix that real quick.
We're full of Happy birthday, big dog. I'm a big dog. Did you hear that, Fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
the biggest dog. The biggest dog.
Yes.
I could easily sit on your shoulder. Absolutely, 100%.
Yes. I would die, but you know, you could totally just do that. Another birthday means being one step closer to becoming a real auntie. Wishing you good fortune, prosperity, and happiness always. With good times, with good people around you. P.S. I was joking about the auntie part. Technically, you'd be... Wow, my eyesight. 3 years old if you convert dog to human years. Am I a child? Yours in eating, Nessa. Nenek. Did you wow.
Nenek.
I honestly thought you were like talking about my neck. I was like, what's wrong with my neck? I'm like, nenek. No. Actually, the group Nanek is just Ray. Ray is the group grandma, just FYI.
Oh, poor Ray catching strays. She's not even here.
No, it's not.
That's rough.
I mean, do I not catch strays in her stream?
I mean, no. Usually it's just her doing a really spot on impression of you. Honestly,
Like being
I
nice?
can't think. Usually, yeah. I don't. I'm trying to think. I can't think of any like honest to God strays that you've caught. I mean, for me, sure, but not Ray.
From you, I see. What have you been doing behind my back, good sir?
Just telling people about the rage bait and the gaslight. You know, that's
Which
just
is not
kinda...
true, by the way. Liar,
Okay.
liar, pants on fire.
Read your card. Read your card.
Mr.
card.
Freddy, hari ini adalah hari yang spesial untukmu. Today is a special day for you. Berbahagialah Kanna, be happy Kanna. Kami berharap dirimu selalu dalam kondisi terbaik. We hope you're always in the best condition to go about your day. Happy birthday Kanna, our beloved doggo. Thank you. Wow. This might be random, but I read that, I was so happy, and then suddenly I got hungry. And that makes no sense. I realize that makes no sense, but that happened. I'm continuing reading on. Happy birthday, Kanna. Wishing you all the best and keep on moving towards all your hopes. I hope to eat more. And dreams because you deserve to be happy. Aww. Aww. You know,
I agree with all of that. I agree with all of that. Yes.
Actually, like Ray, it was one of the things. I think was it last year or so? Ray was looking at me. She's like, you know, you deserve to be happy too. And you know, like people say that. It's just a thing that people say, right? All the time, like, oh, you deserve to be happy. But I don't know why it hit me so hard. You know, it was like one of those days where like you deserve to be happy. And I was like, oh,
It's true. It's true. I think I said that too. Like, I think everybody around you has said that at one point or another. I think Michi said that. I think everybody has told you this.
It's like, it's like I never really thought about it, if that makes sense. I feel like the girlies, especially recently, have always asked me like, what do I want? You know, like random things. Like for example, like what do I want to eat, for example, or what activity do I want to do? But I never really thought about it because I would usually just adjust, you know, to like whoever I'm with. I'm like, oh, what do you want? And I'll just follow. What do you want to eat? What do you want to do? What do you want to watch? And I'll just follow, you know? So I never really thought about it until lately. Then I sat there and I'm like, I don't know. Because I've never thought about it.
Right. Yeah, that's a hard transition to make. Going from just adapting to everybody around you to actually trying to figure out what you want. It is a process. It is not it's not an easy one.
Cause like I feel like I don't really mind things, which I feel like I don't really get angry that often, like actually angry, you know what I mean? So I don't get angry that much, and I don't know my preferences. It's a weird thing to explain, but I'm okay with most things. So most things make me happy, I think. So I don't really particularly have things that make me happy because everything makes me happy. It's very weird.
It's not a terrible place to be, honestly. If like, you know, everything brings you some manner of joy, that's not a bad thing. You know, I wouldn't say.
I guess it's difficult when I feel like, because the girlies are nice. I think they want to make me maybe even happier, you know. So they're trying to like ask me what I want, or like what I want to eat, or where I want to go, or what I want to do, but I really don't know. It's very hard. You know, the only thing that I could think of was cheese fondue. I was like sitting there, like, I don't want anything in life, but maybe a cheese fondue.
I mean, that's valid. A cheese fondue is, I mean, one of the most glorious things.
I I've
Chat,
never
it is a
had it
fountain
before.
of molten cheese.
Yeah,
It's
because I've never
amazing.
had it before. I was like,
So good.
Really? It is that
Yeah.
good? It's not like
Mhm.
over.
Mhm.
What is it? It's not just good in theory, but it's actually good. Is it? It's a good start.
I think they're good. I mean, it depends on. I mean, it depends on what cheese or whatever. But I think cheese fondue can be really good, honestly.
We've never had it before. Yeah, it's not really a thing here in Indonesia. I think.
Yeah, I can see where that might not be. From what I've been told, cheese is not as big there as it is in other places.
It's like, well, there's the sliced American cheese. I mean, no, to be fair,
Right.
there is cheese here, but
Okay.
hmm.
As an honest to God, like, full red-blooded American, I can just
Yeah.
say right now that American cheese is not cheese.
Okay,
It's not cheese.
It's not cheese.
It's processed. What is it they call it? Processed cheese food. It's not. It's got a passing resemblance to cheese, but let's be clear. let's be clear. It's not proper.
But
cheese.
isn't it the best
Now,
in a
don't get me
burger?
wrong. On a cheeseburger, right? On a grilled cheese sandwich, it's hard to beat like American cheese for certain applications.
It's a
But
remnant of a
definitely-
cheese.
It is a remnant. It is a passing thought of cheese.
Passing thought.
It's a passing thought of cheese, but it does taste good in certain applications, and it melts really cool. Yeah, but it's not real cheese.
Well then. Wait,
It's like a concept of cheese.
the fountains are not expensive. Are you talking? There's a cheese fountain.
Yeah, that's what the cheese fondue is, like a cheese fountain.
What? Isn't it like in a thing where you put a candle underneath and you melt it and you kind of dip?
Oh, it
It's-
can be. It can be that. But Kanna, did you not know about the cheese fountain?
No. What's a cheese fountain?
Hold on,
Cheese fountain
hold
is
on,
not cheese
hold on.
fountain. You have it for every New Year's. That's
For
a
real
thing.
cheese fondue is a cheese fountain. I don't want to do that. Shush. I will not.
The
I
fountain
will not-
experience.
I
You
will-
guys have all had this magical cheese thing. What the? Okay. I actually haven't.
The cheese fountain is in fact a cheese fondue. It's just cheese fondue taken to its absolutely most ludicrous expression.
Okay. Because like in Indonesia, I feel like some hotel buffets might have a chocolate fountain, but not a cheese situation. I feel.
Does
Now
TikTok
I'm
still
getting
work
hungrier
there?
again.
Kanna,
Not
does
unless you're
TikTok still work
under
there?
16 or something, because apparently they just
Hold
banned
on,
it for you. Thankfully I'm 17. I just barely passed the age.
Oh yeah, right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Limitations. I'm pretty sure I can still open it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I'm sorry. I forgot. You just turned 17. Here, I'm just gonna share it in the chat. Just turned 17, season 10.
You believe me, right, chat? Wait, I can
17.
just open it on my phone.
There you go.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop.
I mean, I get it.
Oh wow, I can hear
She
myself. That's so silly.
She probably should eat something more for lunch. I mean, she ate the.
Let's see, have you ate
what's it?
lunch? Not yet.
She should eat lunch, honestly.
Didn't I just eat? Oh, that's why I'm hungry. That was breakfast.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
That's how that works.
Yeah. I
So
ate
yeah,
half-
so
half a
the
thing.
cheese fountain is still technically a fondue. It's just ludicrous levels of fondue.
Ludicrous. That was only 3 hours ago. Was it 3 hours ago?
Yeah, but she burned a lot of calories with all of the trauma she just endured. I feel like that was a That was a strong mental workout that she just experienced.
Actually, yeah, I think I burned cat. Wow, my tummy rumbled. My tummy actually rumbled. Holy crap.
Yep.
Oh no. No.
Yep.
Did you know that
Yep,
trauma
you need to-
can cause calorie burning?
Apparently, I was unaware, but there it is.
That's a cheese fountain. Holy crap. Isn't that nacho cheese though? That looks like nacho
That's
cheese.
probably nacho cheese, but there's other cheeses that you can do in a cheese fountain. But yeah, that is a
Holy
yes,
crap.
the cheese fountain is
Yeah.
a thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Ray, so for context, Ollie has been asking me what I want in general. Right? And I was genuinely, I don't know what I want in life. Like, you know. And then, wow, my tummy rumbled again. And then she was like, something that you've maybe always wanted, but you could never have. I'm like, I don't know if I told her, but the only thing I could think of was just cheese fondue. I don't know if I told Ollie yet, but you know, this is what all the girls have to deal with. What? My cheese fondue wishes? I don't know if I told Ollie yet, but the only thing I could think of was just cheese fondue.
What's wrong with cheese fondue? Cheese fondue is awesome. You don't have to get the fountain. The fountain's just, you know, if you're feeling extra.
Just get a normal cheese fondue. I don't know. We might have to make it at home, Ray. Like, it's probably not gonna be at like a... I don't know if any place provides cheese fondue here, actually. You're not knowing what you want. I know it's difficult. Life is hard.
There you go. Now they know something that you want. You want a cheese fondue. You can get a cheese fondue kit and make cheese fondue at home with the girlies.
There you go. My tummy is rumbling. I don't know what to eat. I'm hungry.
Order something.
Oh my god, wait. I can continue eating my paratha.
Well, that's true. You did only eat half of the paratha. You do have the paratha. That's true.
It's cold.
That's unfortunate.
You can do that, guy who had the spinning cheese. Oh wait, yeah, I saw that. It's so funny.
Yeah. Bless him.
Got smacked by cheese tentacles. The poor sap.
It's unfortunate. It's
The
truly
Korean
tragic.
guy is so funny. That clip has so many views. I watched it like 10 times. I'm so sorry. It's so funny. Can we get an
it was
MMD? Life goals. The girlies have been telling me to get a 3D model. So they can smack me in 3D, I guess. Pull the 3D subathon. You're crazy, girl.
I don't know. I've seen some of the stuff Ollie does in 3D. I don't. That's boy. I will pray for you.
Great idea. No, because like Ray says, and this is probably true. I'm way more sillier if you can see what I'm doing. So I don't know if that's a great idea.
I completely believe that. I believe that on a fundamental level. That unfettered from 2D that Kanna is entirely just that much more. Yeah, I believe that.
No la. I'm prim and proper. She's 3 times as silly. Wow, that laugh was from deep inside your soul, isn't it? Wow.
Oh, what you mean? I don't know what you mean.
A third dimension would break this. So she has to have someone present for maximum clown. I never clown. I don't know what you're on about.
I think she needs to have anyone present necessarily. She's pretty much a clown whenever.
Hey. Okay. I will continue. Where was I? Wishing you all the best and keep on moving forward towards all your hopes and dreams because you deserve to be happy and Tamarajis will always be there to support you no matter what. So keep on going and don't forget to smile. Stay strong. Our beloved doggo with love, Freddy Dayo. P.S. When will you continue playing Himawari? I'm pretty sure Freddy means Yomawari and I'm pretty sure I uninstalled that thing. Just pretty sure.
What game was that?
Oh, it's like... it was a horror game that I thought was gonna be cute, but it's absolutely terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying.
Here's the thing. See, we can do a thing that I've done with other people. See, I can play the horror game, but I'll stream it on Discord, and you can just watch it get played.
No.
Think about it.
That
Think
doesn't sound
about
like a
it.
great idea.
So make it a subathon goal. Make it like a subathon goal. Get paid.
For her return to from BMO.
Chat.
From BMO. For her return to streaming and hitting affiliate on Twitch, I thought it would be nice to see some of past Kanna and more recent Kanna. I don't know what past Kanna is, honestly. Warning, the video might contain some profanity and a cute doggo. Anyway, happy birthday. I have two sides. What is this? This is...
I have two sides.
Oh, Tuhan
Play the
Allah. That's a
video.
loud one, isn't it? For head pats, I must be closer. Please head pat me, thank you. Did I say that? Please head pat. Yee, head pat. Well, there's no watching bar, is there? I do expect head pats. Hello, somebody head pat me. I know someone head patted. Up here, you silly thing. My day is made. That's it. Is that Emmy? I'm gonna say Emmy Taylor. That sounds so wrong. That cannot be it. Oh, do you know how weird it is to listen to yourself? Men?
Yes.
E-men?
I fucking hate it.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah. I like your voice though, Pharaoh. So I don't know what you're on about.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Oh my god, my singing is in here.
You sing so good. I don't understand.
I was so nervous. I'm like, I can feel I'm shaking a little bit. Wait. Why can't I zoom
I
in?
have two sides.
Tuhan Allah. Must be... Oh, it's
I have
over
two
the beginning.
sides.
Tuhan Allah, it's so loud.
No, egg. Where do you go? Where do you go? You no go. You no go.
Jump, double jump! I am your big...
I remember the egg stream. I remember the egg stream.
Go back on the... How long is this? Where are you going? I'm never playing rage bait games again. Wow. This is a comprehensive... This is just me in a video, isn't it? That's the sneeze. Dude, my tummy rumbled. Wrong time, tummy. Oh my god. Me. I'm gonna die. That's the cheese name, isn't it? I believe in you. I believe in you so much. Okay. No. Do I get head pats? Do I get head pats? No, it's crazy. I can see the follower goal rising. The follower numbers. That's crazy. For head pats, I must be closer. Please head pat me. Thank you. Okay, I'm done listening to myself. Adios, goodbye. Oh, it's not in. Oh. Ah, my heart. I know you made this BMO, so I will listen to it until the end. Wishing you all the best. May all your wishes come true. Hope you're always healthy and can eat all the yummy foods. Thank you. I'm not keep on rage fading kind of because like you, they're funny and entertaining to watch. Aww. Ugh. No, it's okay. It's the thing where you can't listen to the sound of your own voice, you know.
Yeah, I get that 100%.
Kanna on the way to rage bait.
I don't know how I feel that like your rage baiting me has become like a core component of your content. Like I feel like this is not good for me.
It was not meant to be. It was not.
For real, Sasa is 100%. Like you sing so fucking good. Like
Are you comforting me?
Good. No, I'm just saying, like legitimately, like objectively, as a person, like as a person who has spent a significant number of years surrounded by people who sing exceptionally well, I rank you in amongst all of those people who sing exceptionally well. Like no bullshit, like no cap. Not my personal opinion, but my professional opinion is that you sing incredibly well.
Amen. You know what? I have been trying to say thank you and compliment it. So thank you.
Good. That's what you should do, because it's not even this isn't even a compliment. This is me literally observing and reporting as a professionally trained observer. I am here to tell you I've observed and I am reporting that you sing really well. It's like, hello, sing more.
I told Kanna, but my friend who had a proper singing education was blown away by Kanna's cover. And I got headbands too. Jeez.
When I showed Jay your cover today, he was like, "Holy shit, she sings really good. Hell yeah, I'll work with her." And like, I don't think you understand. Like, Jay's picky, like about who he does mixes for. So like, you know, I'm just saying. Like, and Jay's like, and it's not like, oh well, Jay's your friend. No, Jay will tell me no. Jay has told me no in the past. So like I'm just saying, like, objectively, just without any kind of personal bias, objectively, you sing really fucking well. You should definitely sing more, which I mean, I know a lot easy say money and all that, but like, you know, when it's viable, you definitely should be singing far more often than you are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the head pats, and I will hydrate in a minute. Head pats for accepting the compliment. Thank you.
There we go. Head pats for accepting the factual reporting. It's not a compliment. See, compliment implies that I'm like trying to like glaze. There's no glaze here. This is simply the facts.
So many head pats in a row. Today's the best day ever, other than the trauma, but you know, that's something else, I guess.
Well, you know, it's like, it's just one of those things, you know, you get a little bit of both, right? Life is balance.
It's
sometimes you're getting traumatized from too many head pats. Sometimes you're getting traumatized from too many bits. You know, it's just one of those things. Life has to have balance.
Kanna, to balance out the mental damage, I left you a present in general for unpressed violence. Pharaoh, did you know?
Oh dear.
Pharaoh, did you know?
Oh.
It's what the clip is.
Dude, she doesn't even need the clip. Brother, it lives in my head. I wake up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night sometimes, hearing, Pharaoh, did you know?
It's okay, we got damage at the same time. Someone gave me bits. We got damage at the same time. That was like dual damage, double kill.
Perfectly timed.
Oh my god.
At the same time. Oh my god, why?
Why are we here just to suffer, honestly?
That's it. That's what it is. We're here to suffer for chat's amusement. Sometimes it's you and sometimes it's me. I don't know, man.
Mutual destruction. Oh, you're so right.
That's it. It's what it is. It's mutually assured destruction. That's what we've worked up to.
Okay. I don't know if I've told you this, but last year I really wanted to like gain more confidence in singing. So Ray was taking like the vocal classes, right? And I thought if I were to like properly learn, then I would maybe I'll be more confident, because then I'll feel like, oh, I actually learned it. Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense.
Yeah. So I went and got vocal classes like 1 month, once a week. Yeah, that's the one they. So it was like I got it for 1 month, so 4 times. Because I thought it would help me learn and improve and be better, and I told Ray about it, and we practiced basically 4 times. We practiced a song and stuff, and they basically taught me like how to warm up, stuff like that, blah blah blah. And then I told Ray, I don't know what to do. Because like all the feedback, like the feedback I got was like, because I asked the teacher, I was like, is there anything, like what should I improve? What do I do to be better? And then the teacher just said, well, you already sing good and you already have your own style when you sing. What do you want to improve? I'm like, well, what do you think should be improved? You know what I mean? Like I'm coming from the idea of like, what's bad so I can fix it. And the teacher's like, you're already singing good. What do you want to fix? So then I don't know what to say to that.
Well, it's hard. Like if you come to like a teacher for like basic like singing instruction, right? Like non-specialized singing instruction, right? And you sing for them, and they're like, "Well, you've got all of your basics down." Like you know what I mean? Like, what do you like? What like? So then they're like, "Okay, well, what do you think you need help with?" Right? Is the question that they're asking, because if like if you sing. Exactly, like if you come to somebody for like you know, like if you came to me to ask me about something like, you know, computer science related, and like you asked me a question that showed me that you already knew what the fuck you were talking about, I wouldn't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? I'd be like, I don't know. What do you like? What do you think you need? Because like I'm not seeing it. Like so, you tell me what you think. That means you've got a strong natural talent. Now, I'm sure there's probably an instructor somewhere who could help you fine tune it, or something like that, or at least teach you more about it. But like, if you're going to like just a general teaching instructor, and you've already got your basic talent in place, they're not really going to know what to do to help you. That makes sense. I could see that. I could see being confused by that.
I guess it's because I feel like I don't I don't objectively know if I sing okay, so that's why I feel like it's so hard to explain.
My sister in Christ, everybody around you, have people around you that have been in the music what you've got people around you that do this or have been involved in this and for years and years going, girl, you sing good, just sing, just fucking sing.
I completely understand. I have issues.
Just
have
open mouth
issues
and make the noises. You've already got it. It's already
noted. Open mouth. Make noise.
Just open face hole. Make the harmony. What do you mean? Like this is like.
No, it's No, Ray just tells me that I have self-worth issues.
Yes, I completely agree. Ray 100% nails it on the head. You've got some
Not just
self-esteem,
Ray.
self-worth.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a lot of people. So you got a lot of
occasions.
Yes.
Michi, Ali, they're like looking at me that as like, why do you not see like your own? Why are you not confident? Because you're like good at a lot of things, but you don't feel like you're good in any of them. And I don't know what to answer to that because that's just how I feel about it.
I agree. And what Ham is saying is right, that Michi did just meet this guy. I don't want to volunteer this dude because I don't know him. But Michi did just meet, there's a guy, he used to be a professional opera singer, and somebody pointed her to his content of him reacting to her, reacting to this, or my Iron Mouth. It was a bunch of like reactception basically. And the TLDR is the dude showed up in chat, and then like she was like, "Oh my God, please come talk to me." And then they wound up streaming together for a while, and he was just going over like all these very technical aspects of singing, which was really cool. Dude knows a lot. Dude's crazy, like what he knows, like because he's like got like a 3D model that he can pull up and like show you like what muscles you're using to make what sounds and all that kind of.
So cool.
It was very cool. It was very cool. Yeah, what Speed said. So it was really neat. But I don't necessarily want to volunteer this person. Like you can go watch his videos. I'll send you a link to his YouTube, and you go watch
Yeah.
his videos or whatever.
It's
But
very cool. But yeah,
yeah, he did talk to Mana for a while today too. So
I do feel like, I guess it extends to not just singing. Well, according to the girlies, I guess. I feel like I'm that way regarding anything and everything. Like for example, like with cooking, I also don't feel like, I just feel like it's okay. I'm alive. I can eat what I make. And then Ray would be like, you know, not everyone can cook like you can. But you know, and I'm there. What I'm trying to drill in my head was apparently that just because you can learn to do it doesn't mean that it's easily learnable or something like that. Because I'm the type of person where I feel like if I learn to do something, there's so many things that I don't know. I always believe like there's like a sky above the sky situation. Does that make sense? Like I always feel like, oh well, there's so many more people better than me, so I'm not good. Which is not a good way to
which is
do
insane.
things.
I mean, that's just because like
sorry. No,
okay,
no.
okay, like here's an example, right? So like I can't do
That's very
the stuff
I know.
NFS does. I can't do the stuff that a lot of the people on my team. So like I'm not good at like everything, like technical wise. Like I enough that I can get some things done, right? But like, so what I am good at though is finding people that are good at it. So that's what I'm good at. But just because NFS is better, just because NFS is better at everything video like related than I am, but then I'm better at people, right? Or something. You know what I mean? Like everybody is better than everybody else at something. Typically speaking, like people have it's called having your genius, right? Like you have like a certain thing or a certain area of things that you excel at versus other people, right? So like, you know, just because somebody else can maybe sing a genre better than you doesn't mean that you can't sing a different genre better than they do. You know what I mean? Like kind of deal. So
that makes
like,
sense.
It's like and or hell, maybe somebody's just flat out better at singing than you, but that doesn't mean that you're not still good at singing. You know what I mean? Like that's just because somebody's better doesn't mean you aren't good. Like,
so I'm trying to change my mindset, I feel. And like I think Michi did ask me like, why did you have this kind of way of thinking? And I was like, it took me a while and I was thinking about it. I don't have a definite reason. I have a theory. I have a hypothesis of why. I had this is, and it's okay. I'm okay talking about it. But basically,
that was about to be my next question. Is like, is this something you want to talk about on stream?
It's okay. I'm over it, I feel like, but it's one of those things where I feel like it probably shaped my character more than anything else. You know what I mean? So it's like a backstory to why my theory is why I'm the way I am. But my mom basically left me behind when I was younger. She left home. Yeah, she left home. So I feel like back then, I would, you know, when you're a kid, you're an Asian kid, and you try your best. I always feel like whatever I do is never enough. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm giving the benefit of doubt of like, oh, maybe she left me behind because I'm not good enough.
Oh yeah, that'll fuck you up real good. Yeah, that'll do it to you.
That's my personal theory of why I have this toxic way of thinking.
Yeah. When I was in high school, my the very TLDR, my family kind of imploded and my mother kind of lost her mind and I had to kind of become the adult. And then she did some things that put my life in immediate jeopardy. Like that's like when people like you, Pharaoh, do you have trust issues? In point of fact, I do. In point of fact, I have monumental trust issues, and I know I'm self-aware enough to say I know that they stem from my mother, because when your mother is willing to put your life in danger, right? Like it kind of fucks up your ability to trust anybody else after that. It's like, oh, okay, well if she'll fucking do it, then anybody will do it, right? So no, I get that. That tracks. That's shitty. and that's hard to get over.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm consciously trying to put myself down. It's
Right.
it's like as natural as breathing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I totally 100%. Yeah, no, I get it. That's it. It's not something you think about. It just becomes a part of like, it just kind of becomes a part of who you are. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that.
Yeah. Well, at least that's my theory. I should talk to a therapist or something. But and my to be fair, my dad did take me to like a psychologist because he was concerned. But like
understandably so. Yeah.
Understandably so. Yeah.
Yeah.
In general, I function relatively normally. I'm just toxic towards myself, mayhaps.
Maybe a little bit, possibly. Could be either. Could be.
And I'm sorry, it's not that I'm trauma dumping. That's more me thinking about like why I am the way I am. I'm not saying the way I am is good, and I would love to be able to not be like this. I'm trying by accepting compliments. By accepting compliments is my current first step.
Yes, that I feel you. I do not. Oh, I fucking fold. I crumple up. I dehydrate. I growl. I glare. People give me compliments. It's not none of the healthy responses that you're supposed to have to being complimented. Yeah, I have none of those. Those are. I get that. people are like, God, Pharaoh, you did so. I'm like, oh, could you shut up and just call me an asshole, please? Move on.
Time to compliment Pharaoh more, chat.
Don't fucking do
Pharaoh,
it.
you're so great. Did you know, Pharaoh? Did you know that you're so great?
Oh, see now. As soon as she throws the "did you know" in there, then it becomes rage bait, and I'm fine. It's totally fine now. That's easy.
I'm easing
all
you
day
into
long.
it. I'm easing you into it. Then I'll delete the first part and end up with the last part. It's baby steps, Pharaoh. It's baby steps. It's good to be self-aware. It took my therapist ages to get me this job. Yeah, shooting compliments down. It's like an auto response. You know what I mean? Like an auto counter. Is that what it's called?
Yes, absolutely an auto counter. It's like automatic deflect. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and my reflex is like, and it doesn't help. I told you I had like a toxic friend, right? Like,
yeah.
She would compliment me and then shoot herself down. Like, for example, like, oh, you're so good at cooking. Meanwhile, I can't even like boil water. I'm never gonna get married, and everything sucks. And you're so much better than me. And then it makes me feel twice as terrible. And then I feel like that's ever since then, like every time I get a compliment, I just automatically shoot myself down.
Yeah.
Like in response, I'm like, that's so depressing. It is so depressing. Which is why she is no longer in my life.
That's good. That's very good.
I know,
you don't need that kind of shit.
Yeah,
in
it
your
just
life.
makes it worse.
Unnecessary. Yeah, just compound the already existing trauma. Let's go.
Okay,
back to trauma. All right.
We'll keep getting better. Thank you, chat, for complimenting me and for the head pats. I appreciate the compliments. I will learn to appreciate myself more, and you guys should too, chat. You guys are all amazing.
Yeah, chat. You guys rock, especially when we all band together to torture the doggo. I mean, just to support Kanna. When we all band together to support Kanna.
I totally heard that. I see where the love is coming from. Okay, I'm gonna.
This is how the traumatized show their affections. Okay, listen. Listen. Thank you, Yamu. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Yamu, for the support.
That was some fucking diabolical side eye she just gave you. That.
Asher, thank you for the bits. Did you know that we've gone through the stream for a while that I forgot those existed again?
That's so fucking amazing.
I feel like it's been ages since I heard that, but as soon as it played, it all comes rushing back. It all comes rushing so fast.
Oh god. All streams moving forward are going to be just absolutely amazing. It's gonna be so good.
Sasa, thank you for the bits. See, there's a mini me jumping and going like boop on the thing.
See, Sasa's got your back.
I know, always. A couple of years ago, I was having a mental breakdance. And I called Sasa on Discord because I was like, it was one of those things where I accidentally read a netizen comment. And it got me mental. And I started yeah, it was like a one time it passed by my, oh god, and then I started sobbing.
For future reference, if you decide to do Maros or something like that, I'm just letting you know right now, I'm reading them before you do. Sorry. Or Ray, somebody is reading them before you do. I'm just letting you know I'm not making a request. I'm just letting you, just kind of giving you notice that that's how that's going to work. We're not doing unfiltered netizen access to Doggo when it comes to Maros and shit. That's not happening anymore.
Smart. Okay.
Oh, Sasa, I'm doing my best. I spent a lot of time telling Kanna, listen, normally I like to be a little bit more gentle about things, but I'm going to be the head administrator in this situation now. That's just how it is. This is what you do. Yeah, there you go. Now give me my hammer. Good stuff. Kanna, I'm making you a new Discord. I know you didn't ask for it. I don't care. We're doing it. That's just how it is. Sorry.
Yeah, there's so many what is it called? Bot attacks?
Yeah, bot attacks. Yeah, it's a combination of chat. There's a Discord being worked on. It should come as no surprise to most of you. But yeah, the problem with the current chat, right? The current Discord is that it is just got no defenses. And you've got a lot of accounts that have gone inactive on the Discord, so a lot of accounts are being hacked because they've been inactive for so long. So new server is coming. New server will not have those inactive accounts, and new server will be. Yeah, you don't need to roll the chat there. Remember, Kanna, when I was like trying to figure out why I didn't have the roll in order to get the alerts for you going live, and you were like, "What do you mean?" Chat, it's so bad. Yeah. The current server is kind of a mess. So it'll be fine. We're making a new one. Everybody will get a notification to transfer over to the new one. We're gonna archive. We can transfer some of like the art or some whatever over to the new one, but we've got to do. We can't fix what's going on with the existing server.
Pharaoh was like, "There's no hope. There's no hope for the current server.
There's no servers. The current servers." It's going to be archived. It'll be fine. It'll still exist. It'll be put away, but so there will be a new server, chat. Yeah.
But gotta nuke the server. Okay. First of all, it crossed my mind, but I forgot earlier. I think someone subbed, but I forgot to say thank you. Thank you, sub. It was Amut, I think. Thank you so much. My tummy rumbled again. My brain jumps a lot. I should take that ADHD test. I'm gonna wait the news saver.
Undiagnosed, but we're pretty sure.
You can see how my brain works in real time. It jumps all around.
It's amazing.
I'm distracted. Take it together with... No. I don't think she has it, probably, maybe. But you know what? For funsies, what if she gets it and then I don't? What if she gets diagnosed and I'll be like, no, you don't. Haha, you're just fucked.
I don't know. I don't think Ray is necessarily ADHD.
I think she's just dumb. In the most
bless her.
loving way. In the most loving way, that girl.
But that thing is, you can tell Ray that she's just dumb, and she goes, "Yeah, you're not wrong." That's like, oh, Ray.
She's like,
Oh, Ray.
she doesn't even.
Oh.
Oh my god, that girl.
Oh, sweetie. Every time she does like, "Sweetie, do you need a hug?" I'm so sorry. That's so hard for you. Hold on.
I love her so much, that girl. I wish she would just, and I'm not dumb, but then she goes and accepts it. She's like, yeah. I'm like, oh no, what do I say to that?
There's the clip. Have you seen the short somebody made for her YouTube, which when you were like you were born in the dumb? It's just like,
oh, that archive is long gone. That was so funny. Oh my lord.
oh
Ray.
God, you were born in the dumb, and Ray's like, yeah. It's like, oh God,
Embrace
Ray,
the dumb.
please. Oh, embrace the dumb.
Oh,
Yeah, I think Yamumu has just been collecting all of your VODs. I think Yamumu has just been actively archiving all of
Oh
your
my
streams, so I
God.
think it's probably okay.
actually, thank you, because I don't even have them anymore.
Yeah, good job, Yamu. See,
How
Yamu was
everything
see,
works.
I didn't give Yamu the job. I just acknowledged the job Yamu was already doing. There's a difference.
Of the birthday, but oh my, he knows it
So
won't
Sen's
survive.
got the okay. Yeah. So we'll get that figured out, because you're gonna have to. Yeah, we'll get that figured out. We're not gonna worry about it right now. You should read some more cards.
Yes.
The poor
Nana
people have been
drink.
waiting for you to read
I
their
know.
cards.
I got distracted again. I should get diagnosed. Okay. Special birthday wish and gift for our egg-loving doggo. An art by Shino Kids. Ah, you guys. Oh, wow. Notice how it's... If I change this... Nope. That makes it worse. Here. Yaha. You can see my brain comprehending in real time. Did you know? Did you know that my brain is about this size? It's practically around this size. If you don't know, now you know. Happy birthday, Kanna. Thanks for brightening our day with your stream. Even with just your presence alone already cheers us. Really? Is that true? If serotonin
Yes.
was a person, it would be you. Aww, that's so sweet. My wish is for you to be granted a great health. We all do. Good financial and others. Keep enjoying making content and may your channel get exponential growth as well. Well, my tummy rumbled. Exponential growth as well. Hope all your wish on this very special day be granted. May this birthday bestest of celebration for you, keeping you, our beloved doggo, be happy and stay cute. P.S. Even you rage baiting, gaslighting, and fun, we still love you. Even though I don't do any of those things, but it's good to know if one day I do accidentally rage bait, gaslight, and pun, you will still love me. Thank you very much. Thank you, kiddo. Oh my god, that's so cute! I can do this, right? Even
Cute
if it's
art.
not my birthday anymore, I'm allowed to.
Of course you can. Yes, of course you can.
Yippee.
Doesn't matter if it's not your birthday anymore. Just just do the thing. Do the thing. It's fine. You do the thing.
People will be so confused.
Yes. Yes. So confusion.
Someone's gonna wish me happy birthday.
Bring chaos to the masses.
Someone totally is gonna wish me happy birthday.
Perfect. Let them wish you happy birthday.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. So happy. Boop. My brain might be slow and might be faster at different times. If only I could trigger that at will.
I think it seems like your brain speeds up about the time you're being rage baited. So you know.
That's not a good trigger. We should find another trigger.
That's
We should
that's an
totally find
unfortunate
another trigger.
trigger.
My tummy rumbled again. Cheese.
Get more food.
I know. I have a cracker, and the Cheetos are still there.
Girl, I know you either have or can acquire real food.
You do, but it requires me getting out of this room and seeing the sun. I have cheese biscuit thingamajiggies out.
I'm sure there is a food delivery service that you could utilize.
There is. Yeah. I could get
So
food.
utilize it. So utilize it.
That's a good idea. Ah.
This is rage bait.
What? I literally accepted your idea.
Okay, good.
I'm tired of chewing this crisp.
Yeah. Order some real food, please. I beg.
Don't be lazy and Gojek. I'm never lazy. I'm just less motivated at
Okay.
times. What is different?
Okay.
Wow. Me. Okay. From Sasa. Birthday card for my beloved best doggo, Kanna. Dear Kanna, for your birthday, I'm hoping for you to stay in good health. Everyone just wants me to stay alive. I can tell. I'm sensing a pattern.
Yes.
I'm sensing a
That
pattern.
is a consistent theme, I want to say, amongst all of your friends.
Everyone could have said anything else. Everyone just says health. Stay in good health and that you will find the strength to brave whatever trials life might throw at you. Aww. May your days be filled with joy and lots of happy memories from Sasa. Happy birthday. Aww, thank you, Sasa.
It's very nice, Sasa.
Every time I stream, I'm filled with both joy, happy memories, and I guess at this point some trauma. But you know what? We take the positives. We take the positives, you know?
Just think the trauma comes with money, though. Think about the money. Bottom line. Bottom line.
Oh, is that it? Is that it? I see.
Yeah, think about the bottom line.
Is this why most streamers are a little fucked up in the head?
Yes. Yes.
You're taking mental damage, I see.
You're learning. She's learning, chat.
After so long.
She's
You finally understand. I see. What day is it today? It's Kanna Day 26. It totally is. Exactly 2 days.
Wait, there is an art post.
An art post?
Third part of your present is in your mailbox as usual. No need to pull that up on stream. And then there's apparently from Sasa, there's an art post somewhere.
Oh. Okay.
Where is the art post?
Oh my god. A very happy birthday to my beloved Kanna.
Oh.
Aw, you're so sweet. Wait.
Goth Kanna isn't
I
real.
totally-
Goth Kanna is she?
Yeah.
She's real. She is real. I have no doubt about that whatsoever.
I hate to tell you. This is what I used to probably dress. No, with less
Oh, boy.
fishnets. With less fishnets.
That tracks. That tracks. Fucking menace.
When I was younger, you know, I went through a lot, and I obviously had that phase. We all had that phase. Come on, it's so
We
good.
did,
though, Sasa.
we did.
Thank you.
I had that phase. Yep, I did.
You did. You dressed like this? Wow, Pharaoh with the with
Well,
the
I mean,
fishnets.
not exactly like the. I didn't use the fishnets.
Aw, a shame. You can do it now. I can get you one.
Sounds cold, drafty.
Link to high-res for Eevee. I can download it later. Eevee, thank you so much for the art. Wow.
It's very good art. It's very good art.
I did have like, what is it called? An ombre, you know, that gradient hair thing. I used to have that in college. And
right.
I have probably that exact choker as well.
That also tracks. So much of this tracks. None of it is surprising. Not even a little bit.
What is that? Excuse me. I made it after that choker. Oh, you did? Yay! Your face lasted. No. It was just the hair. But I didn't dress like that anymore in college, I think. Because my high school classmate, turns out we went to the same college. And then she started dressing the way I do. And I was like, I don't really want to dress the same as her. So I went back
So you
to
had
normal. That and I took
adjust, I
IT.
see.
You can't really. Well, you can, but do you really want to dress like this? Taking like computer science. There's very few girls there already, you know.
Yeah, that's
Right, so
probably
then
gonna
you
get you a certain kind of attention.
Yeah. So then, I just wore a t-shirt, jeans, and a hoodie. You know, the uniform of all computer science students, with a backpack full of laptop and then glasses. You have to blend in. You have to blend in.
He was wearing chat. She was wearing the full nerd camouflage. She had the nerd ghillie suit.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to blend in.
She had the nerd ghillie suit. The only reason the phase ended is because she didn't want to dress the same as a former high school friend, and that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, no, cause like the first semester, I had like 3 guys confess to me, and I'm like, yeah, I can't do this anymore. So then I just wore t-shirts.
Oh, that's tragic. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, no, they had like a full-on like, they were best friends, and they. I don't want to talk about it. They were best friends.
They were
I don't
best
want
friends.
to talk about it. I don't want to talk
Kanna's
about
it. Kanna's out here breaking up the band. Okay, Yoko.
I'm just gonna dress like, you know what? I'm just gonna. Yeah. No.
Okay, Yoko. God, I'm probably
I'm gonna hide it.
It's fucking.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, understandable.
To be fair,
let me guess. Like the sweatshirt was like 4 sizes too big too, so she was just hiding the entirety of herself. I can already tell. I have this mental image in my head. Sweatshirt that like goes down to her fucking knees.
That's true. I just started drinking and we don't talk about it. I felt so terrible. They had fights. Like, you guys are supposed to be besties. Remember, misters before, like, oh, come on. Bros before hoes. What happened to that?
It's amazing how quick that goes out of the window.
Man, it was all bad, but you know what? It didn't really work that much anyway. I still got a lot of confessions the next year.
That's
So
unfortunate.
it doesn't really work. Cause like there's barely girls in computer science in the first place. There ain't much fish in the sea apparently in the computer science sea. Like we're not spoiled for choice.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. You don't see a lot of girls in the computer science area. That's fair.
I know. But to be fair, the year after...
Oh my god, guys. She's a girl and she's learning about computers. This is my chance.
I got confessed like by even like people from other universities. They don't even go to my class.
Walks up, tilts fedora. Good day, m'lady.
Oh my lord, no, yeah. We don't talk about it. I think it's just because I'm in computer science. That's my current theory. That's how I cope with it.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
and the ones from different university was also like a bunch of, you know, best guy friends. You know what? Maybe I'm the problem. I know, maybe I'm the problem.
You exist.
Oh,
You exist, and that is a problem.
You officially be a purple. Oh my god! Like if I tell you the names, right? I don't know if you remember them from back in college. Man,
That's crazy.
Siapa? Masa gue kasih tahu di sini, goblok. Masa gue sebut namanya
She
di
does.
sini?
She does remember. She does remember. She's the friend wrecker.
Oh my lord. Iron Crow, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, no, I think you don't know them. I think I met you after... I'm not gonna say they broke apart, but I think I may have met you after. But I don't know if they were still... Okay, wait. No, is it bad if I forgot their names?
No. It's
Oh
not,
no,
honestly.
I forgot their names. There were like few guys. I don't remember their
Right.
names. I'm sorry.
This is Kanna humble bragging, guys. This is
No, it's
that's
not
the
humble
Kanna-
bragging. They were
God, there
they
were just so
at
many
a lack of
guys. I can't-
No, there were so exactly. There's so many guys and not enough girls. That's exactly the problem. They didn't have any girls in their class. Who else are they gonna talk about freaking coding with? There's not much to talk about. See, it's so bad that my thingy froze.
That's amazing. You broke your model.
No, because Ray, here, yeah, because like, Ray, you know, right? There's not a lot of girls in IT in general. No, it doesn't count. Actual queen bee, if there's one female, and then, and like, my class was like almost 50 people. There's only very few girls in it. That's my
so
class. And then the people from the other university, they didn't have any girls in their class. Not even one. Girl, you went for IT and you operate OB. Yeah, you know what? It's okay.
Oh, Sin, you have no idea. You have no idea. Like that. How many though? There's so many things, and I'm like, you're an IT major, aren't you? And she's like, yeah, and I'm like, the fuck? What? Huh? Yeah, no, it's.
What do you mean operate OBS? How
See-
else are you supposed to operate OBS? You graduated, right? Wow. Wow, you hear that? I was top of my class too. Actually, I was top of my class. My professor entered me in the national coding competition. I don't know why, but he did. Actually went. Also, just filled with guys, just nerds. They're all just nerds. I'm one of them. I'm the nerd. I'm just a nerd. Honestly, not gonna lie. I'm the nerd. Oh, Lord.
Excuse me, my lady. I couldn't help but notice that you're in the same class as me. Would you like to come to my house sometime? I'm a really good dungeon master. I've got my own world that I created and everything.
Okay, to be fair, it wasn't exactly like that, but I fell for that once, and I never fell for it again. I think it was a terrible experience. It was. Do you know that apparently, I was naive at a certain. I'm still naive, but like I was so naive.
I was gonna say you were naive. Hello, what do you mean in the past tense?
Someone told me, cause okay, to be fair, back then, you know, like anime was a niche, and they were like, "Do you want to watch a fun new anime with me?" I'm like, "Are you sure? That
Connor,
sounds
you
fun."
fell
And
for
then
the anime.
I didn't have a lot.
Connor.
You know when it sunk in that it may have not been like a legit, like a pure invitation? Was when they locked the door. I was terrified.
Oh. Oh no.
That was absolutely terrifying. Mind you, I'm very bad with directions. I also don't know where that was. Yeah, you're right, because like panic.
Yeah, that's not good.
Okay, to be fair, they said that they are moving away, that they have to move away back to their hometown, so they're packing. So they asked me to help. Like, do you wanna like help me pack and then watch anime afterwards? I'm like, oh yeah, sure. You sound like you need help moving. Probably. Now that I think about it.
I'm not gonna be able to leave. Sin, homie, I'm not gonna be able to leave.
It was a long time ago. I know better.
I'm gonna go to fuck. I'm gonna go to visit.
I
I'm gonna go to
know
visit, and I'm
better.
gonna have to stay. I'm just gonna have to.
Sad.
Just-
I
There it
didn't
is. You did it again.
I'm crying. Yeah, Ray. Remember when I said you probably would have a heart attack if you listen to half the things that. That's not even the worst one. The worst one was like probably when I didn't know that it's like that a certain place is outside of the city. So I took like a 3-hour train ride with people I met for the first time because I didn't know. I thought it was like. I thought
3
it was
hours, Kanna. Where did you think you were gonna go if you were 3 hours out of the city? Where did you think you were going to go? Like, where did you think you were going to end up?
They said we're going to a park.
I mean, I guess you could say the forest is just a big park. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, that's it's just a fucking jungle.
Yeah,
Like,
it was Bogor. I didn't know Bogor was a different freaking city. Who knew?
Oh my god. Ray, you're right. You're right. I'm just gonna have to figure it out. I guess I'm gonna have to stay.
I was in middle school. I didn't know.
Oh my god.
Okay, now to be fair, I got home safely. I got home safely. That's fine. At least I wasn't locked away that time. Which, by the way, you have to admit that if nothing else, I have successfully exhibited like escape techniques. I always got away every single time by like dashing to the door and unlocking the door.
Anna, what Sin said earlier, Trax, you are absolute object evidence that God exists and looks out for his favorites. Listen.
The idea of a middle schooler. Okay, no, okay. First of all, I've never taken the train at that point, because like usually where I am, there's no trains, right? So I was they just said that we're going to a park, right? And I was to be fair, it wasn't like alone with one person. It was like with two people, I think.
That doesn't make it better.
Oh. Or 3.
That just increases that just increases your odds of something terrible happening.
One is a girl though.
That doesn't matter.
Oh.
You don't think. Oh, anyway, go on. I
could low-key chop it. I'm sorry. No, it was a long time ago. It was a really, really long time ago. I feel like I just called myself old. Okay, anyway, they just said we're going to a park to take pictures. They just said we're going to a park to take pictures. And I was like, oh, okay, fun. And then it turns out that we needed to take a train. And I didn't know that taking a train probably means that it's a bit far away. And
I'm gonna have her pet chip chat. You know what pet chip is, Kanna?
No.
It's that chip they put in dogs so you can find them with the GPS locator. Yeah, that's in your future.
I'm just explaining my past. It doesn't happen now. See, I've learned better. I've survived. Ray, you need an air tag. No, cause like okay, the last one was in college, where like again, why do people like locking doors so much? Jeez. Anyway, yeah. Ever since then, I just don't.
Yeah, I think Sin nailed it there. It doesn't happen because you don't leave the house, brother.
Maybe.
And when you do leave the house, you're in the company of the girlies, and they know that they have to keep an eye on you.
No la, I have better judgment now. Okay.
It'll be fine, chat. It'll be fine.
fine.
Like
No, really,
I'll come
really,
to visit.
really.
Like one dude will act like a creep. I'll skin him, and
It
I will
doesn't
stick him to a
happen
wall
anymore.
outside of her house or whatever as a warning to all the others. All right,
No,
that there's an
I
actual
remember.
psychopath hiding around, keeping an eye on her. So it'll be fine.
I remember. The last thing that happened was like, I think someone was like low key, wasn't stalking.
Oh, Ray's just outing you. Ray's just outing you right now.
If she finds something interesting, then. Anyway.
They make so child harness. Copy that. We're adding on to things.
No, the last thing that happened was someone was like low key like spreading my, like not stalking. I don't know if that counts as stalking. They somehow found my address and they were like posting it everywhere on the internet. Then I was too scared to leave the house for like weeks and weeks.
That's crazy.
I think that's like just before, maybe like a year before I debuted as a VTuber. Because I was like so scared of like privacy things. That's the absolute last one. And then pandemic, so I can't leave the house anyway.
Oh.
But it doesn't happen anymore.
See, Chad, I'll do worse. I'm gonna hit her with the embarrassment. If I'm visiting, we're going someplace, I'm gonna make her hold my fucking hand. Yeah. No running off.
I don't
Stay
think
right
that's
here.
a me
Arm's
problem.
length.
I think that I
Arm's
just happen
length.
to encounter weirdos.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's a you problem or a universe problem. The remedy's the same. Yes.
Maybe
Scary.
I should practice like a resting bitch face. Because I think Ray knows. People always come up to me when we go out. Like random salespeople or like whatever. You know what I mean, Ray? Like
Yeah, Ray actually has told me that you're the one that everybody just wants to walk up to. Oh.
We went to an art thingamajig. Was it an art show? An art thingy. And literally out of everyone, I got interviewed for like a TV thing. That happened like twice in different events. I think I'm not intimidating enough, you think?
Well, I mean, you're 4'11", so that doesn't help anything.
I'm not 4'11", but the number starts with 5.
He's exactly 5 foot.
Art exhibit. Yeah. Man.
You know what's funny though? Like I have resting asshole face. Like I just glare at the world whenever I leave the house. People still walk up to me. It's the strangest thing. Imagine 6.5 feet, 300
Maybe
pounds,
because you're
glaring
lovable,
at you.
Farrell.
And people will still walk up to me and ask me for the most random shit. And I'm like, I am trying to exude the most fuck off and die aura that I can possibly manage, and it just does not work. She rounds it up to 5. That's true.
No,
That's
I
probably what
don't.
it is.
No, I don't. But anyway, really, chat, really, I'm being honest when I say you don't need to wear. I'm fine. I have better judgment now.
Oh, I'm not gonna sleep tonight. That's okay.
It's been a long time.
Oh.
Thank you for following. It doesn't help that your skin is not flawless. It's not, girl. Were you wearing your glasses? Dang. Ray is checking in on me daily, and now she's just like, I need your measurements. Which, by the way, I don't know if that's a thing where you just measure each other. She says that I needed to buy clothes. But if I'm just buying oversized things, does it matter? Thoughts?
My thoughts are you need to read these cards.
Oh yes, I will. What day is it today? It's Kanna Day 20. Wow, this reading is never ending. I'm sorry. I get distracted a lot. Did you know?
In point of fact, I did know.
I mean, I need to be tinier.
Ray, you can't put her in a dress. If you put her in a dress, it's only going to make it worse.
Make what
If
worse?
you're gonna put her in a dress, you're gonna have to scary dog privilege her at that point. You've gotta be the mean one.
It's like, okay, Ray probably has never like done this before, especially before like working and like going to office, and you go with like public transport. As a girl, you would like usually you have to kind of like ugly yourself down, you know, so that you don't get attacked or shit.
Yeah, that's
so you
crazy.
have to wear layers and layers and hide your face and like do your like just bundle up your hair, wear like layers and layers of hoodies so you look unattractive. It's like a whole thing.
Thanks, Bimo. I appreciate it that those are my options. I guess the dress is better.
It's either just
too small.
Are you talking about the ripped t-shirt?
Not the too small shirt that's ripped in a very specific location.
No, but they don't know where it's ripped.
I didn't say anything else. I just said very specific area that got ripped. That's all I'm saying.
No. Hooray. I have a normal size. Right, Ray? You're on my side, right, fellow female friend of mine? Even though she betrayed me because she didn't get the same size shirt. Okay. Happy birthday from Abby Rama. Happy birthday to our dearest doggo, Kanna 2020. Wow. 6 years ago. First time I watched and jumped into your live stream chat. It all started with that boop. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the boop video. That's so long ago.
I have seen. I think
You
I've seen the boop video. Girl, I've been following you since like shortly after you debuted. Yes, I think I've seen all of the things.
The boop is life. And those hilarious clips about eggs, a man in a pot, and a certain pants-stealing dog. Even now, the memory of how hard I laughed back then still feels so fresh. By the way, I still keep the bottled mess. Oh my god! Okay, context. A few years ago, I gave my YouTube members like a message in a bottle. It was like it was a gift for like the 2-year members at that point, I think. Yeah, it was like
amazing.
I still keep that. Aw, it's been so long though. Sometimes when I'm feeling down, I'll open the bottle and reread it. It serves as a beautiful reminder of how much you truly cherish us. Oh.
You hit her right in the feels.
Yeah. I teared up immediately. That's crazy. Oh god, okay, that's it. I'm okay, I'm alive, okay. You've been through so much over the past few years. The highs and the lows. I'm sobbing, and you can tell. Standing strong today is proof of just how resilient you are. Makes me so happy to see that despite your busy schedule, you still make time to stream, hang out in the server, and enjoy your time with your friends. I'm such a sub. I truly hope your days ahead are filled with nothing but joy and hope. Happy birthday once again, wishing you all the best. I'm so... I hate crying. I'm such a crybaby. Oh god. Oh. Now do you believe that people waited for you? Oh my god. Oh, my snot is back. I just healed from a cold.
You guys want to hear a funny story? So shortly after Kanna and I started interacting at this particular point in time, I mentioned to her that I'd sent her a DM like years back after she'd gone on her hiatus, just checking in to see if she was still alive. She's like, "Oh my god, you remembered?" I'm like, "Of course, all of your fans did. What do you mean?" What do you mean? Of course.
I... I'm gonna sob again, you dork. You're such a dork. Ugh. Oh, man. Ugh. Now I have snot. Now I'm gonna sound twice as nasally. She never believed me on it. Okay, to be fair, I'm gonna... And the streamer doesn't know that people genuinely... Okay, this is gonna sound like a shocker, but did you know there's so many other people out there? I just thought that I would be forgotten, you know? Oh Lord. I'm gonna... Aw, guys, what if I start sobbing? You guys... Oh
Just
no.
let it out.
I can't breathe. With so much snot. No, where's the stupid saltwater inhaler thing when I need it? Oh god. Can we get Did You Know as a nerd? Yeah. Go for it. Oh, Lord. If you sob, donates one. There's no way that will stop the sobbing. It might actually stop the sobbing. Go blow it
Quick,
out.
someone
Rain.
drop 100 biddies.
Oh my god.
Ashik! Makasih ya, Beb.
They really said that. Thank you, Yama. It's okay to cry. Oh, hey, Holly. Oh. I'm okay. I'm alive. I'm triple times as nasally because I'm not getting oxygen. Thank you for the head pat. I mean, I always feel like I don't deserve how much love I get, you know? Like,
Well, you do. So, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. I'm here to tell you that you are factually incorrect. You do deserve it.
You suck.
Ashik! Makasih ya, Beb.
I always feel like I don't. It's a self-worth thing again, isn't it? Oh my god, I have issues.
It is the thing again. It's okay. Less not gentle baby steps to you accepting certain things. Kind of baby steps, Pharaoh. Fuck that exposure therapy. You had to know you weren't gonna make it through these cards without this happening. Like, how did you not know this was? How did you not know?
But I could power through. Did you know?
No, I knew you weren't gonna make it through.
Oh my lord! I'm gonna blow my nose and it's gonna sound absolutely disgusting. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna turn disgusting. Oh my god, oxygen. Oh, for the... Oh my god, oxygen.
Amazing. Oxygen. That's wild.
Ugh. I feel like before I would always have this attainable standard of how I think I should do to repay all the love that I get. I feel.
I mean, all you really got to do is just do what you've been doing. That's, I mean, hello, it's all, that's it. You don't have to do anything crazy, right?
You know, I did it.
Oh wait. You know, hold on, guys. I got your back. Okay, I know exactly what you can do to repay all the love that you get from your community. Are you ready?
He's gonna say it.
Sing more. Sing more.
Oh my god, that's mind blowing. And
Sing
well, nose blowing,
more.
which is what I was doing earlier. Had to replay. You too? Real too? Are you really envy babying Tuesday? I blame Ray.
See,
Ray,
yes.
stop telling people to listen to Envy Baby.
Oh, you're fucked. I'm telling people to listen to Envy Baby. Everybody's telling people to listen to Envy Baby. You're shit out of luck on that one. Sorry.
On my nose. Kanna, when will you record? And alright. I do want to on my nose when I get oxygen. I went and listened to it on my own, said.
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb.
I forgot that existed already. Oh my lord, go listen to Kanna say, oh bro. Oh my lord, okay. Oh
Perfect,
my nose.
beautiful, marvelous.
I don't even remember the song. It's exactly like where you don't even need to listen to it. I can sing it to you right now. Na 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 na. Was it? I forgot. I totally forgot. So the duck laugh whenever she's scheming or in distress. Oh my lord. Okay. I thought I could manage to get through it without sobbing for once.
You should have known better.
Mean. Thank you, Abhirama. Mean. Can't believe. I think I still have like one message in a bottle thing. I think. Or two. Because I think I still have Sasas. I think I still have Sasas with me. It's probably here next to me. Where I keep everything is just next to me on the floor. I'm sorry, I don't have shelves. Sasa's stuff is always right here next to me. Okay. Do you believe that she said that she thinks that Envy Baby would never get unacceptable? Are you guys just gonna get it to 100k by yourselves? So funny. Someone get the dog a desk. Actually, someone did. My current desk was a gift. It was from
Amazing.
Cookie. Someone donated it and was like, "Your," because before the desk I had was bending under the weight, so it was like a curve. It looked like a C. Yeah. So Cookie did get me one. Cookie is the person who
that's
also
very
got me
cool.
my desk mat. They also recently they sent a package. Not recently, it's been a while. It's like a wrist rest, but it just says, I think it says Kanna Tamachi Pendek, which it just means that I'm short. And I don't know if I appreciate that.
I mean, you just stating facts, and then this, I don't know.
I'll come clean. When are you free? You probably. I don't even know what to do with this room. I think I just need shelves or storage. Okay, my nose.
Are you back together now?
Yes, I'm back together.
Time to read the next one and lose it all
Did you know
over
that
again.
I also wasn't expecting any messages Like probably like a few.
Of course you weren't.
There's
Of
so
course
many.
you weren't expecting. Of course you weren't expecting any messages. Why did you expect any messages? God, I hope the next 3 make you sob uncontrollably. All right, let's go.
Hey, it's not that I have a low view of you. It's more like I have a low view of me.
And I hope the next like 3 just make you ugly sob. Let's go.
I'm strong. Don't worry about it. From
Okay.
Raz. Oh yeah. Happy birthday, Kanna. I hope your special day is filled with great food, fun events, and happy memories. I hope you have a wonderful and unforgettable day. Lots of love and well wishes on your special day from Raz. Thank you, Raz. Thank you so much. Gamer fan. I'm sorry. Am I just outing people? Don't look at that. I was just staring because it was Kureji and I was like, hee hee. Okay, I shouldn't do that again. Thank you so much. Bimo, happy birthday, Kanna. Thank you again. Was there something in the... Oh, this is the one in the video, right? I forgot to say I'm on... Okay, here. Wait, why am I retweeting that part? This part, Kanna. This part.
she can do it.
Repost everything.
IT.
I am. Well, not actually. I'm IS. Does that matter?
Okay, well, whatever. Technology major.
It matters, apparently. This one is for Kanna, day 26, just for Kanna. I may not have been able to fit everything into the cart and may not have had my translator with me, just my dictionary, but I hope everything was true. Extra special thanks to Sasa for the lovely template. This is for Kanna. Whoa! Wait. Oh. And then I have to shrink. Even though I'm usually taller than this. But that's okay, I'll shrink.
Unlikely.
Very likely, mind you. What do you mean compressed? It looks so nice. Happy birthday, dear Kanna. Hari ini adalah hari istimewa untuk anjing yang... today is a special day for a good doggo. Yang dengan suara manis... I can tell the allergic to compliments with her. Is it sweet or is it cute? With her sweet voice and kind heart, taking damage yang membuat orang-orang tertawa. It makes people laugh and makes them happy. You rage bait. Why is there rage baiting in the middle of that? And that's in the very center. You rage bait 24/7. Dan yang mempunyai kepribadian. And you have a bright personality. That one is you, Kanna. I don't know if I agree with the rage bait, but okay. And I don't see anyone who is kind and loving as you. That's probably not true, but I'll take it. Thank you. Selamat ulang tahun, Kanna. Happy birthday, Kanna, and have a fantastic rest of your year. Baik hati salam, Iron Crow. Thank you so much, Iron Crow. Wow. You actually did fit a lot in there. I appreciate it. I like reading. Did you know that I love reading? I love reading novels. I love walls of text. Thank you so much. Even though I don't rage bait 24/7, but I appreciate that. Call it denial, but I call it just being honest. Thank you so much, Iron Crow. Beep beep. The dead center was totally unintended, was it not? Starting to see the pattern. I don't know what pattern. Was Ken still here? I just read your message now, at this exact moment. Okay. Happy birthday, Kanna. Even though it's a little late, and I just started watching you since you started streaming on Twitch, but I wanna say thank you for making so many funny moments. I did.
You're a natural born comedian. We've been over this.
We did? When did this happen?
I mean, just look at your face.
Was that an insult?
I don't know, was it?
Was that an insult? Let me think about it. I'm gonna...
Thoughts?
That one was a personal attack, wasn't it?
That was a very personal attack, yeah.
Okay. And by the way, the handwriting is very, very nice. I don't know what you're on about, but okay. You okay? You should drink, Pharaoh. Stay hydrated.
I just drank. I literally just drank. I literally have a canteen right here.
Canteen, man. Canteen. Isn't that a food place? Canteen?
Yes, it is a food place, but it's also an object, an item.
English is weird, man. English is weird. How does that even make sense?
Yes, it is. Don't try to listen. You hurt yourself. Stop. Just don't do it.
Yeah. Happy birthday, even though I only started watching you since a few days ago, but your stream has a very special... Well, I need glasses, bro. Hey, a special ride that I find enjoyable. Vibe or ride? Guys, if I read it wrong, I'm lying to you because I'm not wearing glasses right now. This is the most accurate... This is me right now. But I'm lying to you, so just pretend I have my glasses on. Okay? Okay.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah, we believe it.
Just pretend. Okay. A special vibe that I find enjoyable. Thank you for making such fun contents, and again, hope you have an amazing birthday. From Ken891109. I'm sorry I put your picture stash thing on my screen for so long. I genuinely forgot it was there. But thank you. And I enjoy every single picture that you keep sending in the Discord as well. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Thank you for dropping by. Woo! I'm happy to meet so many new people. Okay. We're here. Happy birthday, Kanna Tamachi from Ryan. Hashtag Kanna Day. Thank you. We got through it, I think. Got it? Yeah, I think we did it. We got through it all.
Good job. And you only had one moment.
One,
Good job.
I know, right?
Leave me alone!
Did you know? Sorry, I really should stop watching that.
Leave me alone!
I accidentally clicked it. Oops. Well,
she's gonna be stuck on this.
Yeah, it's
She's
pretty
gonna
funny.
be stuck on
It
this.
really is. There's one more thing to check. Huh? What more thing? Did I miss something? Did I miss a thing?
Oh wait. The girls wrote for you too in a drive I sent to Sasa, and Sasa sent it to you. So you need to check where Sasa sends you things.
What? Okay. Wait a minute. Ah! Whoa! Link again, cause should be okay now. Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Boop, 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 boop. Let me clicky. My tummy keeps wrong. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, it's from the girlies. The first one is Ray. Wow, Ray. You're so... Sorry, it's just... You chose... No, the font that you chose is I think the one that... I forgot that I used for where, but it's so funny. It's so basic. I'm so funny. Oh, no, that's so funny. Okay. No. I think that was the old font that I used for my old chat box. That's why I was laughing. It's like very plain text. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay, God. Wait a minute. Oh, my nose is snuffly. Oh, my nose. Okay, wait. Do I just
Get loved by your community, nerd.
Damn, Ray is basic. Did you know? Did you know that Ray is basic? If you didn't know, now you know. Now you know.
Not the did you know? Did you know Ray is basic?
I mean that in the most loving. I'm just gonna download it so that I can show.
Listen, Ray. At least she's not calling you stupid this time. I mean, it's an improvement, right?
No, being basic is not a bad. Actually, no. In real life, Ray calls me the basic bitch. So really,
That's.
me trying to figure out names for these files. This one is from Moon.
And in her pants.
Ini from Michoy. There we go. Mimi. Okay. No. Right click. Fit to screen. You're seeing how my brain works in real time. Yep. There. Ta-da! Ta-da! How do I make it bigger? Ta-da! Do you need to see my face? You think?
No, probably not.
Yeah, here. Yeah, good enough lah. Do we need to see chat? There we go. Good enough. Close enough. Okay lah, not bad lah. It's the aspect ratio. I don't know what was. Look at that font.
That's
What?
is that Times New Roman? Hold on, I need to.
It's not.
No, it's Arial. It's Arial.
Look at that. And the first thing it says is "Happy birthday, my Snoop Doggy." You're so stupid.
It's Arial.
It's my best friend right there. Did you know that her name for me on her Discord is Snoop Dogg?
That's amazing.
No, Snoop Duck. Not even a dog. She calls me Snoop Duck. Not even a
make some funny
dog.
duck noises.
Oh, man. I have no recollection of this.
Yeah, well,
Supposed.
there's gonna be a recollection from this VOD, so just hold on.
Okay. Happy birthday, my Snoop Doggy. I'm really glad to have met you. Our friendship has been kind of crazy in the best way. And honestly, I'm really happy to have you in my life with all your shenanigans. I don't know what shenanigans. And silliness. I don't know what silliness. I hope this year the things you're aiming for slowly fall into place and you find a lot of happiness along the way. You deserve all the happiest and goodest things. Aw, I hope more people get to see how kind and special you are to the people around you and the heart and care you put into the things you create. You're one of those people that make life a little brighter just by being around. Aw, you sap.
Definitely
Thank
special.
you. Sincerely, Ray. Thank you. And I like the font. It's your favorite font, right? I like it too. It's the font.
Honestly,
it's
Ray,
Poppins.
it's better than if it was time. If it had been Times New Roman, I don't know if I could have
Comic
still
Sans.
been friends with you. Comic Sans. Oh, that would have been worse. Oh my god. And if I ever write one of these things, I'm gonna write it in wingdings. I just want you to know that.
I'm like spews out wingdings. Dang. Oh, it's really sweet. Thank you. I'm really glad to have met you. You're the person who first taught me what a non-toxic friendship is. Thank you.
Good job, Ray. Woo! Let's go.
That makes sense. What do people have against papyrus? Right here.
Papyrus is situational.
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 Ta-da! So again,
Oh my God.
the reason why I laughed earlier was because this is next to each other. So I saw a race, and next to it was this.
Right, this is right next to raised. That's so Ollie.
Yeah, because like one is like that, and then like suddenly it became something else.
The whiplash. The fucking whiplash is diabolical.
Look at how beautiful that is.
You go from Ray's
No, yeah,
very,
so you
very
understand why
mindful,
I was
very
sad.
demure to maximum Ollie.
Look how amazing that is. And then it's
Maximum
just
Ollie.
a big fun of hi Anjing.
Just
Wow.
fucking good. Fucking all
Yeah,
caps,
do you see
ING.
do you see how majestic the poses are? The amount, the sheer
Absolutely
amount.
majestic.
Yeah,
They're
none of us
just
knows how she
flawless.
like. Ray doesn't even know how she made this. None of us know how she made this.
You know, maybe it's better that we don't question how Ollie does what Ollie does. Maybe that's just so fucking that's so much.
It's so great. Oh, it's so
It's so
great.
good.
It's
It's
so
so
good.
good.
Hi, Anjing. There's never a dull moment when I'm with you, Jing. It's amazing how someone could be so kind, silly, and a fucking genius all at the same time. Did you hear that, chat? A fucking genius.
A
Jing.
fucking genius.
We should make out more. What? Actually, you would be surprised the amount of times she asks you to make out. Like, you don't even need to do anything. We go in an elevator, we look into each other's eyes, and she goes, we should totally make out. Yes?
It's
Hello?
amazing and not surprising at all.
Yeah, no, that's the full on. I'm not even kidding you. That's
That
an
is-
Ollie
yeah.
experience. Yep. I mean, we should hang out more.
I believe
Happy
it.
birthday. Oh, dagger! Look at how majestic. I'm wondering about the bottom left position right there, but okay. I wonder if she had this on stock or she, so many questions with this.
There are so many questions to ask. Like, where did she keep?
Right?
did-
There's so many follow-up questions.
Right. Maybe better not to ask them though. Honestly, you may not want to know the answers.
Oh, she's so sweet. Man. And like a totally different vibe again. I can totally see the people. Happy birthday, Kanna. You're not just my friend, but a mentor. What? No, that's the most
Oh,
shocking thing
Muna.
I've read. A mentor.
Muna.
Wow, you see the whiplash? You're not just
That
like
is
a
the whiplash is
mentor
continuing. Yeah, that's
who has taught me so
mentor
many
is
life
crazy.
lessons, and I'm endlessly grateful for every bit of wisdom you share. That's crazy. Muna, I've watched you grow with so much pride, and I truly hope your future stays as bright as your soul as you. That's great. So you continue to crush your goals and reach even greater heights. In your career, you deserve all the success and happiness in the world, and I can't wait for another year of chasing dreams and being inseparable. I love. Oh, with love, Muna. That girl. No. Mentor in life. Think about it. Think about it. To Muna. Think about it. Nah,
Is Muna okay?
way.
Is
Hey,
Muna
whatever
okay?
that is supposed to mean.
Ray, is Muna
And what
okay?
is that supposed to mean?
Is she all right?
Do not emulate. Oh my god! Like, remember, Ali came over to visit me. She looked me dead in the eye. She's like, "I'm getting, these days, Muna is starting to sound like you," and I'm getting concerned.
Oh god, that's Muna's not okay.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
gotcha. Copy
Oh,
that.
no.
Muna's not okay.
No, Ollie genuinely looked at me. She's like, sometimes I hear her talk in her stream, and she says things you say, Kanna, and it scares me.
Ollie's not wrong. Ollie is not wrong at all to be afraid. What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck?
Drinks water.
Drinks much more water.
I'm literally choking. you know what's the craziness for me is because I feel the same way about Muna. I feel like she teaches me a lot. I genuinely admire her so much. Like you don't even know. You like no, that lady is a superwoman. I don't understand what lessons I may have taught her. It might be one of those silly things where it's just, oh my god, maybe I just taught her that.
Ray, you gotta
Maybe.
do something about this. We can't have Kanna. We can't have Kanna infecting Muna with whatever it is that Kanna has.
Hey.
If I ever tune into a Muna stream and I hear "Did you know" come out of her mouth, that's it. That's
Not yet.
it.
I
It's
should hang out with
over.
Muna again. I haven't seen her.
No. Ray, do something.
I regret to inform you it's already happening.
Oh no.
Oh, but really, I love that girl so much. Muna is always there for you. We could probably test, like, rain or shine, whatever you do, whatever ridiculous thing is happening, she will be there for you.
That's crazy.
Oh, she's
that's
really
awesome,
such an
but-
amazing friend, that girl. Oh, man. I love it. I miss her. Out of topic, I randomly just text her these days like, kangen. And then I go back to sleep because I'm sick. I just tell her, Muna kangen, and then passes out back because meds are kicking in. I'm gonna say it again. Bep kangen. I love Muna so much. Doggo.
the giggles concerning.
Are we going tomorrow, Ray? I forgot. Are we going to see Muna? What day is today? Tomorrow. To be honest, that's all you need from her. I really do miss Muna. No, Muna's the type that like she's gonna give you like the straightest face and then say the funniest things. God, I love her.
I believe that.
Mukanya tuh nggak berubah gitu. Her
the
face doesn't change, but what spews out of her mouth is so funny.
The way for me, it will always be the tweet about her playing with her cat's balls that just absolutely. I was like, wait, what? And it's like the way she like typed out the tweet. I'm like, this was the most straight faced tweet I've ever read in my life, and it's about the.
She's so funny. She's so funny. I love her.
What?
I love her.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my god. Oh no. And then I remember what was it on Michi's stream? Butt plug. Oh my god, it's so funny. I swear to god, that girl, she just whips out. Anyway, I'll go into that. Muna's debut anniversary is this week because of right. That's why she's so busy. I should just send her food. I should bring her food. It's you girls.
You should get yourself food. Have you ordered your? No, did you order yourself food, La? Did you?
Alright. What time is it?
Did you order food?
Oh,
it's fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'll read
Order
Michi's
food.
thingy first. You'll never
Okay,
guess
read
which one is
Michi's thingy.
Michi's.
Oh, we already know it's gonna be spastic as hell. Nope, never mind. That's so Michi. God, that is so absolutely
If I
fucking
crop out
Michi.
the bottom, do you think you could guess?
Yeah,
Who
the
made
year
that?
would give it away. The year would give it away, absolutely, because that reads like the stuff that she sends me on a regular basis. So absolutely, I would know that one without Michi's name being attached to it.
Yeah, here, wait. I could totally like.
I don't
we
know how
could
to use
pretend-
those.
Okay, like we could pretend that we don't know.
God, that is so fucking Michi. That is so
Happy
fucking...
birthday! I don't know how to use this, but you're so great. From
That's-
Anon.
That's. I would. Yeah, no, that is her.
Checks out.
God, that is her.
The funny thing is, they even have a template, right?
Nope.
Like if you think
She doesn't know how
about
to
it,
use
they
it.
had a template.
Nope. Yep. She doesn't know how to use it. Kinda, she's talked about this before. You do know that, like,
Yes.
outside of her hitting the go live button and doing funny anime girl things, that like
Yep.
she between Maiko, me, and the mod team, we do everything else for her. She literally she doesn't do like much outside of just streaming. We literally do everything else for her. Like, that's
Checks out.
amazing that she managed to figure it out enough to type. That is impressive, honestly.
Actually, it checks out. Yep.
Yeah, that's very. That is.
Happy
God, that is so
birthday.
fucking-
No, I feel it. I feel the tears coming. I'm so touched.
Michi's not good at stuff like this.
I wish it was.
Honestly,
as-
that would be the same shit that I would type. Honestly, like I would just be like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, happy birthday, you're cool, Pharaoh." Like, I mean, that would be like, I get it, I totally get it.
God, I'm never gonna make fun of your ability to use. Yeah, this was on Canva, guys. All she needed to do was.
I think the thing we did for Michi, I literally just typed like "Happy birthday, Pharaoh." I think that's literally like, so I get
Checks
it, like
out.
I understand it. Oh,
That
what's this?
checks out. Enema.
Oh,
Me trying to like flip my head as it when the emote was falling over my head. I was trying to read it when I could have just read the one on chat.
yeah, true.
That's how my brain works. Birthday dash Pharaoh.
Yeah. Yeah. NFS saw when we signed the card for Michi, I literally just used the type tool and typed like "Happy birthday,
Oh, the emote.
Pharaoh."
Is that did I say it right? Is it enema or enema or
Yes.
enema?
No, it is enema. It is enema. You said it right. Yep.
English takes a lot of brain power.
It's kind of dumb, honestly. I think the reason I can't learn other languages, like I've tried, I just can't do it, is because I'm so deep into the machinations of English that it's completely warped my brain. This is like legitimately, I think is what has happened.
That's it. That's a valid excuse. A totally valid excuse. This is so random, but Michi apparently texted me 30 minutes ago with absolutely no context and started waka 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 waka. What the fuck?
That's probably
She
she
should.
probably saw the thing I sent her. It's entirely possible
Where?
that I sent her. She saw the thing.
Yeah, it's literally just waka waka wa, and then more waka waka wow.
Yeah, I'm assuming she saw.
Me. You put all your skill points
So-
in one tree.
I asked Michi for an opinion because I'm thinking about getting a haircut, and she didn't reply. So I gave her the screw face and said, "I'm gonna shave my head bald. I'm gonna shave my head." And her response is all caps, "What? Go bald!" And then sent me the dancing Jared gif. I was like,
Checks out.
"Well, that's yeah, that's it. That's Michi."
Are you going bald?
No, I'm not going bald. I'm just
Oh.
getting irritated with having long hair. So I think I'm gonna get like a proper haircut instead of just having my hair long because it's annoying to me now. Like I trimmed my beard, I shaved the sides of my face, so now all I've got left is the goatee.
Me trying to imagine bald Pharaoh.
I mean, I don't have bald. I have buzz cut Pharaoh. Did I? I think I showed you buzz cut Pharaoh.
I think you did. I forgot to order food. And I actually have to go pee.
Go
Being
piss,
human
girl.
is so... Well,
And order food. Yeah, at NFS I saw. I will. I will do.
why is he laughing? It's so suspicious. It's so
Uh,
suspicious.
Go piss, girl, and then order food. La. Oh my god.
And you know what to eat? Okay. I'm gonna go pee. Alright, we
go.
had that. I didn't realize the 7TV. Is that what it's called? 7TV emotes would also rain on me. So now Go
Yes.
Piss Girl is just raining on me. And I don't know how to feel about it.
Just follow the instructions.
Or
As they have
is
been
it
given to you.
instructions or is it a suggestion, really?
No, instructions go eat.
I accidentally... Turns out I've been crossing my legs. And now they're...
Girl,
not
stop-
numb, but
stop
I
doing
know,
that.
I need to get the footstool thing.
Yes, you need to get the footstool
Hydrate,
thing.
yes. I'm hydrating. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Behave. I say that, but usually... No, I'm always on my best behavior.
You're okay. Okay.
I'm always on my best behavior. Behave, chat.
Okay.
Behave. I'll be right back.
Quick chat. It's time to party. It's time to party. Oh, it's been a great day. It was. I mean, the day was fine, whatever. But this has been so good. I am so tired. Oh, I'm so like. Oh, now that she's through the cards, I think I'm probably gonna go perish whenever she gets back. It's been. And I am tired. Brother, you don't understand the amount of energy that has gone into this stream. Fuck. Oh my god. I am, yes. Yeah, soon, chat. Very soon. Absolutely worth it. Like, no complaints. Zero complaints. This has been a marvelous fucking stream. Oh boy. Do the funny. Is that funny? Me yawning? Yeah, no, this stream has been like so well done. It's been such a good stream. Cold man talking, yes. Oh, old man perishing. I swear if that girl does not order food when she gets back, I'm going to crawl through this internet connection and shake the shit out of her. Ooh. Some of my old man stories are scarier than others, I guess. Guys, want to hear about the third time I almost died? That's. Oh God. I feel like other people's lives haven't had as many near brushes with death as mine. That can't be normal, right? Right? Like you guys don't have near brushes with death on a regular basis. No, what you get rid you don't get a stamp is you get the satisfaction of feeling death's icy caress on the back of your neck. And then she leans in real close and she tells you, "Not now, boy, but close." And it's so good. Don't know what to tell you. It's like ASMR. Yeah, you guys did a really good job. This whole thing is really awesome for Kanna. Good job, guys. Way to go. You guys did an amazing job getting this all set up for her. Yeah, this was really good for her. I'm glad that she had a really good birthday and was able to come back from being sick to all those nice birthday wishes. I'm starting to think, guys, that she might have gotten lost somewhere between her office and the bathroom. You know, she is very small. She might have fallen in. Might have to get Ray to go and check on her. Yeah, then you're probably not wrong. Honestly, that's probably a fairly accurate representation of what happened.
Hello.
Oh, she's returned.
Hi.
Welcome back. We were beginning to think
Hi.
maybe you'd gotten lost somewhere.
I was trying to think of what to order. I don't know what to order.
Food la.
Oh,
Food.
what the food la? She didn't fall in. I sat there. I was like, oh, what to eat? What to eat? Pizza. Pizza is delicious.
Pizza
I
is
eat it.
good.
Oh, you're still on live stream. Welcome back, right? What time is it? How long have I been here?
Half past order you some fucking food before I climb through this internet connection and shake you.
You can do that?
If I could. I might have to try.
You could. And instead of shaking me, you could cook me food. Thoughts?
Do you have any food for me to cook, though? That's the question.
I have Indomie.
I am an
found
artiste.
cup noodles.
Oh my god, cup noodles. Oh.
I found cup noodles.
Oh, not cup noodles.
She has 3 condiments and Indomie.
this is probably right.
Truly
That's
Yapper
probably
Tron.
right.
Yapper Tron. Tron.
Yappertron is correct. Oh,
Ugh, what
okay,
to eat?
but you're gonna have to figure out what you're doing without Pharaoh. His battery is officially blinking on red.
Yes,
it is 3
you
o'clock in the
You
morning.
should
I'm going to go
sleep.
die.
Oh, you should.
Chat,
Have your
make
8
sure
hours
she
sleep.
gets chat. Make sure she gets something more than just the cup noodles, please.
Cup noodle plus an egg. Have a good sleep.
I love that this new microphone setup I have captures all of my exasperated sighs because you've been missing out on them this whole time.
Oh,
Yes.
that's why everything's so clear.
Yes, this is the new microphone and thing. Yes, we talked about this. She already forgot chat.
Goldfish brain is what I've heard.
You know what you need to do before I leave chat. Do it.
What?
Do the thing.
What a thing. Kanna, you're getting more than cup noodles. Don't they have like protein? And
Makasih ya, Beb.
Thank you, Yabu. I appreciate you.
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb.
I genuinely thought it would not appear again. I thought that this would your winning gut.
Oh, happy birthday, Kanna.
You thought wrong. Beb, please get food. Oh, that word is gonna get me. That Beb is really gonna. It's gonna.
Bippy.
Oh my god. Really? Is that really the last thing you want to hear before you sleep, Pharaoh? Is it
it's
really?
music to my ears? It's music to my ears because
Get better ears.
Oh.
my lord.
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb.
No, okay, wait.
Open the app.
It's no. See. Listen.
Opening the app.
So it's
Shit,
you, and if it's you, then I like it. So it doesn't matter what it is.
I've opened the app. Ironco, thank you for the Shin Ramyun. I should get those. I wonder if they still have it in stock. Beep boop. And double since it was your birthday. Thank you. I get 2 Shin Ramyuns. That's good. Okay. I have opened the app. Now what?
Now pick some place to
No.
get food from.
Ugh. Ugh.
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb.
Oh, that took damage from that one. So food then we getting fried chicken spaghetti. What the heck is fried chicken spaghetti?
I don't know. I don't know where Zane came up with that one. One or the other, yes. Both together, I don't know how that works.
Okay, I'm gonna search fried chicken spaghetti.
That's crazy.
What if it actually
All right.
appears? Okay, you should
If it
go
actually
sleepy
appears, that's crazy.
poo.
Yeah, I am gonna go fall on my face. I will talk to you all. Goodbye, chat.
Have a good
Kanna,
sleepy
I'll poke you later. Thank
you for
Have a good rest of your stream. It was fun.
Hi. Oh, he's so out. He's so out.
Oh, I'm so
Sweet
done.
dreams,
So
Pharaoh.
done.
Have a good rest.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Goodbye.
Say bye to Pharaoh, chat. Oh, my nose.
Bye bye, chat.
I love the Pharaoh emoji. So cute.
Oh god, the pharaoh emojis are just. I'm surprised they haven't put the FAPA on your stuff yet. Have you?
The
Has
what?
anybody shown her? The pharaoh kappa exists. Ask the people that made it. They called it the FAPA because it's pharaoh kappa, and they think they're funny. And they think they're funny.
What is it? And tell me while Pharaoh's asleep.
Hold on. Hold on. NFS, you know where it is.
What food is food? Ugh.
That one might actually not be 17. Wait, is it a 17 emote? Oh, there it is.
Boo boo.
It appears.
Oh, Pharaoh Kappa. I forgot which button to click. Is it add emote to general? Add it to general. Did it work? I don't know if it worked, but it may have worked. There. I might have to refresh my thing, but in chat
Yeah,
it
you're gonna have
works.
to. Yeah, you gotta refresh your.
Thingamabooby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, there it is.
Okay, happy sleepy time.
Thank you. I'll talk to you later.
Pass out. Yes.
I'm
Sweet
gonna fall on my
dreams.
face. Yep. Alright, bye-bye.
Bye bye, Pharaoh. Beep boop. Suddenly I'm so starving, chat. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh. It's like suddenly the hunger hits me right all at once. I don't know what to eat though. I feel like that's the problem these days. Because I can like I've been barely eating the past 2 weeks. I can't think of what to eat lately. And that sucks. I think Pharaoh's yawn was contagious. Dang it. Okay. Wings? Why no eat when sick? Because apparently I was drinking too much water. And so my tummy was full of water. So I could not consume food. Did they really reopen? Wasn't it an April Fool's thing? I thought it was an April Fool's thing. It's not a lie? Really? Huh. Is Jollibee really that good? Pharaoh's yawning has really got me. Dang it. Okay. I just ordered the first thing that appeared on my GoFood, probably. Rice with... Oh, it's a Korean place. Rice with beef and kimchi. That's healthy enough, right? That is somewhat nutritious enough, correct? Boop, 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 boop. Apply discount. Delivery is so expensive. Head pads, yippee. Double stretch. I should stretch. The delivery is 30k. That's expensive. Mega. Tanya. I should wear my glasses more often, huh? 30k is so expensive. 30k. USD. I'm kidding. What's 30K? That's $2, isn't it? $2 is expensive, y'all. Okay. I don't know how much meals are usually in dollars. It's less than $2. Yeah, it's less than $2. And the food itself is... How much is this? How much is this in... Wait, let me see. IDR to USD. The meal, which is rice with beef and kimchi, with a side of japchae, which is like rice noodles. The whole meal is $3.22. So in total, I must pay... Well, then there's a discount. With the delivery fee is discounted. So in total, food is... How much is this? $3.69. Chat. Indonesia's currency is so ass. But you know, it is what it is. Wait, I have to top up because I don't have enough. I say that. $3. I don't have enough credit. Give me a second while I top up my credit. It is what it is, chat. I only had... How much did I have? I only had $2, I think. I had $2 to my name. And I need to top up the 1.69. At least our bits gave you a bit. Actually, yes. $3.69. I think so. That's what Google says. That's what Google says. Go pay. Ugh. Okay. At least you try. Yes. I can eat food. No, to be fair though, this is not even like the cheapest meal ever. Hello, hi. An anonymous gifter gave a sub to anonymous gift receiver. Is that an anonymous thing or is that an actual name? I'm so dumb. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's a meal, actually. Chat. That's actually a whole meal. That's crazy. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. I have purchased my food. I have purchased my food. Oh my gosh. Is it a problem if I keep cracking my elbows? Hydrate. Thank you. Let me hydrate. No. Is it gonna cause long-term problems? There have been studies done. It doesn't. You guys know so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Is that an actual name of the other anonymous gifter? Is that an actual username? I'm old. I know many things. Wait, let me put these away. There you go. It's an actual username. That's so cute. I've been cracking my fingers and back for years and there's no effect. Someone studied cracking one hand, leaving the other uncracked for 30. Someone did the dedication to do that for 30 years with no issue. Huh. Back and neck are harmful. Fingers and elbows are fine. That's interesting. Okay. Posture check. Okay, posture check. My My left leg... Well, my left foot is under my butt. My right knee is near my face. I'll fix that right now. Well, I said I fixed it, but I crossed my legs. Get those legs. Yep. I don't know what position I was sitting on, but that wasn't great. Warthogs na, exactly. You get me. You understand me. Head pat, yippee. Jarang terjadi tapi bisa. Ah. Your joints can get inflamed. Are you doing yoga? I should do yoga. Haven't done yoga in so long. Boop, boop, boop. Gonna run out of channel points with all the head pats I wanna... Boop. I should make a boop thing too. That would be cute. That would be so cute. And a tail thing. That's so cute. This is honestly the best night of this year yet. Seeing you so happy reading all those messages put my soul at... I'm the one who's super happy. Thank you so much for the kind birthday wishes and messages. Even though I don't know why there's so many rage baiting things. I'm sure that was a mistake, but other than that... Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are really so sweet. Thank you so much. A typo I had will haunt me. Nola! Nola! I'm not wearing glasses, so really it's practically the same. My heart feels so fuzzy. I don't know what to do. It's either that or I have indigestion. What do you mean your glasses are right there? Yeah, I've been lying to you. I've been blind this whole time. Oh my god. Wait, I forgot. I was supposed to check. Okay. Food should be in 30 minutes. Man. She played us for a fool. Nyaha. If she's blind, she can't read all our comments about how nice she is. But true, that's actually true. That's actually true. Okay. The good news is I can breathe a little bit. I wonder why crying makes you snotty. Must be a physiological thing, right? I can breathe. I feel calmer and happier. Oh, she breathes. I know. It's been so nice breathing. Man. Man. Okay. I might talk like this for a little bit. Just so I can breathe. Nose and tear ducts are connected. Are you a mouth breather or a nose breather? Well, if my nose is not blocked, then I will breathe through my nose. What is it with these other girls? Not eating, not breathing. Life is hard. Life is hard. Ugh. Breathing is so nice. Chat, did you know? Breathing is so nice. I've been hydrating so much, mind you. Mind you. I also shouldn't talk like this when I'm with Muna. Because we talk in a very similar low range. And you don't know who's talking. Dang. Who is this and what did you do? Haha. I've been lying to you. This is what I actually sound like. I just try to sound obnoxious most of the time. What if I've just been annoying you on purpose? Thoughts? Actually, I've been lying to you. I'm so sorry. But I sound so much... I can't take myself seriously. Okay, to be fair, I can't sound the way I usually do when I'm at work, can I? Because then who's gonna take me seriously, right? You go in a meeting and you go, bye! And who's gonna take me seriously, honestly? Aha! Aha! Then, right? Hai, selamat pagi semuanya. Udah siapin agenda meeting hari ini? Yuk. Kita meeting ya. Dimulai. Right? It'll turn into a rage meeting. Hey. No, and then instead I go, pagi semuanya. Hari ini meetingnya agak telat 5 menit. Kita tungguin dulu manajernya habis dari meeting sebelah. Jadi kita tunggu sebentar ya teman-teman. Terima kasih. Naon. Cause like if not, they'll not take me seriously. No, it's actually to the point. I've told this on stream before. My manager low-key doxed me mid-meeting. It was during a morning meeting, and my manager, literally, I'm not even kidding you, my manager was like, pagi. And then my manager asked me, deadass, hey Kanna, do you know about VTubers? And my head snapped up so fast that early in the morning. I was like, bro, what? No, I swear, I was so half asleep. And then my manager, do you know about VTubers? And I was like, wait, like in real time, I was like, nggak tahu pak, itu apaan? Right? I don't know what that is, I said. And then yeah, and then my manager went on explaining what a virtual YouTuber is to me. Oh, thank you. I didn't know that you can paying forward the gift. What does that even mean? Thank you for the gifted subs, you guys. VTuber explaining to a VTuber, yeah, actually. I was like, yeah, did you know? I was like, yeah, kamu nggak tahu ya? You didn't know there's like this YouTubers, but they're using like this avatar, so they're not using their real face, you know, right? And I was like, oh, bisa gitu ya? Wow. I would say oh, and then I would mute my mic, and then I would like die inside. Right? And then I've told this before. I swear it was a morning meeting. I think that was like the precursor. Right? And then they were like, I've been listening to you, Kanna, for a while, so I just want to ask you something. I was like, I was dying. First of all, it was during the pandemic, so it was like I was at home alone. I was holding my laptop for dear life. And then my manager whipped out, Kanna, kamu tuh Muna Hoshinova ya? And then I shit you not, I took my laptop, put it on the floor, and I did a dogiza. I swear to God, I put it on the floor and I dogiza. I'm like, thank the Lord. To be fair, I was trying to use a voice that I don't use too much in real life, but you know, I guess I talk like this and more often in the office. So then my manager deadass thought that I am Muna Hoshinova. And he caught me. Honestly, he caught me. What the hell? And what's worse is every single morning, every day, every meeting I have with the manager, every meeting my manager would go, "Good morning, Muna." I'll be like, "Yeah, pagi pa." I wanna die. I just want to die every meeting. And mind you, this was meeting with other people. Just saying, it was meeting with other people. People were here to witness this. Do you know what it feels like? Do you not know what it feels like when every day your manager just says... Well, to be fair, I really thought I was a goner. I really thought that it's over. It's over. My manager knows who I am. And oh my God. Identity theft is not a joke. Imagine he starts indulging us. Oh my God, Lord. Please. Big question is this the actual moon? I think I've told her before. I think it was during one of those days where I was baking Muna's birthday thing. Oh my God, I swear. For a while, I would flinch when someone tells me, "Good morning, Muna." Flinch. Dang. Dang. I don't see the resemblance. In some other world, some person asked Muna if she... I know. Wow, that will never happen, but okay. Oh my God. I want to ask though, what would you do if that said manager said they know you are a VTuber? Would you change work? Oh no, I would just pretend to all hell. I'd be like, sorry, manager? I'm technologically stupid. I don't know how to be a VTuber, even if I wanted to. Me works in IT, be like, I'm dumb. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm dumb. Technology is confusing to me. Is that the place you stole? I didn't steal the PC. I just borrowed the GPU slightly. Nola! Oh my God! I'm thinking you have to be tech literate to be... I know. Hey, I can just fake it, you know? I can just fake it. I'd be like, Gak ngerti pa, wala. I don't understand. Dumb, you know? A real talk, does anyone in computer science know what they're doing? Honestly, it's faking it till you make it, isn't it? Man. Dumb, yeah. That's the face I pull. I'm like, huh? Maaf pak, aku bukan wibu. Nggak ngerti VTuber apa. Sorry, I'm not a weeb. I don't know what VTubers are. What did you say? V2 virtual YouTuber? Hell, I don't understand. As someone who's been working in IT for 20 years, yes. We don't. No, the thing is, right? When your code works or doesn't work, you never know why. Oh, it doesn't work. I wonder why. Oh, it works. I wonder why. So really, you just never know. Right? Right. But why would a normie know what a weeaboo is? I've heard this legendary word many times in my career. That's what I would say. Schrodinger's code is real? Exactly. Exactly. No, but where my team, my team at work, we're all like weebs. So of course I would know that word in adjacency, right? It doesn't work. I wonder why. It works. How? Exactly. Exactly. I'm trying to think if I should I talk like this again when I work? Would that command me more respect? I say that and then I don't know why my code don't work, but I know exactly why everyone else's code doesn't work. Oh yeah, no, actually legit. Definitely people would fall for you. But I feel like talking like this, like all the time, I don't want to say embarrassing. I just feel like if I talk like this, people will take me less seriously. I mean, look at me. You know? Oh my god, okay. Pharaoh, when I was sick, Pharaoh made me take a stupid dairy test. Was it? Dairy test? The thing. And I got this. First of all, the questions are all stupid. The questions and answers are all stupid. It's so ridiculous that I'm like, who does that? But yeah. If you got anything but dairy. Yeah, I actually didn't get dairy. Think about it. Think about it. Blame the test. I got... Here, wait. Wait. Let me see. Scrolling up so high. Forgot when I took... Aha! Nyaha! Save image. Ugh. What is this? Dairy. I hate that I have to rename things when I save them. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. I don't like it. It requires movement. Okay. Pharaoh thinks that, yeah. Pharaoh is asleep, but he is saying you're welcome in his streams, I'm sure. Okay, here. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. There. This is what I got. Apparently. You are an Is it Ojo or Ojo? You can ask me for anything and I'll do my very best to help you. You are a person who has all the qualities of a perfect ladylike princess. Did you see that? Did you see that, chat? And I just say that, wow. I just see that. Do you believe that? No, that you believe. Do you believe in the test? Wait, here's the description. Wait a minute. Do you believe it? Here. You are an Ojo Dere. You can ask me for anything and I'll do my very best to help you. You are a person who has all the qualities of a perfect ladylike princess. You are very polite, caring, and admired by all. Though you have a tendency to keep your guard up around others. However, when you're alone with your crush... That's slightly embarrassing, isn't it? When you will let down your strict, dignified appearance and become very cute and affectionate. You feel grateful to have someone you can just be yourself around without having to keep up appearances to maintain your princess-like image.
Asik. Makasih ya, Beb.
Sorry. Thank you, Sen, for the bits. Thank you. Yeah, 3 different screeching gremlins in a trench coat. Out of nowhere. Okay. Okay, imagine this. What if outside of streaming, this is how I talk, and usually I act very dignified, and usually I'm prim and proper, but as soon as I get in my PC room, I get like this. Thoughts? Girl, you don't wear pants. I wear them now. This isn't even a what if, it's just real, isn't it? What was it, Ray? I forgot who told me. But they were like, you're the I forgot who, but someone told me that I'm like the epitome of... Is that the word? Epitome? Or is it epitome? God dang it, English. Epitome. Epitome. That sounds about right. The epitome of Umaru. Which is funny because I have the hoodie. And they're like, you're so when you're outside you're kind of fine. And then I go home. And then I just turn my brain off. I see the vision. That's actually perfectly right. When I get home and then pants off. I guess. Dang. I even have a hood. I have Umaru's orange thingy hoodie. I wore it once and Ray took a picture of me and made it a WhatsApp sticker. I don't like it. I don't like that sticker. I really don't like it. Beep boop. Perfect ladylike. Qualities of a princess. Very polite, caring, and admired by all. But then pants off, get snacks, get on PC. Mihi. Nee. Does that mean that... See, maybe I just feel comfortable being myself with you guys. Chat with you guys. You're definitely a princess for completely different reasons. What do you mean? Maybe you are Loki and Ojo. No! I didn't even know this was a thing, by the way. The brain cells are in the pants bucket. You're so... You might be right, but I'm wearing pants, so does that mean I am in possession of brain cells right now? Nyaha! Nyaha! Princess outside, but herself online streaming. You know, the test might be wrong. Did you think about that? Cause like, no, the test is so weird. Have you guys seen the questions? The questions are so weird. I have to Google it again, don't I? Dairy test. It's pretty... No! That word normal. Did Pharaoh link me to it? Wait. No, I thought the answers were so stupid. I genuinely thought the answers were so stupid. No. It depends. Okay, wait. Let me open it first. Oh, I have to answer it first. Kanna. Start quiz. Ads. Okay. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can do a thing. It was so stupid. I remember feeling... to be fair, it was in the middle of the night and I was half asleep. But I remember feeling like this is not a normal thingamaboop, you know? Ugh, okay. I have to go to the side again. Okay. Here. Wow, look at all the ads. Ugh. How do you... Ugh, whatever. Okay. bear with it. Are you open about like okay? I forgot which one is the really funny one. Is it here? Is that better? The ads are bugging me. How do I? Whatever. Where is the X? Okay, I don't care. Are you open about your crush? Okay. Yes, I'm always open about my feelings and always tell them how I feel. Yes, I constantly shower them with love, maybe even too much love, but I just love them. Only after I get closer to them and feel more comfortable. Only when we're alone together. Only if they can't hear me. I try really hard to be open, but the words just won't come out. And then there's this one. Okay, okay, here. Like, I'll tell them anything if it gets me what I want. That doesn't seem normal, does it? But okay, let's just pick one. This one, I guess. Cause like, to be honest, I just don't say anything. I mean, it's not like a particular secret, but I don't like confess it at every, you know what I mean? Dang. Your crush suddenly gives you a kiss on the cheek in public. I'm like, I kiss them back, of course. I start blushing like crazy and fawning over them. I scream in joy at the top of my lungs. I start blushing but accept it openly. What does that even mean? Do you just say like, I accept? What? I start rubbing against them and purring. What that is? Come on. Those are not normal answers. What the heck? The people purr... Okay. I feel a sudden desire to mess with them back. I ask them to please spank me. Come on. I try to escalate into something more lewd. Come on. Why is the room suddenly spinning? I become embarrassed and accidentally punch them. I mean, come on. You say they're not normal, but the number of times I've seen basically all of this occur, ironically, is concerning. What? Ew, gross. Ah, you're so sweet. Finally, my beloved has kissed me. How dare they touch me? I start crying from happy. Okay. Come on. See? And then I'm just left there and I don't know what to choose. Also, Sen, which one? The spanking? You've seen that happen? All of them. Say what? No. No. All of them? You must have been through a lot, that's okay. I mean, like, I become embarrassed and accidentally punch them. Oh my lord. Okay. Okay. They're all so... Okay. Yeah. Question 3. I've lived a very full life. Did it take you a long time to warm up to your crush? I took a liking to them very quickly. It was immediate love at first sight. We were destined to be together. Well, they were rich. I'm not really... warm up. I mean, I feel like maybe I just have standard answers. Thoughts. Maybe I just have very, very bog standard... bog standard answers. Quick! Someone is picking on your crush! What do you do? I will quickly go over to my crush and act like we have plans to get them away from the situation. I'll start crying because I'm helpless and can't defend my crush. I will hiss at the person. And you imagine, like, someone is picking on you and someone comes by and they're like, hissing. Oh? Who even says this? I will help my crush immediately if they agree to buy me gifts. What the heck? I will start laughing in disgust. Who? Who is doing that? I'm very glad you're so happy. Yeah, thank you. Salamat jalan. I feel it's like an imaginary crush. Some of them feel like you're supposed to already have a crush, right? Because I'm like trying to imagine. I'm like, I guess it would be. You know what I mean? Okay, for me, I forgot what my answer was, but I think it was this one. I'll probably do this. I'll probably do that. I'll kill them. Like, actually murder. Someone else is flirting with your crush. How do you think react? Is that an actual sentence? I'll try even harder to win my crush over. I'd go home and cry myself to sleep. What? I suddenly feel... I just don't think... I get it. It's like a stereotype, but also... I'll be like this, probably. Very Mikor. Speaking of flirting, how do you flirt? I don't... by batting my hands and meowing at them. I see. I immediately... Well, honestly... Immediately proposing to them and asking them for their hand in marriage. I would say nobody does that, but because I've gotten so many proposals, I can honestly say that some people actually do just randomly propose to people. Man. Let me see. Got proposals. Mind you, I was in middle school. That says a lot about... I'm safe, guys. I'm safe. No, it's not flexing. It's like genuine concern. If you get proposed to when you're like in middle school, that's probably not okay, is that? That's completely different. Time for a nap. Hi. Alright, where is my food? Thank you for accompanying. Stretch. You're so right. And hydrate. Hi. I'm out of water in my first bottle. Hehe. Have a good nap, Sasa. Thank you for dropping by. Oopsies. Huh. Oh, it already arrived. Like 10 minutes ago. I was married in kindergarten. Yeah, even though, okay, if you're like married to maybe fellow children, that's fine. I think I got proposed for some reason. No, maybe that's a thing. When I was younger, like in my teens, a lot of like late 20-year-olds would like either confess or propose. I don't know why. Maybe that's an Indonesia thing. I don't know. Too many pedophiles here, chat. There's too many pedophiles here. That's so weird. I try to build them a harem. What if I just do nothing? Oh, this probably. This is also might be true, but probably this. I just try to become close friends. I guess so. I'm too sleepy to flirt. Well, this one, there's so many that are true. What is flirting anyway? Well, probably this, right? I don't flirt. I don't know, chat. This is a big hypothetical, isn't it? Sometimes I feel like you never really know until you go through it, right? Don't know. What's your general mood? I don't know. Playful? I don't know. I make them spoil me and give me lots of love and affection. I don't know. What if I get a different answer this time? I don't remember what I answered. Linny, what's your general mood like? Normal? I get very looted. Is this a normal? Sometimes you just have to guess. Huh. Spend my time meditating and trying to find inner peace. Maybe that. Honestly, maybe that. I'm admired by others because of my cool behavior. I act rather crazy. What if I'm just exhausted? I have a dignified presence and perfect manners. Even when you've experienced it, sometimes you don't even know what happened because it usually just happens. Yep. I should get my food. Ugh, but I'm so lazy. I'm on energy saving mode. Ugh. When I'm not with my crush, but that's just me all the time, no?
Makasih ya, Beb.
Makasih ya, Beb. No, that'll get me moving. Oh no. Oh, is this how it's gonna be like for a while? Oh, I don't know if I like that. Oh, that whiplash. Oh my god. That's what it's for! It gets me to do things! I don't know if I like it, Jet. I don't know if I like it. Ugh. 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 You should know we will weaponize it against you. Whoa, is it tracking? Oh. Have to go downstairs. Get food. Oh no, I have to put on a... Do you think I'll get away with it with a hoodie? No, I won't. I don't know. So annoying.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Yeah, I'll go. What kind of torture is this? I'll be right back. I got an ad, didn't I? I'll be right back. You can't see it, but I'm pouting right now. Be right back. I'm back. I got food. Boop. Why am I so big? Eh? I'm starting to... I got head pats. Thank you. Yeah. Whoa. Me trying to figure out where to put the lid because I have floor, I guess. Yeah, close enough. Close enough. Hi. It's my thingamajig. Oh, boop, 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 boop. Does that mean I have to whip out the table again? Table. Okay. Welcome back to table. There. What is a normal table eating size? Here. Me trying to figure out dimensions. Here. Yeah, huh. Back to my not sponsored water. Digital artesian water. Oh wait, what food do I have here? Welcome back, thank you. I'm so not used to going out. I encountered people and I was like, ugh, humans. Like, ugh, humans. Man. Do I have food on here? What if I only have... What if I only have... Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, good enough. To be fair, this is not my food. One day I will get the proper assets. Why does it jiggle? Okay. Okay, well, you know what? Good enough. Okay. Why does it? I don't know. Oh my god, it's following me. Is it getting knocked over by my hair? Anna, you should. Ta-da. Okay. Gonna eat. I haven't had like proper food in a while. So weird. Look at that. Okay, that's so we don't talk about it, chat. We don't. That's so silly. Ow. I've forgotten what food tastes like. Dang. The only thing that I could like eat was a grilled cheese sandwich the past 2 weeks, so that's all I've been eating. Mostly because there's only bread and cheese and cereal. Oh my god, rice. Oh my god. Kimchi. You're eating like a 1400s person. They ate grilled cheese sandwich back then? Dang, they're eating good. Ow. You can hear me eat, can't you? I'm only mildly embarrassed. Honestly, the wise thing would be to end stream so you don't have to be subjected to my eating sounds. Should I do that, chat? React slop. What do you mean? Wait. While I eat? Is that what people do? That is what people do, isn't it? That's what people do! We have a jiggling cake now, yes. I should update the sub goal. It's gonna sound stupid, but I haven't had like rice in a while. Is this what rice has always tasted like? And people usually just watch videos. Alright, because you can do that. Rice is an essential food group. I'm only mildly distracted by the jiggling thing. Can I just watch Michi? What's the point? Wait. I'm trying to read thoughts. I honestly was gonna end stream after like 3 hours. How long has it been? 4? Oh. Because I'm allowed to watch things while I do things on stream. 6.5. Really? And you're still here? Thank you for sticking around. Hello? No wonder Pharaoh went to sleep. Dang. Why am I here, honestly? Don't... Why am I streaming for Ow. I also haven't had noodles in a while. Huh. I do. I watch things when I'm eating. Can I do that here? What if I fall into the Michi trap and just stream forever? Because I don't know when to stop. Right. Browser capture. Let's see. Means more Kanna time for me. I'm cool with that. I'll be up for another 5 hours. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Oh, wait. I should be smart and do it in a window where... what is it called? Where the track is separated. Is that the thing? Right? IT private browser. But then I'll get ads. But then I'll get ads. That doesn't sound pleasant. Does it? Is that the risk you take? Why don't you set extensions to work on it? You're so smart. You're so smart. Did you know that you're so smart? You're genius. I'll just watch it on. Well, are we watching ads together, chat? Oh, that's so stupid. Wait. Okay. Wait for it. Private window. This is gonna absolutely suck. A little bit. Okay. My brain is so slow. I would love to say it's because of the medication, but surely that's not it, is it? I think it's... My brain is so slow. YouTube? Nope. Why is it not appearing though? The heck? No. Nyaha! I think. I'm saying nyaha, I know you can't see, so you don't understand what I'm going through. Ugh, I think that's the audio thing, is it? Ugh. Why does being not a YouTuber, why is being a streamer so difficult? Yeah. Wait. Huh? Why is it not a bit? Okay. You can't stream private windows, can you? Thoughts? Is that what's happening? Is that why it's not appearing? Am I just dumb? You can? Why is it not appearing then? Oh! I didn't know it was... We forget that ever happened. My GPA is 3.5 something, mind you, out of 4. Just as a kind reminder. Just as a kind reminder of my brain. happen after I spent all my brain cells on. I feel kind of exposed though. What if? Because now people will know what I watch. What if I eat while I watch someone else eat? Thoughts? Actually, what happened? What do you mean? My brain still works fine. Probably. I don't know. Let's just watch someone eat something else. I do watch mukbang while eating, right? I've watched most of these though. Okay, if not these, what else do I watch? I watch Mossy Earth. I sound like a nerd. Or Veritasium. Guys, I'm not an interesting person, am I? Chat. 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 Right? You watch it too. None of my friends watch it. I think, as far as I know. Watch your friends streaming. Am I loud? Is that allowed? Okay, wait. Yibba. Audio pref. Wait. I'm blind. I think I got it set to yeah. You are my people. Some tops got. Okay. No, but dead ass, I can just sit here and like watch Michi. What if I get rage baited mid-eating? Does that sound wise? Ugh. Okay. I think. Okay, let's see. Does it work? Why not both? As long as you're on the screen and commenting, but I'll be eating. I would just be eating though. If I get rage baited, I'll watch something else. Wait. Okay. Can you hear? What is this girl on about? What did I walk into? What did I you know what? No, this is great. I can eat to this. Sorry. It's not on light mode, it's an incognito. Ow. This is great. Sorry. Streaming. No, that's true. That's true. No. This is great. I don't know why I'm streaming what I usually do in my daily life, just listening to her yap. This is great. Ow. Ow. I wish he would respond to messages in a timely manner, but I also don't do that. Hmm? Kaya yang punya. Sorry. Can you guys hear it though? I did mute it. I'm dumb. I think. Wait. Here. Sorry. Accidentally clicked it. Oh. Girl, I love and appreciate you. Oh. Oh. Do you think gift giving is her love language? Do you think gift giving is her love language, chat? Anon, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Ow. I mean, you didn't ask. To be fair, you didn't ask. Ow. Ow. What? What? Okay. Huh? Tapes? That's a smart person. Hmm? Ow. FYI, this is what having lunch with Michi feels like. He just doesn't stop yapping. And you can finish all your food by the time she takes one bite. And literally, this is it. This is a lunch experience with Michi. I can totally pretend like I'm having a lunch with her right now. Oh. No constipation? Damn. The what now? Oh, I thought she was talking about her poo-poo. Dang. Where do you even get bright pink tape, girl? Uh-huh. Oh. And she's just there watching. Huh? I don't mean. Would you let chat wrap you in tape? Well, would you let me loose after a bit? If I were to be set free after moments, perhaps. Oh. And put you back in your enclosure. Enclosure. I'm already in an enclosure. That's true. No, the packing tape dispenser thing helps. Oh. You pack stuff often. During the pandemic, I moved around a lot. During the pandemic, I moved hostels, or like, yeah, hostels, I think they're called. I moved hostels several times. I had a moment of time where I moved to Bali for a few months. So I got it back then because I moved a lot. I have been in my current place for a while though. So now I just use the packing tape dispenser to pack the part of my car that fell off accidentally. So the tape dispenser is in the car right now. Because when something falls off, I just tape it temporarily. Ow. What? Oh. A part? Yeah, there's like a part of the car on the side near the wheels that kept getting loose, and usually I would just like push it back on. But it falls out every day because I think the clip thing is loose. The clip thing is loose. And then the fender, yes, you're so smart. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Okay, so the thingy fell because the clip is like loose. And like once I had my hands full, so instead of pushing it, I nudged it with my foot and it broke the clip. It broke the nail. And then I really had to go that day. So, you know, tape. I just took the packing tape and just tape. You know the light brown tape? Light brown. Light brown plastic tape. Yeah, that's on my car right now. On the fender. As long as it's strong enough. I mean, it's hanging in there. I say temporary, but I think it's been since February. Or January. February, maybe. I should get that fixed. No, actually, I bought the clip. Because my grandpa saw it and he was concerned. And he told me to buy the clip. And then I bought it, but I forgot to take it to my car. So the tape is still there. And I'm still upstairs. I'm here. Mm-hmm. Yum, yum, yum. Girl. It is running on tapes and dreams a little bit, huh? I know I should put on the clip. Just my fear of knowing if I got the wrong size clips or not. Ow. I think it was on the left side. Ow. My grandpa was highly concerned. Ow. What did I just tune into? Chat, how much percentage of Michi's streams is just her talking about poop? Either hers or her cat's. Unironically, 40%. Every stream. Because I feel like poop always comes up. I'm not even talking shit about her. She's talking shit. Literally. She does have a lot of poop knowledge. Oh, they do? Oh, I thought she was just feeding her cat more than she feeds herself. Bro. Huh. Their paws get huge. Really? Oh no, that's true too, yeah. She does that, yep. Checks out. Not checks out. It is. Weather is poo-poo. Ah. The weather has been so ass. Me too. Me too. To be fair, she's so tiny that I feel like any amount of chill will penetrate her. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Isn't it over 20 degrees? Okay, no joke. Last time I checked, it was 34. It was 34. Today's not that bad. It was 33 earlier. It's 30 now. Not that I would know, I'm indoors. AC is okay. Oh. Oh. Wow. She totally would. 10 out of 10, huh? Yep. Did you hear that? Normal. I'm kidding. Last bite, chat. Oh. Oh my god, you're right. I haven't been able to like eat a lot, but just listening to her yap, I finished the whole thing. That's it. Wow. Okay, I need to take meds after this. Remember, note to self. Oh. Kind of eating happy. I know. It's been a while since I can only eat like half. Yeah, patch. Usually I can only finish half the portion these days, but I finished the whole thing. Ow. Posture check. Okay. Mine legs were crossed. Thank you. Hydrate, you're so right. She's so okay. What? What? Don't stop me now. Having a ball. Oh, I finally have a trash can, aka the plastic that the food came in. Dang, I actually finished everything. That's crazy. It's crazy. I'm so full. Not gonna lie, when I ask Kanna, is it like an Indo girl thing where you guys eat so few? I honestly eat more usually. I feel like out of the girly, I probably eat the most. Probably. I think. I probably eat the most, usually. Try to think about it. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Muna can also absolutely demolish food. Ollie too. The girls who eat the least is probably Michi and Ray. Reichi is relatively normal-ish, but also not that much, I think. Ollie likes to eat, but I don't know if her... Depends on the food, I think. Depends on the food. But probably I eat more. I probably eat more. I think I lose to Muna though. I probably lose to Muna. And she talks about food so much that I thought she'd eat a lot. I wouldn't say she eats like that much. I think. Okay, cause like I went to a burger place with Muna once. I think she ate one and bought two more. I forgot. I remember it was like a double burger. It was like really big burger, and she got it double, and then she still bought another one and finished it all. I think. Now Muna can eat. Muna can eat. I like that girl. My nose. Yeah, but it's nice because when you eat with Muna, you always feel like it's like a feast. What else? Burger and milkshake. Person who would probably order milkshakes are Ollie and Michi, probably. The drinkers, like the literal liquid drinkers, are Ray and Michi. Yeah. They drink a lot. It is very interesting. But anyway, yeah, no, I don't think I eat a little. I think it's because I've been ill. And I'm not used to eating normal portions anymore. Gone are the days where I ate 17 plates of meat. Where did she go? No, but I was so traumatized at how full I felt. I didn't go back to that all-you-can-eat place. Are you still a vampire who can't? No, I'm fine. I actually ate. No, it was fine. It was only temporary. I think it was more the nausea in general. It was nausea from, I don't know if it was the infection or because I was drinking too much. I don't know. The smell of, and like garlic smells very strong, which I feel like got me. But I can eat it now. The food I had also, because it extended to like everything and anything in the garlic/onion family. Me like periodically listening in. And I couldn't eat onions as well, but I just had the beef with onions, and I think it had a lot of garlic. I'm okay. I'm Gucci. I'm distracted by the thing. Okay, let me take a drink. You can actually, right? No more bland food. Oh, I have to take meds. Dang it. Okay. Chat, thank you for accompanying me eat. I should go. It's all topsy-turvy because it's 5 and then I'm gonna have to eat the dinner meal medicine thing. Meep moop. Meep moop. Taking medicine is so annoying. But like it is what it is. Okay. Ah, I'm so full. I'm so full of food. I haven't ate that much in a while. This one. You're proud of me. I'm also actually quite proud of myself. Eating normally. I have to take my meds. It means I have to go find my meds. You did a good job. Thank you. Had such a wonderful day. I really miss you guys. Thank you for accompanying me. I'm so happy. It's been a bit boring. I don't know if you're just saying that, but I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. It has also been boring without you guys. I've been dying of boredom. I've been doing Wordle and Myrtle and Sudoku. 7 hours. Did we hit 7 hours? Did we actually? I should not make it a habit. What if I turn into Michi? And like I keep extending is my problem. You know what I mean? I feel like that girl. Because I get it when she says when you're done, it's boring. I'm like, I get that. I get that. But if I say yes, what if I turn more into her? That's terrifying. What if I what if I turn into Michi? Full-time streamer. Then you'll have to deal with my crap all the time. Does that sound fantastic? As long as you don't take her brain with you. That's actually difficult. I feel like the girlies are all influencing each other. Steak too juicy, lobster too buttery. Girlie got sick after streaming for less than 6 hours. Right, man? No, I need to pace myself by streaming less than 6 hours. Now, Michi told me to take like break days. She's just like, no, you can't do that. You have to take break days or you're gonna die. And to be fair, I did get sick. I blame the weather. Surely it doesn't happen to... We'll see. Stream so good that you'll feel empty without them. Man. Breaks are important. Literally what Michi said. But yeah, it's been super... You know, it's... It sucks. Chad, it sucks. I couldn't even talk, right? I can't even communicate. I was just like sleeping, being sick, eating. Well, barely eating, but having to eat for medicine. And when I'm away, I guess I do Sudoku. $2,000 stream every day. What do you mean 2,000? 2,000 stream? 2,000 stream? Does that mean you stream for 2,000 times a day? What? I know. It's you know what? I blame you guys. Because I have so much fun when I'm with you guys. That I forget. Because today was like today's the first, right? The first day I'm streaming again. I told myself I would only stream for like 3 hours to make sure that I'm not pushing it. But look at me now. Look at me now. Have fun with YouTube. So the feeling is mutual. Difficult. 7 hours. I know. I have a problem. I don't know when to stop. I honestly don't know when to stop. And I know my throat is gonna die. I didn't take the throat medicine before streaming. We'll see if I lose my voice. I should rest it after this. I'll rest it after this. tomorrow will be an off day? Because Ray is kidnapping me. She wants me to measure my boobs and my waist, and I don't know why. I mean, I get it. For like to tailor clothes, but when would I ever tailor clothes? Thank you for the head pat. Okay. The fuck you mean? Right? I mean, like, okay, they're asking me to measure just in case I want to tailor clothes, but like, why and when would I tailor clothes? That when? For what? I don't leave the house. See, when you need new clothes. Oh, but you just try. Guy wearing clothes from middle school. If they fit, is it really a problem? Because you know you haven't bought any in years. I bought a shirt last year. No, 3. With Ray. 3. And 2 months ago, I bought 2 shirts. With Ray. How many clothes do you actually need? A kid born in 2015. I feel called that. No, but like, for me at least. Because I don't go anywhere. Okay, no, the girlie said that they want to get dresses. No, like dresses. Like fancy, poofy dresses. Where the heck am I gonna wear that? Which I feel like they're gonna make me get it, aren't they? They're totally gonna make me get it. A fluffy, poofy dress. Unless you literally wear nothing in the house, you need clothes to wear indoors, so you need more clothes. But dresses, they want like ball gowns, girl. I mean, anyway, so whatever it is, I'll just follow along. Well, so tomorrow, I think Ray wants me to measure my boobs, my weight, whatever 3-digit thing she said. Didn't Ollie make you dress up? Yes. But I wore my okay, the only outfit I had was my goth clothes. The only thing I had was my goth clothes. That's what I wore. Get dressed up, look nice, go to a nice dinner. Okay. This is why you need more clothes. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. Okay, fine. I'll go measure tomorrow. Wow, I'm so full. I haven't eaten that much in weeks. I'm getting a food coma from eating a normal portion. That's crazy. Ugh. I'm gonna go take my medicine. Measurements. Dang it. Roll yourself over to the... you know what? What I'm gonna do after... I'm gonna take my med. Gonna sit on the sofa. And do Myrtle. You guys should do Myrtle if you're really bored. Or Sudoku. Here, wait. I've been... Right now, I do it almost daily. They have a notebook thing where you can take notes. Oh my god, Spider Solitaire. This is stupid. Does Windows still have that? Man. Ugh. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I get what Michi says. Sometimes it's hard to end stream because then you're like doing nothing and you're bored. But I know I have to rest. I have to force myself to rest. They paywall it. They paywall Spider Solid. Are you kidding me? Okay. That's a whole different... What? Okay. 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 After stream, I have to look for things. I know. We're both mutually bored. If only I have infinite stamina, and then I could just live here on your screen forever. Oh, honestly, I could just raid Michi. You guys are already there though. That's so funny. Aren't you guys already there? Yeah, sure, why not? A streamer ending is like leaving the Discord VC after a lot. Right? Right, it is totally like that. I feel so empty inside. Brit, I hate you. I don't like this whole situation. You know, it's okay. Maybe we raid and she won't even notice the bip thing. You know what? It's fine. Totally fine. It's totally fine. I'm gonna have to exist and be bored. I'll be playing Sudoku while resting my voice. Without you. Chad, I miss you already. I'll tell her I don't like you. Wait, I forgot how to raid. Give me 2 seconds to remember. Dashboard. Oh, I can do the /raid thing. Was that a raid button? Raid channel. Do I click it? Ah, oh, that's confusing. I'll just type our channel name or something. I miss you already. Do you? Do you actually? Wow, I love how you're already doing the thing. /raid. Man, okay. How long does it take for someone to like count down and go to the raid? Dang. Okay. No, but I miss you guys already. Can't I just be Superwoman? Okay, can't I just be Superwoman and stream forever? But no, then people will say I have no life. Like Michi. No, no. Thank you, chat, for accompanying me. Since I'm not streaming tomorrow, it'll probably be like Thursday. Oh. Oh. It was so lovely to spend time with you guys. Thank you for accompanying me. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. So happy. So happy, so happy, so happy. I really am genuinely so happy today. I feel like I got so much dopamine and serotonin from streaming today. Thank you so much. Can I have head pass before we leave? Happy, happy, happy. Okay. Wow. I'm never leaving.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Who did that? Who did that? Zane, did you betray me? It's gonna make you have a good rest of the day, chat. Thank you for the trauma.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Oh god, kill me. Oh god, you know what? Just go already. Adios. Bye-bye.